Hey everyone, and welcome to the best of April 2022. Tonight we have just a little bit over 6 hours worth of horror stories. I know it's a little bit shorter than I usually do them, but I got sick a few days ago, so I figured I would just wrap up the month early and get back to it as soon as I'm feeling better. If you do enjoy the video, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's go for 1,500 likes. Subscribing if you're new is also very much appreciated, as I post content just like this all of the time. I'm going to be trying to use my vocal training voice again. I am not going to get onto a long spiel. I don't want to make this into a cycle, but I would like to see how it goes this time. Enjoy the video, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. My dad used to be a cop. He's been out of the force for about 5 years now, and while he's usually apprehensive with opening up about the old days, every now and then he'll have one too many, and I'll come home to him sitting pissed drunk at the kitchen table. I'll say a quick hello, and he'll make an effort to open up about his experiences. Normally I smile and nod while hastily making an excuse as to why I need to head on to bed. Last night I decided to sit down with him. There's always been something I've been terrified of him bringing up, and I guess that's why I've never engaged on nights like this prior. However, I'm nearing my graduation from college and plan on moving out within the next month, so maybe that's why I sat down. I really wish I hadn't. For context, I'm going to back up some years. In the fall of 2012, I was a junior in high school. My main friend group consisted of 4 individuals, not counting myself. Peter, Clark, Ryan, and my best friend who I grew up with, Foster. The other 3 became closer to us around middle school, but me and Foster always maintained a special bond, having known each other as young children. By high school, we all did everything together. Foster was the first to get his license and already had a car on standby for him. Chill as his parents were, they never tended to be the most responsible or vigilant guardians. They were actually fairly neglectful. As a result, the moment he got his car, the gang would sneak out every other week to hang out, drink a bit, or smoke weed. You know, just be teenagers. The night everything went as south as it could have gone was supposed to be more of the same. I jerked awake to the sound of my phone buzzing. Foster's name shone across my screen and a smile forced its way on my face. "Thought you weren't feeling it tonight," I said when I picked up. "Change of plans," he replied. The sound of his voice gave me the vibe he wasn't in the best mood. "Well, you call everyone else?" "Just you and Ryan," he panted. "He said he's running over to your place, and I'll pick you up together as usual." After hanging up the phone, I quickly started getting dressed while trying to remain quiet enough to not wake my dad. Ryan lived a couple minutes down the road from me, so he usually just walked down and we were picked up together. Once I was ready, I peeked out my window to see the silhouette of someone stalking beside the house. As the shadow grew closer, I raised the window as quietly as I could, hearing the shuffling of someone climbing up the side of the house to my second-story room. The window resided above the outside table on the deck, making it easy to hoist oneself onto the roof. A fist came out towards me and I quickly grabbed it. "The fuck are you doing?" I quickly scowled. Ryan leaned forward and his pale face became illuminated by my lamp. "Sorry, man," he stammered. "Too focused, I guess. Thought the window might be closed." He carefully climbed through my window and stood up. "Did Foster sound off to you?" he whispered. "Yeah, actually," I replied. "Probably just got into it with his folks. You know that old story." "Well, yeah, they don't take anything seriously," said Ryan. "Look, his parents are cool and all, but they sometimes just seem like kids who had a kid. Remember that time they blacked out at the bar and just went to a hotel without telling him? What was he, like 12 when that happened. If he had decided to call the cops, he would have been taken away. I sadly nodded. As I said earlier, his parents are chill, and as much as I love them, they have done many questionable things. I'm considered family as I consider them as well, but that doesn't mean they haven't infuriated me with what Foster has put through at times. On the night Ryan is referring to, Foster called me and I talked to him through the night. I kept telling him just to call the police, but he wouldn't. They came home the next morning and acted like it was no big deal. I guess when you have parents like that, you either have to grow up fast or sink, I said. Ryan nodded in agreement. We waited about another 15 minutes until the headlights of Foster's car could be seen through the trees. Ryan and I left through the window and quietly moved through the yard. Once we were in the car, Foster continued down the road. I positioned myself in the middle with Ryan to my right and Peter on my left. I tapped Foster on the arm. "How we feeling tonight, buddy?" I heard him quietly mumble something, but I couldn't make it out. Clark in the passenger seat turned to me a bit with his lips pursed and shrugged. I leaned to Peter and whispered, "Has Foster told you what's wrong?" "Something about his parents," he replied quietly. When he called me, I could hear his mom saying something as he hung up, like, really quick. I don't know what she said, but she didn't sound very happy. I'm sure he'll tell us at the spot. The spot we hung out at was a clearing about 2 miles down the road from my house. We always drove up about 500 feet from the tree line and left the headlights on to see. With the radio quietly buzzing, we made our way there as no real conversation started. After parking, we all got out, and Peter was the first to speak. "So, did anyone bring weed?" "Not gonna need it," said Foster as he popped the trunk. We gathered behind the car to see him tear into one of 2 full cases of beer. "Jesus, Foster," I said. "I usually don't understand how your parents don't notice you taking a few beers from the fridge, but they'll definitely notice this." "Oh, that's not all, Austin," he replied, and then promptly grabbed a 5th of vodka from a paper bag. "And FYI, I didn't take this from the house. I actually got it from the liquor store." "Holy shit," exclaimed Ryan. "You get a fake ID? Or did you get someone to buy it for you?" Foster said nothing but smirked a bit. He then got a few small plastic shot glasses out from the small bag and began setting them on the back of the now closed trunk to pour them. Ryan turned to me and mouthed, "Did he steal them?" I shrugged. I'm not a rat, but if you remember from earlier, my dad was a cop at the time. If Foster did steal all of this, it did make me a little uncomfortable being in the presence of it. Then again, I was 16 at the time sneaking out to drink alcohol, so... "Let's not worry about how," he said, pouring the shots. "Let's just drink, and when I'm loosened up, I'll stop being a mysterious asshole." "I'll take a few beers, but leave me out of the shots," said Clark. "I suppose one of us should stay sober enough to drive, since I live across from Foster. I can just drive you home last and walk to my place." Foster abided his request and left 1 empty shot glass. The first 20 minutes or so were mostly uneventful, so I'll skip ahead. Halfway through my second beer and with 2 shots of vodka in me, I was feeling pretty good. Foster had a Spotify playlist shuffling from his car as he laid on the hood looking up. I walked over and leaned on the hood next to him. "So," I said, "what's going on, man?" He sighed and leaned up. "Well, remember earlier when we were talking and I had told you I wasn't in the mood to go out?" he said, lowering the music volume. I nodded. Everyone started to come closer to listen, but Ryan continued walking out of the light to the right of the car. "Gotta piss. Promise I'm listening," he said drunkenly. Foster chuckled a bit, which seemed like he was feeling at least a little bit better. Well, I told Mom that I wasn't gonna be home until about midnight because I was hanging out at your place, which was obviously a lie. I was going to the campgrounds to hang out with Jessica. Heyo? Said Peter, taking a huge swig of beer. That's my boy. He reached a fist out to Foster, who only gave him an annoyed look. We left early because she got a call about her grandmother. She's in the hospital. Okie doke. Peter said awkwardly and resumed sipping his drink. So obviously I got home much earlier than expected. Foster continued. When I got there, I heard some commotion coming from my room. I whipped the door open, only to find Mom riding some dude on my bed. I was mid-sip when he said this and nearly spit my beer all over me. What the fuck? On your bed? Ryan shouted from the shadows. How long does it take you to piss? Yelled Clark to the direction his voice came from. I can hear you guys talking, and I got a nervous bladder. Wait, stop, I said, wiping my mouth, cutting off Ryan. You caught your mom cheating on your dad. Did you tell him? Foster sighed. Didn't have to. He took a sip of his beer. He was sitting in a chair, butt-ass naked, watching them. I got off the car and walked away for a sec to collect my thoughts. Damn, muttered Peter. I don't even know what to say. In the silence, the song changed. Don't Forget Me by Red Hot Chili Peppers began playing. This would be the last song played that night. Clark shook his head in disbelief. So, what happened next? Naturally, I wanted to fight everyone, he said. But I didn't really want to touch a naked guy, let alone my naked parents. So I just stormed to the back porch and sat down. About 10 minutes later, Mom came out in a robe. You believe that? In a robe. Still didn't have the decency to get fully dressed. She apologized over and over again, but I couldn't even look at her. Then Dad came out. In a robe? Interrupted Peter. No, worse. Just basketball shorts and nothing else. Sick fuck was still kinda... He chugged the rest of the beer and threw it beside the car. So, they finally confessed that they had been doing an open relationship for about the past year, but that's not all. Apparently, even though they never had one-on-one sex with other people, they had been in orgies before. Who tells their son this? I also asked if that's why they never came home that one night when I was 12, when they stayed at that hotel without calling, and of course that's exactly why. They could have just lied and said no, but of course that was why. He was getting more frustrated and I could see tears welling up in his eyes. Why my parents, huh? If people want to do that, whatever, but why my parents? Hell, why on my bed? Some sick fucking fetish. I barely spoke to them after. I just left. I just can't be... Why my parents? We all froze. It took a minute to realize what had happened. A voice came from the woods mocking what Foster was saying. It was raspy, barely above a whisper, but still loud enough to be heard over the music, which was already at a fairly low volume. We all looked in front of us towards the tree line, but couldn't really see. Barely spoke. Oh shit, said Clark, who was the closest to the front. He backed up, not taking his eyes off of where the voice came from. Did anyone else see that? See what? I said. Something moved, just beyond the headlights, he replied. I strained my eyes, but still couldn't see what he was talking about. After a moment, Foster began chuckling. I'm gonna kill him, he said, sliding off of the car. It's Ryan trying to mess with us. I don't know, man, said Peter. That really didn't sound like him. Trust me, it's him. Gonna teach that fucker that there's a time and a place for this stuff. Foster angrily stomped forward and disappeared into the darkness. I could hear him pushing branches out of the way. Clark turned to me and Peter. That was not Ryan, he reiterated. I turned to where Ryan had gone to pee. Hey, Ryan, I said. You still out there, buddy? Nothing but silence came back to me. Turning back to them, we each just stared at one another. Then some shuffling came from where I spoke to. I backed up, becoming closer to Clark and Peter. The sounds grew closer as my heart pounded, not knowing what I was about to see. After a few moments, Ryan appeared looking at his phone. Sorry, after I pissed, I got to reading something on my phone and sorta zoned out. Why are y'all looking at me like that? We were all standing close together, staring at him in silence. He looked at the hood of the car and then back to us. Where's Foster? I turned to where Foster had walked off. Ryan came close and stood next to Peter. So, what's going... Shh, I said. Just 1 sec and we'll explain. Some more shuffling came from the woods, and then a sound. It was like someone having trouble to breathe. It started quiet, then started to ramp up quickly. Then as soon as it started, it cut off with a loud thump as if someone was being punched. Then something hit the forest floor. Grass began rustling as I heard the snapping of twigs. These sounds got fainter as they went on. At this point, the song coming from Foster's car began skipping. Clark turned to it. What? Foster's connected through Bluetooth. If it's skipping, then that means... Why is he getting so far away? I walked to the car and got in on the driver's side. The small screen indicated it was still connected. It skipped a few more times and then went silent. I cranked the volume all the way up to see if I could hear anything, but then the screen showed no Bluetooth connected. I raised up out of the car, leaving the door open, and walked back to them. His phone disconnected. I'm gonna go look for him. All of a sudden, something started to run through the woods toward us. The three of us backed up to the car as what sounded like large feet pounded against the ground grew closer. My heart rate skyrocketed once more as a loud whoosh shot from the trees in a gust of wind that nearly knocked us over. A few branches broke and fell to the ground. What the hell? Shouted Ryan. What the hell happened while I was... The music from the car came blasting back at full volume, making us scream and clutch our ears. I quickly ran to the open door and reached in to turn the music, but as soon as I did, something from above fell on the hood of the car with a loud bang. The airbag shot out and I fell backwards as the other three began to scream. The airbag barely caught the side of my head, but it was enough to leave me briefly disoriented. The next few seconds seemed like forever. I looked down and rubbed broken glass off of myself. My legs felt too weak to stand, so I painstakingly crawled around the door and put my hand on the car to prop myself up. My fingers touched something, so I shuffled my hand forward and was met with the palm of a human hand. I yelped and fell back once more. While laying there, Clark could be seen sitting up from where he presumably had fallen. He looked to the car in utter shock and, with hands shaking, raised one in gesture to the hood. It's Foster. I got my movement back and shot up. I turned to the hood of the car and came closer. I could see there was definitely someone laying on the car, but there wasn't enough light to see much else. I reached into my pocket without averting my vision and pulled out my phone. Clicking the flashlight button, I got a bit closer and illuminated something that paralyzed me where I stood. Foster's unblinking eyes stared lifelessly into the sky. His hand, the one I touched, seemed to be barely attached to his arm. Nothing but a bit of flesh and tendons connected to its arm, which seemed to be badly broken. the bone jutting out by his elbow. His right arm and the lower half of his left leg were completely gone, a bloody nub and torn flesh serving as grim reminders of what should be there. The thing that confused me was his throat. It had a deep gash cut into it, but not in an animalistic way like the rest of his injuries. It was precise, surgical, done by someone or something that knew that they were slitting a throat. I heard gagging behind me and turned to see Ryan and Peter throw up. Clark had just begun to get up, still shaking. I noticed then that they all had droplets of blood on them. I guess it fell briefly from Foster's wounds while I was leaning into the car to turn off the music. When Clark stood up, he walked over to me. I made a move to shine my light back to Foster, but he stopped me. "Don't," he said. "I saw his shoe. I know it's him. I don't want to see more. Let's get the fuck out of here." At that, Clark bolted away, followed by me. I could hear both Peter and Ryan begin running with us. Even after what I just saw, the following minutes running back to my house would become the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. When we got a bit closer to my house, I broke off into the woods to cut through. "What are you doing?" yelled Ryan, slowing down a bit. "That's where that thing is, man." I didn't stop or turn. I just kept running, seeing the outside lights of my house. But I was still a ways away. Didn't know if I was making a bad decision or not, but seeing those lights gave me hope. Then, as I got a bit further, it dawned on me that my house would be the quickest to get to. What if they don't make it? I turned to my right and could still see them a bit, running on the road through the trees. "Hey," I shouted, "get to my house. It's quite..." A bunch of bark flew off of a tree I was running next to and something hit my shoulder. I fell and rolled into the dirt a few seconds before abandoning my idea and continuing my run. I could see the silhouette of trees now through the moonlight and through some of the light from my house. Started to weave through them instead of just running forward. I heard movement to my left and could feel something growing close. Without thinking, I just dove and rolled to the ground. I felt something fly past me as I stood up and continued running. Finally, I burst through the tree line leading to my house. As I ran, I heard more branches behind me break. Whatever was chasing me was getting closer. I threw myself up the stairs to the deck, and the moment I jumped up onto the table, I tried to raise the window to my room. I didn't get up high enough and hit my head on the bottom of the window. I nearly fell back, but was able to catch myself on the bottom of the frame. I frantically pulled myself through, but as I tumbled into my room, I got my foot caught on my curtain and yanked it down as I fell. I quickly stood up and slammed my window shut. I held myself on the wall for a moment and breathed quickly, trying to catch my breath. After a couple moments, I heard Dad stomping to my room. I quickly jumped into my bed and threw my cover over my shoulder, promptly shutting my eyes. I heard my door jerk open, and then silence. I still had my eyes closed, expecting Dad to either try to wake me up or just leave, but neither happened. I heard nothing but could still feel his presence in my doorway. After a few moments of silence, I slowly began to open my eyes to view through my eyelashes. I could just barely see Dad standing in the doorway, but it seemed the moonlight was casted too far from me to give him a clear view of my face. I opened my eyes more and saw Dad slowly raise his hand. He moved it back and forth slowly and then stopped. I'm not really sure how long the next little bit was. All I know is that Dad stood and watched me in bed for way too long. I finally closed my eyes and tried to sleep, but I still couldn't until I heard the door close and felt I was alone. The next morning didn't feel real. I sent a message out to everyone to see if they got home, and eventually, they all replied, which was a huge relief to me. Dad ended up leaving after a call. I know what it was, but didn't say anything. Over the course of the next week, This is what I learned. Foster was found by a hunter around 7 a.m. Once police were on the scene, the entire area was roped off. The alcohol in the car was traced back to the liquor store down the road from Foster's. Apparently, he stole it by breaking the window to the basement storage. I put on about as good of a performance as one can when Dad told me. I was devastated I lost Foster, but didn't want Dad knowing I was there. Now that it was over, the pain of losing my oldest friend hit me like a truck. The police, however, tweaked the story a bit as to not cause a commotion in our town by declaring it a bear attack and not publicizing all of Foster's wounds. I assume the hunter was paid off to not say what he looked like when he was found. When we all returned to school, our dynamic immediately seemed off between the four of us. We had this huge secret we couldn't tell, and felt unsure if anyone would even believe us anyway. For a bit, I thought at least one of us would be brought in for questioning, but no one ever was. In addition, I have a crippling fear of the woods now. I think the police investigated another supposed attack done by whatever had been there with us that night, because Dad made it a rule to not go in the woods alone, but that didn't matter. I hadn't been in there alone or with anyone else since. It never was much of an issue before, but I replaced my torn curtain immediately the next day, as staring out into the trees was paralyzing to me now. Clark, Ryan, and Peter are still close to me to this day, but ever since Foster died, we've never been quite the same. I have never even openly talked about it since. Until last night. I sat across from Dad, with a knot in my chest, waiting to see what he had to say. He gripped a beer bottle in front of him on the table, staring absent-mindedly at the tip. After a moment, he stood, walked over to the fridge and grabbed 2 more beers while throwing the empty one away. After opening both, he sat back down and slid one to me. What? I said. I want to talk to you about Foster, he said, ignoring me. He took a gulp of his beer and continued. Just so you know, I'm well aware you guys snuck out from time to time. I figured as long as you got to school and didn't do anything dangerous, what's the harm? I knew you were a good kid. I thought if I came down too hard, you would just sneak out twice as much and do more dangerous things. You never got hurt and always did well in school, and I thought it might be good for you to have a bit of that freedom. So you don't go too crazy when you have all of it. Yeah, I knew you snuck out. I also know you were with Foster the night he died. My heart skipped a beat. I reached out and took a sip of my beer. How do you know? I mean, that I was with Foster. He didn't reply immediately. He stared at me with this sad look on his face for a moment before taking another drink and continuing. I heard a loud crash in your room. I figured you had just gotten home from doing whatever, but then I heard something else. His voice broke a bit at the end. It sounded like something on the roof, but the sound itself seemed to be coming from the side of the house, not on top. I ran to your room, and when I burst open the door, I saw it. You're lying, I said. That thing wasn't in the room with me. There's no way. You're correct, he said, exasperated. It wasn't in your room. It was hanging onto the house looking in through the window. I didn't really know how to react to this new information. My mouth slowly hung open as I waited for him to continue. All I saw was the silhouette of what I thought was a man, but then I noticed it had these rounded things behind it. It then dawned on me those were wings. The worst part was its eyes, these huge, bright yellow eyes. It stared at me, and I just remembered not being able to move. I didn't know what to do, if I should wake you or not. It felt like an eternity, not even sure if I blinked. Then its wings slowly moved out and it backed away from the window, just floating there. It lowered its arms and straightened its legs a bit more. I was confused at first, but then I realized it was copying me. His voice broke again. He reached out and took another gulp of his beer. Then, when he sat it down, he wiped his eyes, which caused me to notice he was tearing up a bit. It wasn't making any noise, he said. Somehow, it let go of the wall and just floated back without actually flying, and just made no noise. I raised my hand up, and it did the same. I moved it back and forth. It did the same. I finished. I took a large swig of my beer. I was awake, I whispered. I never knew why you stood there for so long, and now I wish I still didn't. I'm not done, Austin. I looked up at him. He was staring at me with a determined look. He seemed less drunk than when I got here, as if talking about this is sobering him up a little. I didn't leave your room until I saw it fly away. When I left later that morning, I got some trail cameras and put them up around the property. I only watched them once. That was all I needed. I leaned forward in my chair. What did you see? After the first night, I woke up early in the morning to check the footage. The only camera that caught anything was the one I put on that dead tree next to the creek. At the start of the video, there was a person, a naked man facing away from the camera. He walked forward and then backwards to where he started. Then he looked like he was miming shaking hands, and then his voice began shaking. Then its shoulder blades opened. These fleshy-looking wings came out of the slits as its skin seemed to change form to make it more inhuman. I mean, the video was black and white, but the change was very noticeable. Once the wings were fully out, it flew away. I never looked at any of them ever again. I know I was a cop, but nothing can prepare you for that. I think the worst part was that it seemed like it was practicing human mannerisms to blend in. At that, he turned his bottle up and finished his beer. I'm sorry about Foster, he said, but I'm happy it wasn't you. I'm also sorry if it seems weird that I told you all this. Perhaps it is. I don't know. Leaving the empty bottle on the table, he stood up and made his way to the stairs. Once the top was reached, he turned to me one last time. Good night, Austin. I love you. Even though he went to bed, I stayed in my seat for a while, processing what I was just told. He definitely had wanted to tell me this for a long time. Even so, I have a feeling he'll regret he did in the morning. I thought about the last few years and how lucky I am that thing didn't find me a second time. Or didn't. I went up to my room and for the first time since that night, drew back the curtain. The tree line could be seen, just barely illuminated by the full moon. Gazing into the night, I wondered of the likelihood of something to be gazing back at me. Whatever that thing is, it wants to look and act like us. That much is obvious. Could it be among my hometown looking as human as what we see in the mirror? Or is it still out there, lurking behind the trees shrouded by the forest? Just waiting, watching, practicing. For as long as I could remember, I never saw my parents at night. I never got a bedtime story or even a simple goodnight kiss from them. Don't get me wrong, they weren't bad parents and they loved me dearly, but I always sensed they were kinda off, to say the least. Growing up as a only child, I mostly played by myself or basically begged my parents to play with me. I didn't have any friends or get any human interaction since I was homeschooled and we barely left the house in general. We basically lived in isolation. Our nearest neighbors were about 30 minutes away from us. Even till this day, I don't know how my parents were able to afford the nice house we lived in. As I grew up, my parents made sure to drill this one rule into my head. Never open this door after 8:30. No matter what, This door stays locked and closed. My parents were very strict about this rule, especially my father, as my mother was more lenient with me when it came down to it. One incident I still remember clear as day. I was about 9 or 10 at the time. I was with my parents watching some dumb children's movie. As 8:30 rolled around, I was sent to my room, and right before I locked my door, I heard light thumps on the walls. I didn't think much of it, as the house would randomly make noises like that. After some time, I tried falling asleep, but I found it hard. Tossing and turning around in my bed wasn't helping me either, as I laid in silence. Light scraping and muffled noises echoed out into the somewhat quiet house. Sitting up in my bed, I sat there what felt like eternity. I gathered enough courage and walked toward my door. While walking toward my door, all the scraping and muffled noises suddenly stopped. As I got to my door, I placed my hand on the lock and slowly unlocked the door, and I slowly pushed it open. My nostrils were hit with a gut-wrenching smell that I could only describe as stinky at the time. My eyes started to adjust to the darkened hallway. I stepped out into the hallway, but before I could walk further, I bumped into something soft but firm. I slowly looked up, and looking back at me was my mother, but it wasn't her. Her skin was ghost white, and it looked like she was a rotting corpse. Her face had a long black gash running down to her chest area. And her hands didn't seem normal either. As she held her arm, she held it tight. Blood started rolling down. But whatever she was bleeding wasn't blood. It was black, almost like ink. Her clothes had big red splatters on the front of it. Her hair looked dead and dried out, and her skin looked off, like it was a costume of some sort. As I looked back up at her, her facial expression changed drastically. It was like she was restraining herself from doing something. As I tried making up an excuse, she finally spoke. "Bed. No." Her voice sounded all twisted and demonic. It sent chills down my spine, as she never did that before. I walked back into my room, and as she slammed my door, I could vividly remember sounds of tearing and quick footsteps running down the hallway. I've tried confronting my parents about this multiple times since then, but they always brushed it off as me having a nightmare, or they just completely changed the subject. Even after I reached into my teen years, I always thought it was just a surreal nightmare I had. Boy, was I wrong. I thought since I was getting older, my parents would give me a bit more freedom and let me stay out of my room a while longer. To say they were even more strict than before would be an understatement. Ever since the little hallway nightmare, my parents rearranged my lock so it would only lock from the outside. At the time, I didn't have a problem with it since I was only a child, but as I grew into my teenage years, I found it weird and a bit creepy they were so hell-bent on locking me in my room at night. Last week, I was out in the kitchen finishing up some last-minute book reports I was assigned. My father slammed my laptop closed, almost hitting my fingers in the process. "Don't you see what time it is?" His voice was stern and firm as his presence shook me a little. As I turned around toward the living room clock and silently read out the time to myself. 8:35. The clock read as I slowly turned back toward my father. As I looked up at his face, he had the same facial expression my mother had when she caught me sneaking out years before. Like he was restraining himself from doing something to me. His body was moving on its own like something was inside of his skin as it was trying to get out. But before I could inspect further, he pointed in the direction of my room with a stern manner. I made my way toward my room, and not even 6 seconds later I heard locks clicking as multiple footsteps walked away. I've tried sneaking out of my room, but it proved no good as I tried pulling the door rattles off a chain bumped against my door. As I sat in the dark, I made my way towards my drawer and slowly grabbed a pick lock I was saving. I never pick-locked a door, so I stuck it in and moved it around for about 5 or 10 minutes. As I was about to give up, I heard a small click and slowly opened the door, but was stopped by the small chain. As I started picking the chain lock, I could hear faint screaming and the same scraping I've been hearing for nearly half my life coming from the living room area. As the chain lock clicked, I carefully sat it down and stepped out into the hallway. slowly making my way toward the living. The screams became a bit clearer. I peeked around the corner, and as I did, nothing was there. The living room was empty and quiet. As I came around the corner, I noticed a bright red door that was never there before. I slowly got closer to the door, and a chill shot down my spine as the air got heavy and thick. More screams from behind the door, and the combo of curiosity and being scared got to me. I slowly crouched down and raised my eye toward the small keyhole, and that was when I saw something that sent chills down my spine. It was my parents. They were standing around a silver table. There was red and black liquid splattered all over the place. As I scanned the room, the muffled screams started again. I looked back at the table and saw a pair of feet covered in red liquid struggling and wiggling around. As my mother walked in front of the table, something I can't forget happened. My mother placed her hands on her face and ripped it off completely. A bony, dark humanoid emerged from my mother's skin. The creature's arms were long and disoriented, and its hands were long and sharp. As my father removed his skin and revealed a taller humanoid with bigger teeth and claws, the sounds of scraping were them torturing people. The screams kept going, and the person struggled as the sight of my parents removing their skin scared him more. The creature walked slowly toward the man and placed one of its dark, sharp claws over his mouth before stabbing him repeatedly. Being scared and confused, I stupidly backed up into a lamp, causing it to fall over and break. The thump stopped, and with thinking, I ran back toward my room. Foolishly, I turned around and saw one of those things slowly walking after me. As I got to my room, I slammed it shut and placed my dresser in front of it. A voice came from behind the door as scraping came from the other side of my door. "Come out, honey. We aren't going to hurt you. We love you." A twisted, demonic tone came from the other side. As the scraping and banging continued, I came up with a half-assed plan. I grabbed a textbook from my bookshelf, and with all my might, I chucked it out the window. As the door began to move, I quickly hid under my bed. The door swung open with such force it bounced off the wall. As they walked into the room, my heart started pounding fast. He cannot escape here. He knows too much. As I heard them talking, I quickly moved from under the bed and ran toward the door. As they realized what had happened, I already slammed the door shut and locked them in. Without any hesitation, I ran, and I ran hard. Even when I bursted through the front door, I kept running. All I could hear was distant screams and my harsh breathing. I kept running toward the woods and didn't look back at my former home. After 4 minutes of running, I finally stopped to catch my breath. I could see my house from a distance, but I could make out two figures moving towards the woods. As I pushed myself to keep running, I could hear faint screams from the house. As it started raining, the wind became strong and harsh. I couldn't do anything but sob. As I walked into the road, I followed it for God knows how long. The cold rain hitting my skin as the sky grew darker. Sirens blared in the distance. Then it became quiet. The harsh winds blew through my hair as I shivered through the cold winds. As I was about to give up, I saw bright lights in the distance. A truck sign flashed bright as multiple trucks pulled in. A small relief came over me as I started running toward the truck stop. Tripping over myself multiple times, I kept running. I felt more and more relieved as I got closer. I'm finally free. I cried tears of joy as the truck stop became more clear. My legs and feet hurt from running too much, but I didn't care. All I wanted to do was get far away from here. My body wanted to give in and collapse, but my heart wouldn't allow me to. As I ran into the parking lot, I stumbled toward one of the trucks at the pumping station. A man with a red plaid shirt and a dusty red trucker's hat stood, pumping gas into his truck. I stumbled toward him, still in shock of what had just happened to me about 30 minutes ago. As he noticed me stumbling toward him, he slowly started backing up and reaching slowly into his waistband. "Please, I need help." I struggled to speak as I tried catching my breath. The man slowly approached me as he tried calming me down, his dirty blonde hair slicked back by the trucker hat. Hey, buddy, let's just calm down and let's talk. What happened to you? His voice was soft and reassuring. It almost made me forget everything that just happened. As he got closer, I begged and pleaded with him that we should get far away from here. His calm demeanor changed as he saw the fear on my face. We can't stay here. They're coming after me. Please, I said with terror filling my voice. My body started shaking uncontrollably as the images played in my head over and over. He placed his hands on my shoulders and looked me in the eyes. His grip tightened a little as he cleared his throat. Listen to me. I cannot help you if you don't tell me what's going on. So tell me. His voice was a little more strict and his eyes were dead and cold. My parents, they killed someone and I think I'm next. I stumbled and slurred over my words as I tried calming myself down. Here, tell you what. I'll take you down to the police department and you can tell them. That sounds good? He said while walking toward the driver's door. I slowly nodded as he motioned for me to enter his truck. I hesitated for a split second but climbed in as I realized what my parents are capable of. As we drove away, for most of the drive I was quiet. I couldn't talk right without stumbling or stuttering over my words. But as he drove, I felt I was being watched. So, do you feel a little better now? He asked while taking his eyes off the road for a second to look over my direction. I slowly nodded my head as I stared out the truck window. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Keith Harper. If you don't mind, I would like to know your name. Kelvin. My name is Kelvin. I muttered as I looked back at the window. I didn't feel like talking, but I didn't want to be rude. If you don't mind, can you tell me everything that happened if that's okay with you? His voice returned to the soft, reassuring voice from earlier. As I explained to him everything that happened to me over the past 9 years, his face changed from calm to shocked and scared. Right before he could speak, multiple loud popping noises came from behind us, and not long after, metal scraping was all that was left. Keith pulled the truck over and reached for the door handle. As he was getting out, I panicked and grabbed his arm. Wait, don't leave me in here by myself. Please, I begged him. As he heard the fear in my voice, he cleared his throat once again. Calm down, son. It's not gonna take... Before he could finish his sentence, he was pulled from the door, and loud screams and noises of flesh being ripped apart echoed through the night. I froze. My body tensed up. I couldn't do anything about it. His screams for help were cut off by loud chops. Without a split second, I reached over and slammed the door and sat in the driver's seat. As I sat in the seat, a hand slammed against the window, almost shattering it instantly. As I looked at the window, my body went cold. It was my mother, but it was her in her human skin. Please, honey, it's not safe for you out here. Come home. We miss you. Her voice was sympathetic and genuine. I wanted to believe that, but I couldn't. As I shook my head no over and over, she began to sob uncontrollably. No, get the hell away from me, you damn freak. You're not my parents. I yelled at her as I tried starting the engine, but every time it would sputter and die. Her sobs were soon cut off by a loud growl. As I looked over toward her, all I could see in her face were hatred and rage. Her once light blue eyes turned red as she bashed the truck window with her sharp claws. I tried to turn the engine over and over, but it kept sputtering. As I looked over toward the passenger side, I saw the door being bashed and ripped from its hinges. As the passenger door was ripped completely off, a bigger humanoid started climbing in. As I turned the key in the ignition, the engine came to life and I slammed my foot on the gas pedal. My father tried climbing in, but slipped off the truck after I started driving faster. But as I looked over, my mother was still hanging on to the door. as she slammed her claws against the window over and over. She busted the window and shards of glass flew at my face. As the glass hit my left eye, I lost control of the truck and crashed it into some trees on the side of the road. As I woke up, I could see nothing but smoke filling the inside of the truck. I gathered up all the strength I had and pushed the door open and fell out. I tried standing, but I immediately fell over in pain. I looked down at my leg and saw a big, deep gash on the right leg. As I slowly braced myself against the truck, I started limping away towards the nearest public road I could find. The burning sensation from my leg only got worse as I continued bleeding. As I limped away, I heard heavy footsteps and I looked back at the wreckage to see a black humanoid creature following behind me. Half of her face was exposed while the other half had cuts. I tripped onto the ground, clenching my leg in pain. I tried crawling away. I was stopped and grabbed by my leg. As I turned over, my mother was standing over me with her blood-covered claw in the air. As I cried, I closed my eyes tight and awaited my end. Sirens from the distance filled the sky as it started getting louder by the minute. As I held my eyes shut, I felt something softly press against my forehead. As I opened my right eye, my mother, and she gave me a kiss on my forehead and wrapped her arms around me. "I'm sorry, honey. I just didn't want to lose you. I love you very much." Her voice was soft like how I remembered it as a child. I slowly wrapped my arms around her bony body and gave her a hug. As the sirens got closer, she stood up and faced the way they were coming from. As the cars pulled up, it got harder to keep my eyes open, and eventually my eyes were closed. All I could hear was screaming, multiple gunshots, and slicing. I tried to crawl away, but I couldn't. After what felt like an eternity, the noises stopped. All I could hear was footsteps approaching me. I felt like I was being picked up and carried somewhere. I don't even want to know where. I just want to forget this ever happened. I want this to end. I'll never let curiosity come over me again. I woke up sometime later in a daze. As I looked around, I realized I was back in my room. My body hurt and felt off like a ton of bricks were placed onto me. I tried to move, but unbearable pain shot through my body. I slowly sat up in my bed and looked around and checked out my body. From what I could tell, I had no cuts or bruises. Even the injuries I got from the crash were gone. I had a faint aftertaste of blood in my mouth, but when I felt around with my tongue, I came across no injuries. As I laid there, my door slowly opened and my mother came in with a small box in her arms. Her face a smile as she approached my bed. I was genuinely scared as I thought she was going to punish me for what I did. She sat at the foot of my bed with her smile still and placed the box onto my bed. "How are you holding up, dear?" She asked while looking me dead in my eyes. Her light blue eyes once gave me joy to look at, but now only gave me fear and terror. I still can't look at my parents the same. I always thought I knew them, but I guess I was wrong. Before she could open her mouth again, I finally spoke up. "Why? Why would you do that to Keith? Why? Just why?" I had to try asking her. I just wanted to know why. "Don't worry about that, hun. I want..." Before she could finish, I interrupted her. "No, tell me why. Why would you do that to Keith? He did nothing to you. He just wanted to help me." I tried so hard not to cry, but I felt the tears forming in my eyes. "Honey, you have to understand we couldn't let him live after what you told him. If he would have told someone our secret, not only would they kill us, they would kill you too. And I couldn't just stand by and let someone endanger my baby or my family." As she talked, her attention shifted from me to the small box she came in with. "Huh? What do you mean, kill me? I'm nothing like you monsters. I would never hurt another human being," I said as I felt my body slowly start shaking uncontrollably. She sighed and placed her face in her hands for about 10 or 15 seconds before reaching for my hand. "Please. We've only been doing this for you, baby. To keep you safe. You're the next generation after all." she said while smiling for a second. I was shocked and scared from what she said. My chest felt heavy, like a million bricks were placed onto me. I felt my mouth tremble as the tears started backing up. What? I said, choking over my words. My body tensed up and started shaking by itself. I wasn't like them. I'm not like them. I'm a regular human being. She giggled for a little bit before answering my poorly worded question. She looked remorseful, but was she really? I really didn't want you finding out the way you did, but you're one of us. Always has, always will be. Just take a look at your body. See? No injuries, right? No normal human can recover from those injuries that quick. Well, you did have help. As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed my hand and held it tight. I tried pulling my hand back, but she had a grip already. This may sting a little, honey. Before I could say or do anything, one of her claws came out her fake skin and she dragged the claw against my hand. As I tried pulling away from the pain, black liquid oozed from my hand and dripped onto the bed. As she let go, she cut her hand and black liquid poured from her hand. I clenched my hand as she wrapped my hand up. I didn't know humans could bleed black blood, she said while licking up the black liquid off her hand. She reached out from my hand and pulled the cloth off to reveal no sign of where she cut me. It was gone, like it never happened. Like my other injuries, it was healed. See? No human could heal that quick. And it's all thanks to this, honey. As she reached into her pocket, I felt sick to my stomach. In a small plastic bag was a small chunk of what seemed to be a liver. I placed my hand over and started dry heaving. My stomach felt like it was twisting in knots. I wouldn't eat another human. I couldn't do it even if I had to. Stop being such a drama queen. It's not all that bad. But I think it's time for you to know the truth. This was a family curse passed down generation to generation. I can't remember how the curse started, but old family stories said that witchcraft was involved with this family curse. She said it as if it was a normal topic you talk about with your friends. As she reached for the box, I couldn't get the taste of blood out of my mouth. As she opened the box up, she pulled out multiple photos from the box and sat them down on the bed. It was all pictures of black honey humanoids of all shapes and sizes standing, or eating dead mutilated corpses. My hands began shaking uncontrollably as I saw a picture of a bony humanoid with long, sharp claws next to a dead woman with her face, skin completely ripped off. Is that you? I was too horrified to speak properly. Everything that has happened to me since I woke up has scared or terrified me. She nodded her head as she gathered all the pictures up and placed them back into the box and closed it up. Don't worry. You'll have your picture in this family box by tonight. Your father and I decided that you're ready for your first kill. Think of it as a family tradition. Everyone in our family had their first kill captured and saved for generations to see how long our family was around. As she said that, my heart started beating faster and my chest tightened up more. She stood up, walked toward the door. Before leaving, she turned around and gave me a half-assed smile. We'll be ready in an hour, hun. So do whatever you want until we're ready. Let's see how long you can last, Mr. Human. As she left, I didn't know what to do. I felt helpless. I was helpless. I could do nothing but cry like a baby. I couldn't kill someone, and I wouldn't. After some time passed, my door slowly opened and it was my mother, still a smile on her face. It's time. It's time for you to get your first kill and continue the family tradition. Her smile grew as she motioned for me to follow her. I slowly started shaking my head as the tears filled my eyes. She walked over towards me and grabbed my arm and pulled me along with her. As she led me to the room where I found out my parents were monsters. As we walked in, my father stood with a camera in his hands. As I looked over at the table, my stomach dropped. A man laid strapped to the table, struggling and squirming around in his restraints. My mother pushed me toward the table and stood by, father with a big grin on her face. Go ahead, honey. Make us proud parents. As she spoke, I wanted to run. I wanted to run far from here, but I couldn't. If I did, I would just get people killed. Again. No, I cannot do it. You cannot make me, I said while backing away from the table. My mother sighed heavily as she walked out toward the table. You caused this. As her claw came out, she slashed the man's chest, drawing blood instantly. The man screamed out in pain as my mother's smile widened. What? As I tried talking, a strong urge came over me. I tried to resist, but the smell was just so calming. As I walked toward the table, my vision got blurry and I eventually blacked out. All I could remember was screaming and cheering. As I came back, I had a strong taste of blood in my mouth, and as I looked around, blood was all over the floor. My mother came over to me and gave me a hug. You did it, baby. A little sloppy, but we can work on that. As I felt around, I noticed I couldn't feel my hands. I looked down and almost passed out. My skin was gone. There in its place was dark bone. I blamed them. They made me kill him. I didn't want to. But it felt so good. It all started in Vegas. I was on a bogus trip with some acquaintances. Not quite friends, but I thought some booze and gambling would help me forget how overwhelmed and underappreciated I am. Something to shake things up and break the routine. I just felt so trapped. I swear that even my dreams took place in my godforsaken little cubicle. I had never been to a real casino before. I'd read articles about how they're psychologically designed to ensnare people in feedback loops. Those articles are spot on. No clocks or windows. It's always fun o'clock on the game floor. As if the rest of the world doesn't exist. Only you and that dangling carrot. Their disorienting layout might seem chaotic, but it's deliberately, devilishly designed to send you down each of its numerous corridors. And of course, free drinks. One way or another, somebody's paying. Knowing the tricks, I was determined to not be made a fool of. You win some, you lose a lot, but there's only so much I was willing to lose. For me, that was $1,000. I lost that much in about half an hour. I was enjoying a $1,000 martini when this stranger sits down next to me, a big dumb smile on his face. He tells me he's just won $3,000 at craps. As if I asked. His breath reeks of smoke, but he's so proud of himself. I just gotta smile and act impressed. I must be a lousy actor because he asks me how much I'm in the red. I say 500 and this guy gets this look like he's Buddha or something and hands me a $50 token. He tells me to have fun but not too much fun. Before I could ask his name or say thanks, he got up and disappeared into the crowd. The token looked a little different from the other tokens. Instead of a flat plastic finish, it had a glossy wooden one. I thought it was a quirky, commemorative thing, and none of the dealers had any complaints about me using it. Neither did I at first. Right away, I started winning big. 50 turned into 100 like nothing. I blinked and 100 turned into 500, then 1,000, then more. I won everything back even faster than I had lost it. Forget Cloud 9. I was on Cloud 11. I was about to bet on this roulette game when one of my acquaintances wanted to catch up. Roger or Robert, something like that. He was pretty drunk and eager to tell me about it. I had my bet locked down in my head. 100 on Black 9. But I didn't get the chance to place it. R was rambling about something, but my attention is on the table and the wooden chip I'm thumbing in my pocket. The ball spun round and round. Black 9. A 35-1 payoff down the drain. Dazed. I managed some small talk with R until he was satisfied and made sure I got my bet in on the next spin. Red 5. What's the worst that could happen? The ball rules. Red 5. Exactly correct again. What are the odds? I had won more than my generous donor at this point, but I wasn't smiling like an idiot. Not sure what face I was making. It felt like I was getting away with something. I went to blackjack, got blackjack twice, thrice. I didn't stick around for a fourth. Whatever, that's not impossibly rare. Went to slots, 777's first try. I can't say I was having fun at this point. I won't say how much I made that evening, but it was enough that I started to get paranoid. It's not like I was cheating or counting cards, but I didn't know if there was some excuse they could have for denying me my winnings. If you could call them that. It was more like early dawn by the time I left the building. All my acquaintances were long gone. I stopped by a gift shop on the way out to pick up some souvenir dice and a deck of hole punch cards. A cab showed up almost as soon as I got onto the curb. It felt funny coming back to my crappy hotel room knowing that I had enough cash to afford the best hotels in the area. As soon as my door creaked shut behind me, I stuck my hand in my pocket feeling the wooden chip. Of course, I didn't turn that one in. I had to test something out. A part of me imagined that it was some elaborate scam to turn a loser into a winner, get them to come back and bet even more the next day. A more irrational part of me said something weirder was happening. My eyes were sore from the constantly flashing casino lights, so I kept the curtains closed, opting to work by dim lamplight. I started small with the simplest test of luck I could think of. Coin flips. I called heads, got heads, repeat. Every time I flipped that quarter, it landed heads. Every time. At what point does it become more than just chance? 20 heads in a row? 26? It's technically possible, but unlikely. I kept checking the coin to make sure it wasn't some gimmick toy with 2 heads, but no. It was only an ordinary quarter. After 100 heads in a row, I couldn't take it anymore. Next were dice. I grabbed a handful, said 8 sixes and rolled. 8 sixes came up. I pulled out the deck of cards and shuffled them thoroughly. I said 9 of hearts, then flipped the top over. 9 of hearts. Big surprise. I said royal flush and flipped the top 5 all at once. Printed on the cards in a scratchy red font were the letters HELLO. I practically jumped out of my chair, dropping the cards onto the carpet and knocking over the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. I scrambled to find the light switch, unsure of what I had seen. I found the switch eventually, but was seized by this feeling that I shouldn't turn the light back on. It felt like someone was in the room with me, but what was I going to do? Stand around in the dark with them? I clicked on the lights, and the room was oddly normal. The lamp and cards weren't even knocked off of the desk. I blinked and flipped all the cards over. They were just normal playing cards. I double-checked them all and chalked up my reaction to too much alcohol and adrenaline mixed with not enough sleep. Crawling into bed and passing out was about all I had energy left for. The next day I went straight to the casino and started winning again. More cautiously this time. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me the whole time. Kind of a ridiculous thing to worry about in a room full of people and security cameras, but even still, it felt wrong, but I won a lot. That night, on my way to the hotel, I got so distracted thinking about the darn wooden chip that I didn't realize someone snuck up behind me. So stupid. He demanded that I empty my pockets or he would kill me. I'd never been mugged before. Of course it would happen when my wallet was full of more cash than I had ever seen in one place. So much for luck, right? I turned around to see he was pointing a gun at my head just a few feet away. Immediately I emptied my pockets. I didn't think twice. My hands were shaking so bad and my bones felt like rocks. Just numb, but all that feeling came back to me when I realized I was about to hand over my wooden chip. I asked the mugger if I could keep the chip. He says to hand over everything or he'd blow my head off. It's just a worthless souvenir, I told him. So stupid. He asks me if I want to die today. I put the chip back in my pocket but continue handing him my wallet. The mugger took a step forward, making some threat when he tripped over his foot and fell on his face. I heard a bang and he stopped moving. The back of his head fell off and I ran away as fast as I could. I didn't gamble anymore after that. With my winnings, I saw great shows, terrible stand-ups, and had fancy, overpriced dinners. Even after all that, there was plenty left over. I probably could have stayed forever using that wooden chip to keep winning, but the thought didn't cross my mind. The only thing that repeated in my head was, don't have too much fun. Knowing that I could always win turned the games into something else. They weren't fun anymore, but it felt good to win. I couldn't give up. I wouldn't give up. Not for anything. I figured that the creeping feeling I was getting was because I was worried that the guy who gave me the chip would come asking for it back and that he wouldn't be too nice about it. Or that I'd get mugged again. I don't know how it worked. Yeah, I was paranoid. It was enough to give me leave a full day early. Without my acquaintances, I booked a last-minute flight home and crawled into my tiny bed. Clutching the wooden chip, I hardly slept. The next day, there's this huge news story of a plane that went down in a freak accident. My God, a flight out of Las Vegas. The plane I would have been on before I rescheduled. How lucky. No survivors. I went to the toilet and threw up. The next few days are a blur. I called in sick and stayed in bed. One day I got in my piece of junk car and drove to a convenience store. I bought some cigarettes and a scratch lottery ticket and scratched it off. It was worth $10,000. I threw the ticket in the trash. The wooden chip burned in my pocket. Maybe because I was clutching it so tight my knuckles turned white. A homeless man was begging outside of the convenience store, jangling coins in a little plastic bucket. He smelled of cigarettes and had a friendly smile. I gave him $100, but he just looked afraid. I asked him if he wanted more and he shook his head and tore up the 100. He wouldn't look me in the eye, just looked right past me and started shouting, telling me to go away. He wouldn't stop shouting even as I got in my car and left. On the way back home, I drove past a nasty car accident on the path I had just taken to get to the convenience store. Brutal T-bone. Ambulance and all. I just passed by there earlier. Seems I barely missed being a part of it. A child was crying. There was a mangled body on the road. Something came over me. You could say I went a little crazy. I took the nearest route to the highway and floored the gas pedal, going from 40 to 50 to 60, then faster and faster. No police officer would stop me. There weren't even any other cars for some reason. I knew if I crashed, I would somehow miraculously survive. The last thing I recall was laughing or crying when I saw something shift in my rearview mirror. Like someone was in the back seat. Everything went black. A few months later, I woke up in the hospital, hooked up to a machine barely keeping me alive. I can't move any parts of my body except my eyes, which I'm using to dictate this story to the computer. The doctors say that I'm beyond lucky to still be alive. Don't I know it? Complete recovery is nearly impossible, but at my current rate, I might be able to move my fingers again in just 10 short years. I don't know where the wooden chip is anymore. I've asked, and it wasn't one of the items recovered from my car crash. If any of you happen to come across it, if someone offers it to you, don't make the same mistake I did. March 25th, 2022 is a day that will always stick with me. Never in my life, never during my job as an airport security officer have I witnessed anything as interesting as what began on that day. I was doing my usual routine, sipping my coffee as I went along. Around noon, my coworker, Richardson, walked up to me with a look of urgency on his face. He told me to come look over to the front desk. As we walked over, Richardson told me a passenger had given an employee a passport with stamps from unidentifiable nations in it. He also mentioned the stamps, along with the passport itself, were valid. Though the idea was confusing, it was a valid concern. That sort of thing has happened before. It was done by a scam artist or two some time ago. As I approached the front desk, I saw the man in question. That's what we call him after all of this. The man. He was standing in front of the desk. He had a few cuts all over his coat, along with a couple fresh-looking scars on his face. My heart dropped. He was clearly attacked by something wild. I asked the front desk employee for the passport. They handed it to me, holding the same look of concern that I had. I didn't know what to expect from this. I took a look through the man's passport to find the stamps in question. I needed to find out what was up with them. One stamp was a red square-shaped stamp for a country named Teresia. Another odd stamp was a black circular stamp for a country named Jackson. One other stamp, a visa stamp, was quite interesting. It was an irregular shape, a square with a triangular cut near the edge. It was orange. March 25th, departed Axland. I couldn't recognize any of these countries. I knew of almost every nation on Earth, but those ones were nations I had never come close to hearing from before. There were a couple countries I did recognize at least, such as New Zealand and the UK, but that was it. Jackson, Teresia, and Axeland were the odd ones out. I looked at the place of birth info to see what nation the man was born in. It mentioned the man was a citizen of Jackson. Right, I thought. I looked at all the other information on the passport. The man's name was Eric Lutkus. The man's date of birth was in 1991, and the passport's expiration date was in 2027. Only those three specific stamps, along with the place of birth, stood out as odd. I asked the man to come with me. He stood up. I walked him over to the security room in the back. There, I was greeted by my other co-worker, Adams. "What's going on here?" Adams asked. "This man's passport has stamps from unidentifiable countries in it. Somehow the passport and stamps are valid," I said. Adams and I took the man into the room. Adams locked the door behind him. The man sat down at the table, on a chair set up against the back of the room. Adams and I sat down across from him near the door. "We got word that your passport has some stamps from countries that can't be identified. While checking the passport, I found stamps from at least 3 countries that we are unable to identify. Can you tell us where you got the stamps from?" I asked. The man lifted an eyebrow. "I got the stamps from those countries. The countries they belong to?" he said. "According to your passport, you are traveling from a country called Axeland. Axeland is one of the nations we couldn't identify. Are you sure you are traveling from that nation?" I asked. "Yeah, that was 3 hours ago," the man said. "Your passport also mentions that you are a citizen of Jackson?" I asked. "Yes, I am," the man said. "So you insist you are familiar with these nations. You've been to these nations and you know at least some stuff about them?" I asked. "Yes, why wouldn't I?" The man asked. "What are the names of the leaders of these nations?" I asked. "Jackson is led by Lucas Marcunas, and Axeland is led by its founder, Victoria Axel," the man said. "What about Teresia?" I asked. "The name is difficult to place, but it went something like Taurusas," the man said. "Things went downhill so quickly, and I barely paid attention to the politics of countries like Teresia." The man's passport was valid. He landed in the United States after taking off from an unidentifiable nation, and he was insisting the countries were real. I knew something was up. I told Adams to watch the man while I checked the security footage of the man entering the terminal. When I checked the footage, I easily found the man as he walked into the terminal. People around him were looking at his damaged coat, as well as his scars. One person walking behind him had a confused look on their face. The man walked up to the service desk, and so on. I went back into the security room. Once I stepped in, I noticed Adams was nervous. The man was still sitting across from him, though. I don't know if this man is joking or not. He's starting to get a little odd, Adams said. Did he say anything? I asked. He said he was attacked by different things. I don't know if I understood him correctly. He did say he didn't want to describe them, Adams said. He also said he isn't from here, but he didn't mean he isn't from the United States. He barely told me what he meant. This was strange. There had been multiple out-of-the-ordinary passengers over the years, but this was starting to top all of that so far. I asked the man for his luggage so I could inspect his stuff. He handed his luggage over to me. Again, he was calm as he did so. There was a regular assortment of items in his bag, although one of the items looked a little outdated. It was a cell phone that looked like an iPhone 4, but more polished, if I'm explaining it right. It looked like if the iPhone 4 was today's hottest gadget. I observed it for a few seconds, then I put it back. There was a notebook in the man's luggage as well. I flipped through it for a moment. A bunch of pages had loads of writing on them, while some other pages had drawings of weird things on them. Weird creatures, giants, worms, centipede hybrids, people with 6 arms and stickman-like smiley faces, a person covered with eyes, etc. They were neat, detailed drawings. At that moment, I assumed they were fiction drawings, so I disregarded them. I closed the book, then I put it back in the bag. Other than that, there were water bottles, eye drop medication, silicone gel, and a handbag. Nothing confusing or out of the ordinary there, of course. Go ahead and look through my phone, the man said. I didn't know what to make of that push. At first, I thought this guy was about to turn out to be a murderer. Maybe he was just attacked by a bear. Some of the scars on his face were weirdly angular, however. Some of them looked newer, while others looked faded. I felt dread at the thought of letting this guy go anywhere. I felt like he was about to attack me at any moment, too. My coworker's flushed face wasn't helping. I took his phone out of the bag. He told me there was no password. I opened the phone, no problem. I opened up the gallery app. There were a bunch of images in there. All of them looked out of this plane of existence. The first 4 are the ones you need to look at, the man said. The thumbnails of each of the first 4 images stood out instantly. I tapped the first image. It was of a tall person with eyes all over their body standing in a backyard. It was so detailed, raw looking. My stomach began to feel tight. I was unsettled in a way I never felt before. I swiped to a second image. The second image was of a cracked country road with potholes all over it. There was a weird thing on the ground. A flat black irregular shape with an eye in the center. The eye looked odd with dozens of straight lines running from the base to the pupil. The thing was still chill-inducing, despite how simple it looked. In the sky was something just as odd. Some yellow and orange cloud-like masses were floating beside everyday white clouds. I don't know what to make of the images so far. I showed them to Adams. It's probably just Photoshop, Adams said. I looked at the third image. It was of the man himself. He was on the ground being clawed at by a dark purple bear with a diagonal mouth and sharp claws. This image was chilling as well. The man got his fresh scars from a bear-like thing. I wondered. To me, it looked like the most well-done CGI ever. I wanted to believe the images I was seeing were fake, but this man had actual scars on his face. One of these pictures had to be real to some extent. The extent was confusing, though. The stuff in these pictures wasn't like anything I had ever seen before. I wasn't ready to believe it was true until I swiped to the next item. The next item was a video. In the video, the man was sprinting down an empty city street, breathing heavily. The city was quiet. The only sounds in the video were the man's heavy breaths and the wind. A loud bang happened behind him. He jumped, shaking the camera. He sprinted right into an alleyway. As he ran down the alley, a tall, dark, gray creature with sharp nails barged out of a door to the left. I was amazed as I watched it. I jumped as well as the creature was absolutely terrifying. The man gasped. He turned around and ran at a faster pace back to the road. Right as he ran back into the sidewalk, he let out a painful moan. God, I hate it here. The man said to himself in the video. The video ended. Where was this video taken? I asked. Boston, but not your Boston, the man said. I didn't want to waste too much time with the man's stuff. I needed to get to the bottom of the mysterious passport stamps. I had another security guard bring in a world map so he could point out the locations of the unidentifiable nations. Please point out the locations of Axeland, Jackson, and Teresia on the map, I said. The man looked at the map. I saw his eyes widen a bit as he looked at Europe. He looked confused for a second, then he pointed to Poland. This is where Axeland is supposed to be, the man said. Poland? I asked. Yes, the man said. He kept his finger over Europe. A couple seconds later, he pointed at the Baltics. Jackson, I'm surprised it's still Lithuania here, the man said. I wasn't sure if this man was being serious or not. His passport was officially stamped with the names of countries that clearly didn't exist. He was insisting these places were in certain locations they clearly weren't in. He looked over Europe some more. At one point, he pointed at Greece and Macedonia. Teresia, the man said. The man continued to look at the map. It was like he had never seen a map of the world before. He murmured something to himself as he took a look at Southeast Asia. Vietnam is united here, he whispered to himself. It took me a few seconds to come up with another question as I wasn't sure what this man was doing or why he was doing it. How did you get here with that passport, and how are the stamped nations official? I asked. The man stared at me. He gave me a breathy laugh. A concerned look grew on his face as he finished laughing. I don't feel comfortable talking about it. I might need a therapist after all that. I was born there too. That stuff is all I'm used to, he said. His voice was shaky. He gave a look of exhaustion after he spoke. We're going to have to put him in a hotel room, Adam said. Okay. We're going to put you in a guarded hotel room until we know what's going on here, and what to do with you, I said. The man thanked me. Whatever was going on here, it was giving me goosebumps. Whatever he went through had to be checked up on too. I decided to have a medical doctor visit him during his stay. During the trip to the hotel room, the man had a look of amazement on his face. He was glancing all over the place. He kept going, wow. And that's all he said. He muttered it to himself a bunch of times throughout the trip. He even muttered it when he stepped into the hotel room. I assured him a doctor was going to arrive soon. He thanked me again. He left him alone with the guards. I got back home right after 10. As I settled on my couch, I noticed something on my shirt. It was a yellow bug the size of a moth. I attempted to brush it off my shirt, thinking it was nothing. However, it didn't move. Not like it was stuck to my shirt, though. It refused to move. As I wondered what kind of bug it even was, it made an ear-piercing, high-pitched noise. It was a noise I never thought could come out of any insect. I covered my ears. A tugging sensation began to eat at my brain. As this was happening, the bug was holding both its arms up towards me. It was like the bug was tugging on my brain with telepathy. I started feeling nauseous. My heart rate began to speed up. I never thought a bug could ever do anything like that. That's because I'm pretty sure no bug could do anything like that. I smashed the bug with my hand. After I did so, it stopped making the ear-piercing noise. The nausea went away as well, thankfully. However, the bug was still sitting on my shirt. As I stared at the bug in pure confusion, I swear I saw something odd on top of it. It was a part of the bug. Something that made the bug look 10 times larger than I thought it was. It was a mass of some sort. A mass beyond my comprehension. A mass I could only see for a fraction of a second, but that was enough to make this bug's capabilities less confusing. I took deep breaths to calm myself down. What is this thing? I wondered. The nausea returned. I bashed the thing with my hand again, but that time, it latched onto my hand with its tongue. Chills ran down my spine as terrifying thoughts hit me like a truck. I always saw bugs as harmless creatures, aside from the venomous ones, of course. This one was different, though. This wasn't just a bug. I waved my hand back and forth a few times, but the bug kept its grip. A moderate pain came from the spot where the bug had latched onto my hand. A sense of dread washed through me as more what-if thoughts filled my head. "You're not poisoning me," I said. I tried to get the bug off of my hand by holding it down towards the floor, putting my foot down on it, then pulling it off of me. I didn't know what else to do in that immediate moment. When I pulled, the pain shot through my hand. My heart was pounding. I knew I needed to get this thing off of me, or else a worst-case scenario could unfold. I sprinted into the kitchen in a rush towards the sink. I didn't think much about how I would have looked to someone else. They wouldn't have known the bug was trying to crush my brain. Telling them would make me look crazy. Nobody needs to judge a phobia anyways, especially not a rational phobia. The nausea of the bug tugging at my brain almost made me fall over. I had no idea why this had to happen, but it's what was happening. I put my hand under the faucet. With urgency, I turned the hot water tap all the way around. Increasingly warm water hit the bug, along with my hand. As the water got hotter, the bug made that ear-piercing high-pitched noise again. I was beginning to lose my sense of direction as the water continued to run. After a minute of pain and panic, the bug finally let go of my hand. The nausea went away. I took my scalded red hand out of the water. When I turned the tap back, I looked into the sink to search for the bug. I couldn't see the bug, so I assumed it had been washed down the drain. The bug was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't in the sink or on a nearby wall or anywhere in my kitchen. I looked at my hand. There was a red and purple swollen bump where the bug bit me. There was another color in there too, in between the red and purple. It was confusing to think about, so I decided not to think about it. I was confused enough. The next morning, I turned the tap to get some water. I heard the sound of rushing water, but it wasn't coming out of the tap. It sounded like it was coming out of the pipe under the sink instead. I turned the water off. I opened the cupboard door to look under the sink. The pipe connecting to the sink had a hole in it, a clean-cut rectangular hole. I felt another rush of dread. I knew that if the bug was the thing that cut the hole, I had something very difficult to deal with. I was also confused, though, as the bug was somehow able to fit into the pipe despite whatever it was I saw on top of that revealed it was bigger than I thought it was. I got a call from Adams, telling me to come back to the hotel room the man was being kept in. Something was up. I got ready, then I rushed out the door. When I got into the hotel room, I saw the doctor standing near the man who was ducking behind the bed. The doctor was trying to speak to the man, but the man wasn't saying a thing. The doctor told me the man was grieving the loss of someone, but didn't want to say who it was. The doctor also told me some tests were done. The man had multiple infections that needed to be treated. I asked about the writing on the wall. The guard told me that at 2 a.m., the man began to hyperventilate. He wrote some random numbers, words, and sentences all over the walls. Then he drifted off to sleep. On the floor, I took a look around the room. Patterns of 5 different things were written all over the walls. 1967, dread. The meteors in 1913 were a warning. Mirror, we are worthless. I observed the writing for a moment. I knew they were supposed to make up something coherent, but some of them were too vague. I couldn't think of any way to piece them all together in the immediate moment. The guard continued to brief me on what happened. We asked him about the year. He said he was born in 1991, like his passport says. Then he said he doesn't know exactly what happened in 1967, but something happened that made his, in his words, reality go under. He screamed when we mentioned it to him. The guard said. What about the meteors and 1913? I asked. All we could find was the Great Meteor Procession of 1913, when a few dozen meteors were seen flying over Canada and Bermuda, the guard said. The man let out a grunt. Did he say anything more about Axelan, Jackson, and Teresia? I asked. He told us he came here from Axeland, that the world is very different from what the world in his reality was like, and that a mirror helped him out. He didn't go into much detail about any of it. Other than that, nothing, the guard said. Whether the man was being truthful or just downright crazy, he needed help. We didn't know how to deal with this kind of thing ourselves. The man needed a trained therapist. I wasn't ready to believe the stuff he showed to Adams and I was real, but his passport was still a mystery. Also, the bug. Well, the bugs. The doctor held up a plastic bag with a yellow moth-sized bug in it. It looked just like the bug that bit me the previous night. We found this bug that was stuck to him. We scraped it off, then we put it into this bag. It looks like it's dead, the doctor said. That looks like the bug that attacked me, I said. I knew I saw 2 bugs in his coat yesterday. Where did the other one go? Adams said. I fought it off after it tried to squeeze my brain somehow, I said. I showed them the bite the bug gave me. The doctor looked at it. It was bad. The guard looked at his own hand, noticing he had a similar bite. The doctor asked about it. The guard told him the bug bit him, but he didn't notice the bite until right then. The doctor explained to the guard, the man, and I that we needed to go to the hospital to be checked up on. Another rush of dread washed through me. The doctor knew we had to go to the hospital, but he still looked confused. He probably didn't want to tell us he had never seen anything like it before. I felt it. I had no idea what was in store for me. At the hospital, I sat up on the bed waiting to find out what was about to happen to me. 2 people in black suits walked into the room. They asked me about the bug. I told them everything. I shivered as I recounted the night the bug almost crushed my brain. After I told them everything about the bug, they told me they would investigate my home. They said it was important that they find the bug that bit me, so they can make sure it doesn't do the same to anyone else. Hours later, I began to feel sick. I felt exhausted, heavy. My nose started to stuff up like crazy, and I felt the warmth of a hot summer day. All of this was beating down on me when people who I thought were doctors returned. My eyes were closed and I heard their footsteps come into the room, so I didn't see them at first. Their footsteps stopped right in front of my bed. They murmured some quick words to each other. I needed as much help as I could get. I tried to open my eyes so I could see them. Lights seemed so bright to me. I could only bring myself to get my eyes a crack open. I was still able to get a look at the supposed doctors, though. They weren't doctors. They were people in suits. One in a blue suit, another in a black suit. They walked over to the bed beside me. I remember seeing the doctors lay the man down on that bed earlier. They walked ahead of the curtain between my bed and the man's bed. Based on the voices I heard, I could kinda tell who was who. "Yeah, we're going to take him in," one agent said. "You are? All right," a doctor, I assumed, said. "He's from someplace else. It's best that we take it from here," the other agent said. I saw them pass by again as they were leaving. I got a better look at them through my quarter-opened eyes. They were definitely some sort of agents. The man was walking in between them. He didn't look exhausted at all, which was surprising to me. The exhaustion grew stronger all of a sudden. I fell asleep seconds later. I woke up in a quarantine bubble an unknown amount of time later. A doctor was sitting beside me. My memory of it is fuzzy, but I know I went unconscious again moments later. I felt like a second, like I just blinked. I was back in the hospital. I felt 75% better. I noticed my phone was sitting on the table beside me. I typed most of this up right there in the room at the hospital. I didn't know what was going to happen next. While the sickness was lifting, I was still dreadful about whether I was about to die or not. One thing I was confused about, though, was that it was March 27th. I slept for 2 days with only one break. Whatever stuff they gave me had me out for a good amount of time. I was let out of the hospital that afternoon. I was waiting for the next word about the man. I didn't think it was over. That evening, I texted Adams. "Any more info on the man?" I asked. "He was taken to a good psychologist, apparently. We are supposed to get back to our usual jobs and not worry about him. The psychologist will take it from here," Adams said. I thought the agents were taking him in for further investigation. Of course, we probably weren't allowed to talk about that investigation. I figured the psychologist thing was a cover, but I hoped the man was able to get the help he needed. I decided not to ask. Adams likely only knew as much as I did, I assumed. He probably wasn't even awake when the agents told the doctor the man was from someplace else. I responded with a short message instead. "I see," I said. That night, I got a call from my boss. He told me I could take the following day off to get over my remaining symptoms I had, then go back to focusing on my usual work on the 29th. To be honest, I felt alright, but I liked my vacation days. When I returned to work on the 29th, of course, I didn't have the man to check up on. The man's luggage was gone and the security room didn't need to be used for anyone's sake. Another thing is that I haven't heard a thing about him since he was taken in by the higher-ups. His passport didn't make the news whatsoever. Adams, the hotel security guards, that doctor, and I are the only ones who saw any proof of his existence. Aside from whoever the higher-ups were, it seemed like it was going to be business as usual from then onwards. I was too amazed by the whole thing to want to keep it to myself, so I brought it up to Adams again. When I did so, Adams gave a 1,000-eyed stare into space. Then he told me some things should be left a mystery. He clearly wanted to forget about the whole situation, so I decided not to bring it up to him again. I don't believe the man was crazy. I believe he was from someplace else, like what the agents said. A different reality, to be more specific. A reality where something happened that changed the world in the worst way I can imagine. but I want to know what it was. The names of the unidentifiable countries and the stuff that was written on the wall in the hotel room are vague, but possibly good enough clues. Clues that hint at what happened in that man's reality. Of course, the Great Meteor Procession and the year 1967 are the best clues to look at. After some research, I found nothing that happened in 1967 in this reality that points to what may have happened in 1967, in the man's reality that turned the man's reality into the mess it is. All that can be said is nothing world-bendingly significant happened in 1967 in our reality. The meteors are a different thing altogether. They were a warning. How? I want to find out somehow. It sounds so surreal. Clearly something happened, but what? What happened in that man's reality? The divulgence of this information will no doubt pave me a path to incarceration at best. Though what malicious vindication my government may have in store behind closed doors is a matter of plausible uncertainty. I did, after all, sign a non-disclosure agreement, which one of the most totalitarian states on Earth. I cannot, however, honor this contract any further. It would be against my nature, as it always has been. The incident dates back to 1982. I was deployed in Scotland at the time, part of an independent investigation organization, a privatized detective agency offering services to local governments. I was on contract, consulting for a case that had been mysteriously underreported in local media. Despite the vigils and the posters tumbling down empty streets in the chilling breeze of January, 2 missing children, aged 9 and 11, had been lost for weeks. Their names, Lewis and Isla McLeod, brother and sister. Their bicycles had been found abandoned near the Quiraing in the Isle of Skye by a crew of astronomers. A far throw from Glasgow, the town where they were last seen. The remote and jagged rocks of Skye were the last place 2 children should be. We never would have thought to look so far unless that team of scientists had been good sense to report it to the authorities. Lewis and Isla's parents identified the bicycles as theirs. It was undeniable. How could these children have ended up 381 kilometers from their home, in the remote open lands of Skye with no trace? We had many theories. Perhaps they decided to run away, but even on bicycles, the trek seemed highly improbable for a pair so young. Maybe they were kidnapped or murdered, and the perpetrators had stuffed the bicycles away at the Quiraing in the hopes nobody would find them. But one could sooner toss them in a river or take them apart and sell them for scrap. There were far easier ways to be rid of 2 bicycles. It simply did not add up. I'd visited the gorgeous spikes of rock where they had been found. To this day, the place remains one of eternal peace to me. Despite the horrors of the McLeod family were facing, I found the place so tranquil, so easy to get lost in. So many places to hide in shadow, lurking just beyond sight. Looking back, I wish I'd never visited. Wished I'd refused the contract to Scotland entirely. My life would have been easier to live for the last 40 years. My retirement would have been a peaceful one, not one ravaged with this ceaseless terror in my mind and the unfathomable dread I suffer every night when I look up at the stars. It was my idea to ask the astronomers who'd found the bicycles what they were doing in the first place. They seemed unwilling to answer. We pushed them for further information. We did our jobs. We interrogated. No intelligence was worthless when 2 children were on the line. Eventually, they defected to their employer as they were under contract not to speak of their mission in Scotland, the government of the Soviet Union. It wasn't much of a shock, as the astronomers did possess heavily Eastern dialects, but a surprise, yes. My team didn't see any point in pursuing the astronomy team who'd found the bicycles, but I was allowed to do it independently. I got in touch with the source, expecting strong pushback or even silence, but the Soviets, I remember, were uncharacteristically cooperative. I told them about Isla and Lewis. I asked them what the team was doing there. Something in the back of my mind told me it was relevant, that it was worth pursuing. Perhaps I'd misinterpreted my own instincts. Perhaps my mind was merely focusing on this lead in an attempt to tell me to stay away, to never pull this thread. I wish I'd been more perceptive of the second notion back then. After much persuasion and the provision of an NDA, which I'd signed far too hastily, they did induct me into this operation. I had no idea then what they'd planned to do with me. Why they had so easily revealed such secrets to an outsider such as myself. I have suffered in their service for decades. I will no further. The Soviet mission, Sartsevo 81, was a top-secret deployment of a probe to investigate something they'd detected just beyond the cusp of the Earth's gravitational field. A small, anomalous blip of infrared radiation. They'd shown me the charts from images captured by Sartsevo. Astoundingly advanced technology for its time, with renders so clear, I remember them vividly. There on the shores of deep space, far up beyond the sky, was something of an orb, a sphere, malformed, torn, ominous. Further readings showed me a thin line of the same radiation, a pillar of sorts, winding its way down to Earth like a bolt of lightning, a mostly straight line with little to no fracture or variation, and at the bottom, the Soviets informed me, the baseline, the point on Earth where the pillar struck, was the Quirang in the Isle of Skye. I remember feeling lightheaded, dry in the mouth. I remember asking them what they thought this anomaly was. They told me very matter-of-factly that it was an opening, a passage of sorts, which opened on Earth at the Quirang, and carried up the real gate in the edge of space. A gate to what? I had asked like a damn fool, and they'd shown me what I can only describe as a transcript of sorts. I don't recall the specifics. It was, however, a script of verbal conversation, one they claimed they had with whoever was on the other end of the pillar. I'd asked them what language the conversation was in. They'd told me it was in Morse code, a notion I found more implausible than the proposition of a stellar gate somehow, but the files I was shown displayed messages that, had I believed to be true then, would have rendered me immobile with terror. Replace, order, revenge, sample, complete. These were some of the single-word responses they'd recorded from the pillar, auditory Morse signals coming from what they surmised to be the source, the gate above. There were more. It was a cipher, I'm certain. Perhaps they'd reached the same conclusion. The astronomers who'd found the bicycles were, in fact, returning to the location of the pillar to attempt further conversation. They'd found the pillar to be there no more, and instead, the last known remnants of Lewis and Isla McLeod. I remember going back to Scotland on a private flight that night, unable to sleep. I kept staring out over the clouds at the pitch-black void beyond, speckled and gleaming stars twisting into clusters, spirals and shapes in deadly silence. I could not convey what I had learned to my team. The NDA notwithstanding, I wasn't sure how to articulate it, or even if they'd believe me if I had found a way. All I could think to do was to visit, and so I did. Amid the investigation, amid following other leads that ended nowhere, I found myself returning again and again to the place where the two children had disappeared. There was no trace of anything else there. The ground itself spoke of nothing. No evidence to struggle, no alien symbols burned into the grass. I was lost. Until 4 days later, when I had received a call from the astronomy team informing me that the pillar had reappeared, Zartzvo, so close to the end of its mission, had detected the same anomaly yet again in the same geosynchronous coordinates right above the Quirang. They asked me if I'd like to accompany them, for they were planning on making contact once more, and I could ask about the missing children to see if whoever, or whatever, was on the other end might have answers. I had never agreed to anything so swiftly. There was no visible pillar when we arrived. It appeared as it always had. Barren, empty, abandoned, jagged, and beautiful. But the team had strange devices beyond my expertise. Machines that beeped and whirred, and little lights that blinked. Small satellite dishes, coiled wires, microphones, headsets, antenna. It was an unfathomable cluster of equipment. They placed it all around a small spot, the exact spot where the bicycles were, as if in preparation for some cultish ritual. One of them put on a headset and approached the clearing. She stood a bit off from the center, which is where I was told the pillar was. It seemed unwise for them to touch it. She asked aloud, in English, for my benefit, whether anyone was there. Within seconds, one of the devices began beeping. They all shot excited looks at each other, muttering in Russian, gesturing at me to come over and look. I did. There, on the little screen under the dish, the box-shaped machine was detecting a message, translating from what they told me was Morse. Here. I had never been so terrified and excited in my life. I begged to speak with whoever it was. They offered me a headset. I'm not sure what it was for, but I questioned nothing in that moment. I put it on and stepped close to the center of the clearing, keeping my distance, just as the other person had, and I had spoken out loud in English as well. This conversation I remember all too well. Who are you? The message on the machine was read out to me by one of the others, so I wouldn't have to run back to see it. Us. I did not understand. Neither did they. I proceeded. What do you want? The response this time was more unnerving. All. I suppressed my creeping uneasiness, looking straight up at the cloudy sky, middle of the day. I asked the real question. Where are Lewis and Isla McLeod? I had not expected any answer that would satiate me. I waited. The machine was beeping, so a message was incoming, but it seemed to be much longer than the other one-word responses. When it came, they looked up at me shocked and motioned at me to come see for myself. There, on the screen, was a full sentence. Not a singular word. We are here. The other scientists had gone nearly berserk with excitement. Two of them had hugged each other. Another implored me to continue making contact. I walked back to the clearing. I muttered and stuttered a lot. I asked a lot of broken questions like, what do you mean? And I don't understand. But the final genuine question to which we got a real response was, are you in danger? I didn't need any of them to tell me the eventual message. I read their faces. Their sullen, aghast faces. Yes. I had then asked, are you alone? No. Who is with you? This one took time to respond. We have to go. I remember becoming suddenly gripped with panic. I could not let them vanish once more. I remember shouting, screaming at them to stay, to tell us how we could reach them. I remember saying, don't worry, Lewis, Isla, we're coming to find you, wherever you are. And I remember the only response and the last message we'd ever received from the anomaly. Don't. The pillar had promptly disappeared. I heard they'd extended the satellite program, but no such anomaly was detected since. The region was closed off to the public for some time, but after a while, the world simply proceeded as if nothing was out of the ordinary. The place was open to the public once more. After that, the Soviets had employed me as an independent contractor to keep me silent. They allowed me to retire only when my body was too weak for work. They told me that if any word of this were to reach the public, I would not see the light of another day. Even after the union collapsed, the department continued to send me new contracts. The discoveries of Sartvo 81 and the Quirang anomaly were never published. The McLeod family never found any closure to their 2 beautiful children vanishing forever. I have never revisited the place, but recent events give me a reason to reconsider. Perhaps I'd made a mistake by not touching the pillar all those years ago. Someone who worked alongside me for the Soviets, somewhat a friend of mine, recently phoned me, informing me of another incident at the Quirang, 40 years after the last. A hiker had visited, leaving behind his backpack and some camping gear. The same spot, the same secrecy. No reports of it in the local news, but in today's digital age, that won't remain quiet anymore. I will make sure of it. My body at this age is frail. I am no longer able, but I am in the process of acquiring a plane ticket to Scotland. I remember the clearing. I will reach out and touch the pillar. I accept any and all consequences. When I was 5 years old, I had a strange dream. It was a sunny summer day and I was on a fishing trip with my dad. Very typical dream for a 5-year-old boy who loved fishing and quite often did it. Always with my dad. But this time the dream got a really weird turn. I watched my dad. He was admiring the nature, rowing our boat slowly on a calm green lake. He had those mirrored sports sunglasses that almost every dad has, and was wearing his black cap that was so sunburnt it almost looked orange. That's how clearly I remember that dream. Dream that quickly turned into the creepiest and weirdest nightmare I had seen so far. Dad suddenly dropped the oars and they sank into the water. He put his hands on his knees, straightened up, smiled broadly, and began to stare at me. It wasn't a normal, happy smile. Despite his sunglasses, I could tell that his eyes were not smiling. He looked like he was forced to smile. I immediately started asking what's going on, but he didn't say anything. Rest of the dream is blurry and I don't remember how it ended. I think it was just him staring at me with a big smile and me crying for what felt like hours. My next memory is waking up crying. My mom already next to my bed. She assured me that it was just a nightmare and I calmed down. But I stayed awake for the rest of the night watching something from TV. Yeah, it was a dream. But it was also something else. It was my first meeting with the mimic. Fast forward a couple of years. I'd almost forgotten the nightmare. I was probably 9 or 10 years old and spending time jumping on a trampoline in our backyard. It was on a summer break and I woke up early that day. I was alone jumping and doing tricks until I noticed something in the corner of my eye. It was our neighbor, old, retired policeman who just came to say good morning. He praised how early I was awake and told me how the apple harvest would be plentiful this year. I answered shortly to his thoughts and kept jumping. At some point, when I thought he had already left minutes ago, I started to leave the trampoline to get inside and chug some water. I spotted him standing right behind the trampoline safety net, his face being only a couple of inches away from mine. He was staring straight at me with wide open red eyes and had a big, forced smile. His eyes weren't smiling and they looked like he hadn't blinked for minutes. I was shocked. I couldn't even move for a moment. I finally managed to jump up and ran inside faster than I even knew I could. I told my mom what happened, and she was nearly as shocked as I was. She suggested that we should go to knock on his door and ask about it. I was too anxious to go with her, and she went alone. She came back soon and told me that the neighbor was puzzled about my mom's words. He claimed he only visited our backyard quickly and denied staring at me. I kept my eye on him for the next weeks, but soon everything turned to normal, and I forgot that incident. Fast forward again. Now to my teenage years. I was about 14 years old and left school on normal Friday afternoon. I had a habit of cycling to my grandparents' house after school because they lived close to my school and I liked to go and chat with them while doing my homework and having a big cup of strong coffee. I walked in because the door was never locked and I was always welcome there. I dropped my backpack to the floor and walked in straight to the kitchen table. I saw my grandmother on the left side of me washing dishes. I could only see her back because she stood head towards the kitchen sink. I slammed my school books to the table and started chatting with my grandma. I complained to her about math being too hard to learn and something about our biology teacher. I was focusing on my math homework until I realized something. Grandma hadn't responded to anything I told her. She didn't even say hello when I came and didn't even hear the sounds of her washing dishes. The house was totally quiet. I completely froze. I already knew what it was. I've been there before. I was too scared to move an inch, so I tried to see her reflection from the flower vase on the table. And then I saw it. She was standing in the same place as before, but now facing me. Wide open eyes and a forced smile that was even bigger and sicker than our neighbor's. She looked disturbing. Her skin looked almost purple. Her eyes screamed pain and horror, and her mouth was distorted to a biggest smile that's possible on a human's face. I ran out, didn't even take my bike, just ran home. Mom called Grandma right away when I got home. She said that she was having a nap on their bedroom and she hadn't seen me today. At this point of my life, I started to realize that something is following me, something that can possess people around me, just to stare straight at me. It's like some kind of parasite. The being can't or doesn't want to use its host's voice, and it seems like it just wants to watch me. After that day, I had bad anxiety and depression, and I quit school when I was only 14. No one really believed me, and I didn't get any help. I started drinking daily and lost my will to live. Now, fast forward to present moment. I've isolated myself in fear of the mimic, and I live alone. I thought that it couldn't get to me if I was alone, but I was wrong. Tonight, when I was about to go to sleep, I noticed a figure in my wardrobe. I turned on my phone's flashlight and pointed it to the wardrobe. After focusing my eyes for a couple of seconds, it started to form. Is that me? What do you do when your perceptions of reality break? How do you move forward with your day when the knowledge you have paralyzes you? The first time I experienced such a feeling was when in combat and the snap hiss of bullets around you makes you question everything you thought you knew. I'm at the same precipice as I'm writing this. After my tours of duty, I put my skills in the military police to work and hung my shingle as a private investigator. Most of the job was chasing down deadbeats owing child support or catching adulterers in the act, but I finally felt a bit of freedom I needed. That all changed when I got a call 2 weeks ago from an unknown number. I picked up, expecting yet another automated message about my extended warranty expiring, but was met with a gruff and low voice.
Is this Detective Nate Gosselmeyer?
Yeah, can I help you?
You came recommended by Captain Rodriguez as someone who can handle things discreetly.
I sat forward at the mention of my former CO's name. Oh? And who might I be speaking with then?
Alistair Baines.
The gruff voice responded, and my eyes opened wide. The Baines were old money with their hands in various industrial and production enterprises. More than a few of my clients had worked for them, and their reputation as a ruthless family was legendary.
I take it by your silence you know who I am, so I will dispense with the pleasantries. I need someone to retrieve my daughter, Cassie. She has taken up with some rather nasty folks and refuses to listen to reason. My patience with the matter has ended and needs to be remedied. I reached out to my contact to find a fixer for this, and your name was mentioned.
I recalled that my captain said he was going off to consult with a Baines subsidiary after he left the service. Forgive me, Mr. Baines, but are you asking me to kidnap your daughter?
I'm asking you to use your skill and tact to rescue her from a group of people taking advantage of her and her family's money.
And what group is that, if I might ask?
Some hippie cult group calling themselves the Bringers of the Light has managed to seduce my Cassie into funding them and their endeavors. Some such nonsense about saving the world, but they've poisoned her against me and her mother. Now she won't return our calls, and even cutting off her access to funds hasn't deterred her. She's been brainwashed, I tell you, and I need you to go return her to safety with her family.
I let the information sink in before responding. The Baines were not a family you wanted to get caught up with, and this put a target on my back. Mr. Baines, I have quite a few clients at the moment, and I'm not sure if I have time.
If you can return her safely to me,
The gruff voice interrupted.
I will pay you $2 million.
And I spit out my coffee.
I hope this ends pointless negotiating or posturing. So, do we have an agreement?
I should have said no. The amount alone should have told me not to go forward, but I muttered, yes.
Good. My assistant will be forwarding you the information on her. I expect my Cassie to be returned to me quickly and quietly.
The phone went silent as Mr. Baines hung up. I stared at my desk in disbelief for a moment, silently cursing myself for agreeing to this. My computer chimed with an email notification, and there inside was a zip file filled with various documents and photos regarding Cassie. I spent the next few hours delving through the material. Bank statements of transfers to this Bringers of the Light group, photos of Cassie, and one struck me. It was clearly taken at a distance, the work of some other PI most likely, and Cassie was standing with a man. She was petite and almost elven in nature, but the man was wild and unkempt. I wasn't familiar with cults, and their leaders almost always preyed on younger girls, and a rich socialite made the perfect target. Something about the photo, though, seemed off as I examined it. Though positioned behind Cassie, there was some sort of distortion of his image, and around the photo, like he was not completely there. I shook my head and chalked it up to camera artifacts and switched over to the cult itself. The leader appeared to be a man who called himself Master Tammuz. The name was clearly a fake, and after patting myself on the back for some impressive research work, I found out his real name was Benjamin Cross, a British expat who dealt with antiquities. A string of charges for smuggling painted a picture of a man who seemed to enjoy the nefarious side of archaeology. Something must have happened, though, as after acquiring several artifacts through the Iraqi desert, he disappears. Fast forward a few years, and the man known as Tammuz began popping up in various occult circles, claiming to be the Herald of the Light. A few deep web internet inquiries and calls to friends led me to an unlisted webpage for the group. The page only had a message which stated the path of light starts with accepting it within. A hidden link then took me to an image of a Gothic-looking building. A reverse image search came up with a building match in a small town in coastal Maine. I closed out of everything and moved to get going when I caught myself staring at the photo of Cassie and the man behind her. The distortions looked like they were moving, writhing, and I blinked to see it return to normal. With another glance, I grabbed my things and headed out. The town before me was covered in a thick morning fog as the sun barely crept above the horizon. Jagged and rocky outcrops caught waves, splashing white foam into the air before dragging back out to the sea and repeating over again. Driving through town, it looked fairly dilapidated, with most of the businesses run down or boarded up. A broken sign proclaiming the town to be a great place to live and work seemed to ooze irony. Torn advertisements for a fishery and cannery around the town told a tale in shredded billboards of an abandoned industry town. I drove through the town for a bit before finding the Gothic church from the photo on the internet. Abandoned warehouses and vacant lots made the building stand out as an oddity for the area. I parked my car and set up for observation. The building was likely beautiful at some point, but years of neglect left the structure decaying. Stone masonry was cracked and stained glass reliefs were broken and boarded. Throughout the day, people came in and out of the large two doors, greeting each other with frivolity. All were plain-clothed, and something had me a bit disappointed that whatever this cult was didn't have some sort of matching tracksuits. I kept a mental log of the visitors, but Cassie wasn't among them that I could see. I was chewing on a granola bar when I heard a knock on the window behind me. I snapped my head to see a woman, probably in her 30s, with shoulder-length brown hair waving at me. How she could have snuck up on me, I didn't know. "Are you also interested in joining the light?" she called through the window as I rolled it down. "You don't need to watch from a distance, as all are welcome." Yes. I had found your website and wanted to know more," I responded, playing dumb. The woman's face scrunched with a smile. "Oh joy. Then come on. I'll take you inside." Master Tammuz was about to begin his daily session. I'm not sure I'm ready yet." The woman grabbed my hand and gestured. "Please come. You've made the pilgrimage this far. Come and finish your journey." I figured I couldn't just sit watching anymore without drawing attention, so I might as well get inside and see if I could find Cassie. "All right. Lead on, miss." "Oh, just Daisy is fine." She waited patiently for me to exit the car and start walking towards the church. Daisy then locked elbows with me, guiding me forward. "You're going to be right home here. I just know it." As we ascended the stairs to the church, others were entering and greeting each other and seemingly paying Daisy and me no mind. The inside looked much more well-maintained than the outside. Everything from the floors to the pews were scrubbed clean. Daisy walked me over to a seat near the front as the rest of the congregation walked in. Whatever religious imagery that had been in the church previously had been removed, and in its wake were hundreds upon hundreds of candles. The wax from multiple uses left to drip over each other and grow again and again. A hush came over the group as a man entered into the front of the room as the man from the photos came to the center. He wore simple dark robes while his long hair flowed wildly as he extended his hands in exultation to the assembled people. "Brothers, sisters, we come here in jubilation of the light," as the crowd echoed back for the light. "The world is sick, brothers and sisters. It is up to us who have taken this light within to spread it far and wide, to relieve the people of their pain." The crowd again echoed for the light as Daisy pulled on my elbow, gesturing for me to repeat it as well. The robed man gestured to the burning mound of candles behind him. "Our community here burns as their lights do. Individual flames burn to form the greater illumination here. So we do have praise to the light. So we give our bodies to the light." I muttered for the light along with everyone to Daisy's smile. From behind a curtain, the form of Cassie Baines emerged in a white robe and joined Tammuz. In her hands, she carried a pile of flowers, which she presented before the pile of candles, bowing deeply. A hymn that sounded like buzzing emerged from the congregation as they watched Cassie present the offering. It was melodic, but also unsettling as my skin began to rise the longer it went on. Cassie walked in front of Tammuz, and I blinked as I tried to focus on the man. The similar distortions from the picture seemed to appear again as I tried to focus on him. I shook my head. "I need to get out of here." I looked down at Daisy, who held my arm tightly. The buzzing sounds of the group seemed to be amplified as Cassie joined her voice to their adulation. "Please, I need to get out of here." And the sounds began to make me ill, but Daisy simply looked on, making the now skin-crawling sounds herself. I turned back to the man standing behind Cassie as his hands waved in the air, making signs and gestures to the candles which seemed to dance with his movements. "I need to go." as I stumbled over Daisy. Something inside me needed to get away from the place at any cost. I stumbled getting out of the pew and hit the stone wall of the church, and my vision went black. My eyes shot open, and I found myself lying on a small cot, and an ice pack fell from my head as I sat up. I blinked a few times to see I was in a stone room in the church. The pain from my head was matched by a stinging pain in my right arm, which had a severe cut along it. Did I cut my arm before? Oh, good. You're awake. A soft voice called out to me. I turned to see Cassie walking over to me and placing the ice pack back on my head. I'm so sorry. You came to seek the light and get a bump on your head instead. I rubbed my head and pain shot through me. Our prayer sessions can be powerful. I hope your next experience is better. I looked over Cassie. Her demeanor was warm, and there seemed to be no obvious signs she was being held against her will. My vision must have still been in fog from the hit, as I had a hard time focusing on her and looked away. And how did you come to join this church? She laughed heartily. Oh, well, let's just say I was searching for an answer and found it here with Master Tammuz. He and the congregation have done such wonderful things. She helped me to my feet as I stood up. When you get your bearings, come with me and I'll show you around. Daisy said you sought the light and I want to help. I thought I had hit a bit of luck. I might be able to get Cassie out of here easier than I thought. Yeah, if you could show me around, that would be great. She smiled at me and I returned it looking for ways to just grab her and leave. After a few minutes of blood rushing to my head, I gestured to Cassie to lead on. So, you said you were searching for an answer. What was that answer? As we walked through the church. Her previous warm visage diminished. Let's just say my family has a long history of choosing the wrong things, and I wanted to make a better choice for the future. We exited back into the now empty main room. You drove through this town to get there, right? And I nodded. Well, this town used to be a company town owned by my family. When they decided it wasn't profitable anymore, they shipped everything overseas. She gestured to the boarded up windows above. The town died as a result. While searching for answers as to why such awful things could be allowed, I sought out Master Tammuz, and he helped me see the world was sick and needed a new light to cure it. And what a light we have found in you, my dear Cassie, as Tammuz entered, walking over to us. Daisy told me we had a new pilgrim today. Welcome to the light, brother. And he placed his hands on my shoulders. There was a presence to the man. He seemed to tower over me, even though we likely were the same height. Yeah, thank you, I responded, trying to take a measure of the leader. The man turned and placed himself behind Cassie, and I knew I needed to rethink how to get her out from underneath his grasp. But the path to the light starts with honesty, brother. So, why don't you tell us why you're really here? I froze. What do you mean? Tammuz raised an eyebrow. We searched your car and found a number of interesting things, Mr. Nate Gossamer. Holding the case file folder. Realizing the situation, I started to back up towards the door when a number of congregation members emerged to block it. I turned to see Daisy walk forward, holding a gun pointed at me. Now, sweetie, don't go anywhere. I looked for any exit, but found all my avenues blocked. So, Mr. Gossamer, why have you polluted this holy space? I looked at the man whose image seemed to be not wholly there in reality, standing behind Cassie. I'm here to rescue Cassie from your clutches. Tammuz let out a deep laugh and walked over towards me, leaving Cassie behind. What? Did you think you were the first person sent by Mr. Baines? He gestured to the members in the room. See here, brothers and sisters? The light cannot and will not be stopped. Evil will continue to stalk us, but again we prevail. The crowd changed for the light. Mr. Gossamer, Cassie is a vessel for the light that will bring a new dawn. It is not me they venerate. It is her. I turned to Cassie to see the distortion in my vision was from her, not Tammuz. All the warmness from before had vanished as she walked towards me. I already told you I sought Master Tammuz out. She walked over to me and grabbed my arm with the cut on it. Where she touched it burned as something underneath the skin moved. I see some of the light has taken root inside you now as well. Be grateful for such a gift. I looked down to see my skin writhe and move. What the fuck did you do to me? She cocked her head, looking almost hurt. I simply shared part of the light with you. I turned around to see everyone present had movement under their skin. Some of their arms like myself, others bulging from their heads or faces. What the hell is going on here? Cassie let my arm go and grabbed a knife handed to her by Tammuz and gestured to Daisy to come over. The brown-haired girl joined us, bowing to Cassie. With a quick motion, Cassie slashed the knife across her throat and red viscera sprayed everywhere. I tried to jump back but was grabbed by other members and was restrained. I was forced to watch as Cassie bent down into the blood pooling where Daisy lay gurgling. She reached her hand into the opening she had cut as the assembled crowd chanted for the light at the horrific display. From the body of Daisy emerged a slithering winged creature. Cassie cradled the grotesque thing in her hands, offering her comfort as the body of Daisy was mutilated by its exit. It, like Cassie herself, seemed to create distortions in my vision where I tried to track it as she looked back at me. The world is far too sick to continue on, Mr. Gazemire. As she walked towards me with the abomination that made the same buzzing sounds the congregation had made at the service previously. My parents are living proof we cannot continue. Greedy, selfish, creatures that don't deserve to continue. She moved the writhing thing in front of my face as the skin under my arm reached out to it in seeming communion. I saw you were a veteran. You've seen war, haven't you? You've seen firsthand that I'm right. I shook my head violently in defiance. Whatever these things are, you cannot seriously believe this is the solution. Cassie laughed. They are exactly the solution. Master Tammuz found a very interesting artifact in the desert of Mesopotamia. An idol to the god Nergal contained one of these bringers of the light. Cassie gestured to Tammuz, who bowed and from his robe presented the idol to her. The writhing maggot-winged creature climbed and slithered around the idol from Cassie's hand. Through his herald, Tammuz did bring the light to me. Cassie took the idol to the head of the church floor and raised it high. I am the queen, the vessel of holy light that will cleanse this world. The poor rays of light that inhabit us need to grow and mature, though. You are now part of that wondrous work, so rejoice. The crowd was chanting and buzzing, and my mind was ripped in insanity at the situation. I pushed and shoved the hands holding me away and dashed towards the knife on the floor by the corpse of Daisy. The screams of anger from the congregation at my escape echoed behind me as I picked up the knife as I ran at Cassie. I was determined to end whatever madness had afflicted everyone, pushing Tammuz away as I ran with full speed at Cassie's, whose eyes went wide as I plunged the dagger into her heart. Her eyes went wide, and a smile crept across her face. I looked down to see not blood but maggots fall out of the winged creature, hopped off its perch on the stone idol, slashed at my face. I tried to bat it away as the claws raked over me. As the creature tore me, I could hear Cassie's laugh as she pulled the knife out and threw it on the ground. I am the swarm of light, the hive of the dawn divinely chosen. As insects and creatures I didn't recognize swarmed out of her mouth. With every ounce of strength I had left, I leapt at Cassie, blood pooling over my eyes from the lacerations as I did so. I pushed with everything I had, knocking her backwards into the hundreds of candles behind her as she pushed me aside in my assault. A high-pitched scream ripped through the church as flames engulfed Cassie. All the members of the congregations fell to their knees. The horrific buzzing sound ceased while they clawed at themselves, pulsing and writhing around, and their skin seemed to rebel at Cassie's screech of pain, and as the flames consumed her, so did the creatures consume their hosts. As Cassie burned, as if in effigy, I grabbed the knife and slit my arm open as a writhing tentacled creature lashed out in anger. Dripping blood everywhere, I ripped the grotesque thing that had embedded itself in me out, throwing it towards the now spreading fire. The screams of the assembled people became deafening as Cassie burned in chunks as creatures tried to flee the inferno that was her body. The fire had engulfed the area and smoke choked the air. I saw an exit and dashed through the blaze to find it barricaded. Coughing on the polluted air, I used my one good arm to throw boards and debris aside. The fire was now raging and my skin began to burn in the heat. With a final push, I got the door open to the outside and fell forward. The night sky was illuminated by the burning church and I stumbled away to my car. I turned back to hear unearthly wails of pain before being silenced. After the fire, it was reported as a mass suicide. The group's literature and activities were declared to be a cult and tied up neatly in a story with their fiery demise. Everyone could be identified from dental records except Cassie, which led Mr. Baines to conclude she must still be out there and fired me. Little did he know what she was or had become. Tending to the wounds on my arm and face, I looked something horrific. However, my appearance was the least of my concerns. I cannot close my eyes without seeing the horrible creatures, the writhing things in my body, the formless horror that was Cassie Baines. What's worse? Who could I tell of this and be believed? I took a swig of the strongest liquor I had and fell into bed. I looked down at my arm and felt ill. I felt ill because I couldn't quite focus on it. Like it was distorted. What the hell is with people in following urban legends? Or just legends in general? Kids trying to summon Bloody Mary, looking for Slender Man, or hell, even playing with a Ouija board. Like, I'm sorry, but do you want to die? I get that most of these are made up, but you never know if there's some underlying truth to it all. I learned the hard way not to mess with urban legends, and it wasn't even by choice. Let me explain. There's a Navajo legend, or so they call it, that is often told in our town. The story goes that a man-like creature patrols the woods nearby. The man wears a coyote skull over his head as well as a furred cloak and cape. He's known as the Woodland Trickster. The Woodland Trickster does almost exactly what the name entails. He tricks hunters, adventurers, or anyone that passes by the woods. If anyone tries to pull their own sorts of trickery, the trickster will attack. At least, that's how the story goes. And one day, I witnessed the horror of the trickster in action. It all started a small, innocent prank. Our town celebrates the Woodland Trickster as a weird holiday. So, for my art class at school, we were assigned to come up with our own concept art for the Woodland Trickster, based on other stories and artworks. I couldn't really explain why, but the trickster creeped me out. Something about a man that wasn't actually a man just hiking around the woods to cause mischief was almost bone-chilling to me. I never liked going out into the woods. Too many scary stories by the campfire, I guess. One of my classmates, and local bully, Brian, noticed my fear as our teacher, Mr. Anthony, was showing us pictures and documentary-made videos on the legend of the trickster. He pointed at me and cackled out loud. "Guys, look at Shane. He's about to piss himself," the asshole called out. The fact that this was still going on while Brian and I were 18 was usually enough to make me mad, but the current video the teacher was showing was enough to keep me scared. It was a video of a group of actors, showing how to summon the Woodland Trickster. The people on the video chanted, I was so scared I didn't even notice that Brian had left his seat. Right around the same time the woodland trickster popped up in the video, someone with a bull skull mask jumped out from behind me shouting something, causing me to scream and fall out of my seat. The other kids laughed as Mr. Anthony turned the lights on. As my eyes focused, I saw that it was Brian holding a decorative bull skull to his face, laughing like a drunken idiot. "That's enough, Brian," Mr. Anthony yelled. Brian and some other kids were still laughing as Brian went back to his seat. Mr. Anthony helped me up. This isn't just some stupid fairy tale. This legend is a deep part of our town's history, and you would be wise to heed the warnings of our ancestors past. I had no idea what he was going on about, but I just figured she was still in his teacher facade or something like that. Later on that night, I was working on my drawing for my trickster assignment. I knew the trickster as he normally is described, but decided to keep the coyote's ears on the skull. Right when I was putting on some finishing details, I heard a loud bang on a nearby window. I jumped and looked up, wondering what the hell would be knocking on my window this late at night. My parents weren't home, and I was on the second floor, so I knew it wasn't them. I grabbed my emergency softball bat and ran downstairs, heading to the front door and keeping my eyes on the back door. I watched too many horror movies and read too many stories to know that my actions may have already screwed me over, but I didn't care. If I was about to be killed by some sick fuck, I wasn't gonna go down without a fight. I heard a knock on the door and opened it, stepping back and hitting whoever was out there. I heard metal hitting skin and possibly breaking bones as I heard a crack behind a thwack and an echoing ting of metal. That's when I saw Brian. His nose was bleeding and he was holding it with a growl. I guess I must have broken his nose, but it's not like he didn't deserve it. "What the hell are you doing out here?" I yelled out, pissed off and frustrated. Of course Brian wanted to come to my house tonight to scare me. "You broke my nose," he whined. I rolled my eyes and started to say something, but before I could, I felt something hit me on the back of my head and I fell to the ground in pain. "Ow, what the..." I cried out. Brian took my bat. "You idiot. I told you to knock him out. Damn wuss. This is how you do it," he said to someone I didn't even get a chance to see before I was hit again, and everything went dark. When I woke up, I saw that I was in the middle of the woods. I looked around and saw that I was restrained to a tree. What the hell was Brian up to? I was too mad to be scared, but that didn't last long. When I was about to scream out my frustrations, I saw 3 people wearing fur skins and different animal skulls. They all surrounded me and started saying a familiar chant. They started softly. A shiver ran down my spine. Was I about to be served as a sacrifice or something to the woodland trickster? How did these guys find me? Did Brian and his goons somehow find a woodland trickster warship cult and decide to give me to them? "Come on, guys. You don't gotta do this. I don't know how Brian bribed you to do this to me, but I'm just a kid," I begged, trying to reason with them. They continued to chant, with each iteration getting louder and louder. One of them began to sing something in the background, while the other started something that I can only describe as a prayer. "Woodland trickster, hear us now. Let our call bring you down. Accept our gift and give us praise, for we only want to serve your grace," they said, chant still going on in the background. I tried something, anything to get them to stop, but I couldn't hear myself think. The ceremonial chant was so loud that all I could do was close my eyes and pray to whatever or whoever was listening that I would survive. I was shaking, knowing full well that if the legend was true, I would be dead within a matter of minutes, maybe even seconds. Suddenly the chanting had stopped, replaced with laughter. I opened my eyes to see that the 3 cultists had removed their masks and were laughing at me. I recognized these guys and knew that they were not cultists. It was Brian, Evan, and Trey. One of Brian's friends wasn't there. Lucas. Oh, Shane, you should have seen the look on your face. Brian teased with an annoyed laugh. Yeah, man, you look like such a scaredy cat up there. Come on, man, do you even have a backbone? Trey bellowed. Evan snorted. You and Lucas should be friends. I was too scared to come out and help us, he said. I tried my hardest to pull and break from the ropes. I swear to God, Brian, this isn't funny. It's not safe out in the woods in the middle of the night. There could be coyotes or bears up. I stopped talking and froze. Brian was too arrogant to notice that a figure that looked exactly like the woodland trickster was approaching us slowly. Coyote skull covering and hiding their face with a black fabric underneath. Furs surrounding his body as clothing. The fur was different colors, almost similar to shades of a coyote. The figure stood and watched. Or what? Brian said with a smirk. You afraid the Boogeyman's or Slenderman's gonna show up? Brian's friends must have seen the trickster because they didn't say anything. Brian kept rambling on his high horse until the trickster covered his mouth with a ferret-gloved hand. Claws stood out where the fingernails would be. Brian's eyes widened, but he didn't have time to react. The trickster said nothing as he snapped Brian's neck and silenced him for good. Trey and Evan tried running away, but the trickster had caught one digging his claws into his torso before going for the other one. Blood splattered through the flesh wounds and dripped down the fur garments as the bodies dropped to the ground. The trickster then began to claw and dig into their bodies, growling like a vicious predator that was feeding on its prey. I just sat there, frozen and helpless as I watched. I didn't want to piss off the trickster. When the man was done, he turned towards me. He then walked as close as possible to me without touching me, and I closed my eyes out of fear. I could somehow feel his breath on my face through his mask. When I opened my eyes, I saw something I wasn't expecting. Through the small holes is the man I could see that under the mask was a human face. I thought the trickster was going to kill me in an instant, but instead, he used his claws to dig through the ropes, setting me free. He spoke in a deep, soft voice before picking up the bodies and leaving the area of the woods we were in. As soon as I thought the coast was clear, I ran home. It took me a minute to find the path back to town, but when I did, I didn't stop. I didn't even bother calling the police. I knew they wouldn't believe me. As soon as I got home, I locked all the doors and went to my room. I laid on my bed and panted, catching my breath. If it wasn't for the fact that I needed to pass my art class to graduate, I would have thrown my drawing off the woodland trickster away. I took out my phone and tried Googling what the man had said to me. It roughly translates to, "No kind blood in wood." I surprisingly fell asleep that night. I must have been from the exhaustion. I had school the following morning. With our morning announcements on the TV, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Brian Hove, Evan Paulson, and Trey Saladan have gone missing. They were last seen carrying someone into the woods with a few backpacks. If you have any information, please contact the following number. Wendy, our announcement girl, said. As I was listening, I looked over and saw Lucas. He was sweating bullets and looked nervous. I remembered what Evan said about him last night. After class, I followed him to the bathroom. "Hey, Lucas," I said calmly, not wanting to spook him. The guy must have been on edge because he still jumped, leaning against the wall by the sinks. "Shane, look, please don't tell anyone what happened. I promise I had nothing to do with it. It was all Brian's idea." Lucas pleaded. I sighed. "I'm not trying to get you in trouble. I just want to know what you know." I told him calmly. He relaxed, only slightly. After the whole prank in art class on Friday, Brian wanted to go even further. He said it was going to be an amazing video and was going to make us famous. I tried telling him that it was dangerous and stupid, but you know how Brian is. I raised a brow, slightly confused, but also intrigued. Wait, I'm sorry. Brian wanted to turn it into a video? I didn't see a phone or anything. Lucas started to panic again. You mean you didn't find the hidden camera? Ah, shit. If the cops find that video, we're so screwed. We're witnesses, man. He whined. I covered his mouth. Will you shut up for 5 minutes? I tried shushing him, helping him calm down. Look, even if the cops find the video, we'll be fine. We didn't do anything to Brian or the others. It'll be fine. Lucas didn't talk to me for the rest of the day. When I got home, I decided to write this all out, wanting to get it off my chest since I couldn't tell anyone. My mom knocked on my door mid-writing. Honey, there's something on the news about your school. Something about the missing boys? She said. Oh no, wait, don't panic. This doesn't mean that the cops found the video. Oh, thanks for letting me know, Mom. I'll come watch. I said, not wanting to look guilty or anything. I left my room and sat on the couch, looking up at the TV. We have reports that police have found a video camera that was footage of what we believe to be a final moments of the missing students. Viewer discretion is advised. The anchorman said, causing me to nervously bounce my knee. The video began playing and both my parents looked at me, and then back at the TV but didn't say anything. The video played back exactly as I remembered it. The chanting, me begging for my life, the whole murders, and then finally me escaping. I was expecting the video to end there, but it kept going. A few minutes after I left, the woodland trickster walked back where he stood when he killed my classmates. Stupid kids. He mumbled before taking off the mask. When I saw who was under the mask, a chill ran down my spine and I almost threw up. The woodland trickster, the man who had killed my high school bully and let me go, was my art teacher, Mr. Anthony. My name is Amy. I am 29 and this is my story. My love for helping people came at a young age. I have always been very empathetical. I also was very mature for my age growing up. I was always the helpful one of the friend group and often would be the one people came to when they had any issues. This is what led me to become a 999 operator worker. I felt like being on the receiving end would allow me to use my empathy skills to really help people. I had been there for 4 years and loved every day. It was a highly stressful job and some of the calls often kept me up at night. But there's this one call I got. It is the reason I am writing this. I need help. I can't talk to anyone personally about this as they will think I'm some crazy woman who needs medicating. I promise you I'm not crazy. It started about 3 months ago. It must have been some sort of record for how cold that January evening was. I was working the night shift, 7 p.m. until 3 a.m. This was a one-off as I usually worked mornings to fit in line with my son, Harry, who is 14 and needs taking and picking up from school. I'm a single mother, widow, so fitting work around school is quite difficult, but luckily I have a super supportive manager. I'd been on nights only once before and had just signed up to work the next week to cover some of Alicia's work since she left on her honeymoon. I don't mind it. The extra money sure helped. I left Harry with my mom that week. She's been so helpful since my husband Dan died. Anyway, the first instance happened the first day of the week-long night shifts. Pretty normal night, according to the regulars. Slow, and the calls were anything of major concern. Commonly your typical broken leg, stolen purse, those types of crimes. My phone rang. Hello, 999, ambulance, police, or fire? I answered. No response. Hello? Is anyone there? This was fairly common. Kids trying to pull pranks, but we are required to follow protocol and weren't allowed to hang up.
Hello? Please, help me.
A voice of what seemed to be a young girl, perhaps 12 or 13. Hard to tell at this point. Yes, hello? How can I help you? Are you okay? I asked the girl.
I don't know where I am. The man just left. He will be back soon.
I grow concerned. Has this girl been kidnapped? Is she hurt? Tell me what happened. I can help you. I asked in a calm tone, worried on the inside.
I was playing with my sister on the street. I live with my mom and dad in Ersham, just down the road from the village hall. A man, he drove up to us and asked what we were doing. Asked me where my mom and dad were. I told him they were inside cooking dinner for us. He got out of the van and asked if he could play. Then
The girl stopped talking mid-sentence. I heard a faint door shudder. It sounded like it was coming from downstairs. Are you okay? Is someone there? I asked her. The phone cut off. The phone just went seconds before I could trace the call. I ring the number back, but get the voicemail service. Getting worried, I go and find the night manager to report what just happened. I was told to keep trying the phone, but it won't connect. Then there is something I can do other than report it to the police, which I did. I finished work at 3 a.m., drove home, and didn't sleep that night. Thinking about the call all night, I was so worried. I kept thinking about the little girl, thinking about her and her sister playing a game, and then being taken. The next morning I got out of bed, picked up Harry from my mom's, and told her what had happened. She was distraught too. I didn't let Harry hear, as this was the type of news you wouldn't want your son to hear. I took him to school, and he just kept asking about how my night was at work. I told him it was fine and said no more. I think you could tell I was worried from the hastiness in my voice. When I started work that night, I prayed that the little girl would call again so I could help her. To my avail, the phone rang. It was her. I remember the caller ID number. Hello? Are you okay?
Hello? I rang yesterday. I need your help. My name is Emily. I'm 14 and I've been taken from my home by a man I don't know. Please help me. I'm scared.
Hold on, Emily. I'm tracing the call. I'll get you help, I promise. I tried to reassure her that I was going to get her home to her parents safely.
He's back. I have to go. Help me. I'm begging you.
The phone cut off again. I am starting to get more and more worried. I can't take much more of this. What if it were my son, Harry? The words, "I'm begging you," repeated over and over in my head. All I could hear was the pain in her voice. She sounds terribly scared. After the phone was disconnected, I managed to get the location of the call. It wasn't far. I patched myself through to the local police station and told them what had happened, but when they asked for the name of the victim, the officer on the phone went silent.
Emily, you say? Are you sure?
The officer sounded confused. Why would he question that? Is there something I'm missing? Yes, Emily, age 14 from Irsham. Lives just down the road from the village hall, she says. Can you do anything with this information? I know it's not much, but she needs our help.
Amy, is it? Emily is an old case. Very old. She was kidnapped from her home in Ersham around 30 years ago. Police found the man who took her, but it was too late. Emily's body was recovered near the house she was held in for over 2 years.
The officer awaited my response, but I was speechless. I physically couldn't talk. And that was my last day as an operator. I'm telling you, I'm not crazy. I spoke with Emily. Please believe me. I just need someone to believe me. Pat was always there, always lurking in the dark, always drifting at the corner of my eyes. Some nights when the lights were switched off, I'd catch a glimpse of its silhouette stalking across my bedroom. When I looked into mirrors, I'd see its tall, lithe frame standing there in the reflection, watching me with those unblinking eyes, almost as motionless as a mannequin. Of course, Pat had my face. Well, at least resembled me enough that we could pass for twins. It had the same short, coal-black hair right down to the birthmark on my neck. It was almost a perfect carbon copy of me. Almost. The eyes were what crushed the illusion. They were hazel like mine, yes, but Pat's eyes were a little more sunken. Like they were staring at you from the hollow eye sockets of an old skull. Those eyes were watching me now. I tried to ignore them. "Porter! Hey, Porter!" Dad snapped, snatching my attention. He clicked his finger in front of my face. "You still with me, kid?" I sobered up and turned to him. "Well, it's kind of you to join us, son," said Dad, a tinge of sarcasm touching the edge of his voice. "Welcome back." We were both sitting at the dining room table. The room was quiet. Apart from the hushed clinking of knives and forks, there was no other sound but the sound of rain pattering on the windows. Pat was watching us from the shadows of the room, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Of course, Dad couldn't see it. "Yeah, sorry, Dad," I said, sighing. "Just got a lot on my mind." "Just before your little, daydream, I was asking whether you've had a think about what you're gonna major in." He broke some of his garlic bread and dipped it in his lasagna. "You know, I hear Berkeley's got a great engineering program." I cleared my throat. "Dad, I told you already," I said. "I'm not going to college. At least, not yet." "We've had this conversation before, Porter." Dad picked up his glass of red wine, swirled it a little, and then took a quick sip. "You're a smart kid. You can go far. Hopefully somewhere as far as possible from this shitty town. The sky's the limit for you." He poured some more wine into his glass. "You're gonna waste all that to stay at home and be a bum? Did I get it right?" "It's only a gap year," I protested. "Everything's moving so fast. I just need time. Time to figure things out. Understand what I really want. I just don't want to rush into a bad decision." I brought my plate to the kitchen and dropped it on the counter. My dad followed me there. Now I could see Pat's face reflecting on the kitchen windows. It faded in and out behind the image of rain streaming down the glass pane. I ignored that expressionless face as Dad continued his lecture. "Listen, kid," he snapped. "You need to get it together. Wake up and smell the coffee. You can't run away from reality forever. You listening to what I'm saying to you?" "I'm not running away from anything." "Do you think it's been easy for me, huh? These last 17 years, breaking my back to try and keep a roof over your head and food on your plate. It's not. I didn't work hard for you to waste all the opportunities Dad's voice faded into the background like buzzing white noise. I hurried out into the kitchen. Thunder cracked in the distance as I rushed up the stairs and made my way to my bedroom. I locked the door behind me and collapsed into my bed. I can't remember a time when me and Dad weren't butting heads. He tries his best. He really does, but there's always been a disconnect between us. I imagine things could have been different if Mom was still in the picture. Dad had never told me why she left, and I was too young to remember. I don't know much of her story. Just that one night she decided to pack her suitcase, hop into her 1986 Ford Taurus, and hit the road. No farewell letters, no explanation, no nothing. I was only 2. She was somewhat of a taboo in our house, one we never spoke about. Her name was all I had left of her, the last fragment of her memory. Sarah Juliet Crispin. I searched for that name everywhere, but wherever I looked, there was no trace of her left. It was almost as if Sarah Juliet Crispin had never existed. I laid there in my bed, absent-mindedly staring at the ceiling until I drifted to sleep. I woke up when I heard the sound of creaking. My eyes adjusted as I looked around the dimly lit room. Pat was sitting on my computer chair, rocking back and forth, the same empty look on its face. It was 1:06 a.m. Pat never had a lot to say. In fact, the only word I ever heard him utter was Pat. Hence the nickname Pat. He just silently lingered, like the stubborn odor of cigarette lingers on a smoker's clothes. He was always there. Somehow that comforted me. It reminded me that I was never alone, that I always had a friend. Dad and Dr. Schumacher keep telling me that I'm only seeing hallucinations, that I'm sick and need to take all my medication if I want to get better. But Pat's not a hallucination. He's very real, as real as the blood crashing through my veins and the air that I breathe. I fumbled into my trouser pocket and pulled out my phone, hightailing it to the Instagram app. A cascade of memes, cute cat videos, and TikTok clips flooded my news feed. I was scrolling through the usual shit when an oncoming call came suddenly flashing up on the bright, sleek screen of my phone. It was from a no-caller ID. I ignored it. Nothing good ever came out of unwarranted 1 a.m. phone calls. 2 minutes later, another call came. Again, no caller ID. I swiftly pressed the decline button. No thank you. 10 seconds later, my phone was buzzing once more. Who could this be? I felt an uneasiness settling around me, but my curiosity was inviting me, daring me to answer. Curiosity got the better of me in the end, so I answered. I sat there at the edge of my bed, phone to my ear. Hello? No reply, just silence. But I could faintly hear someone breathing at the other end of the line. Who's there? I tried not to let them hear the waver in my voice. The silence lasted a little longer, but it was eventually interrupted by a sweet strain of music that drifted through the phone. It was a slow and dreamy tune, almost like a lullaby. I hung up the phone quickly and put it on Do Not Disturb mode. It's probably some prank. I tried to convince myself. Some dumbass kid's trying to get a scare out of me. At least, that's what I believed until I heard Pat shifting in his seat. I turned to look at him. He was shaking a little. His eyes darted around the room like he'd suddenly just woken from a trance. Those eyes widened when they met mine, almost as if he was begging for help, but no words came out of his mouth. He was still sitting there, delirious, frozen, like a prisoner in his own body. He began to stand up slowly from his seat. His back slouched a little as he looked around. The music on the phone seemed to have done something, flicked some switch. He wandered around my bedroom, studying it with curiosity, almost as if it was his first time seeing it. He stopped to look at a framed picture that was hanging on the wall. It was a picture of me and Dad, both of us smiling and matching in our Boston Red Sox t-shirt. Happier times. That's when I was 5, I told Pat, though I wasn't too sure if he was listening. Boston Red Sox versus Tampa Bay Rays. Great game. Pat turned to me and approached me. He looked at my face closely and then touched his own. He opened and shut his mouth a few times like he was weighing the power of each word before he spoke them. When the words finally came out, he said, Dumbfounded, I stared blankly at the lithe figure standing there in the dark. Gah? I don't understand. Pat struggled some more. Go? Go? Go where? Dan. It seemed like every vowel, every syllable, was painful just to pronounce. Down? Go down? Downstairs? Pat nodded. It was a stiff and awkward nod. Basement, he stuttered. Basement? Go down to the basement? A nod. Pat pulled my sleeve, motioning for me to follow. He left no shadow on the floor or walls as he quietly crept through the hallway. I couldn't even hear the floorboards creaking under his bare feet. We made our way down the stairs and towards the basement. I tried pulling the basement's trapdoor, but it was shut. Just as I expected. Dad was always hell-bent on keeping his precious basement neat and tidy. No one was ever allowed in there. Ever. The old man had a flair for the dramatic. Pat pointed downwards. Floor. I crouched and ran my hand along the smooth, polished oak floor. One of the floorboards was slightly loose. I pulled it back, and there was a key underneath it. I wiggled the key out and opened the basement trapdoor, then followed Pat as he lumbered down the stairs and into the darkness. The lights in the basement came on automatically. I don't know what Dad's idea of cleanliness is. The basement was crowded with old junk. Hundreds of mementos, all stacked together in one room. A signed Boston Red Sox cap here, and a box of cassette tapes there. A storage bag of Christmas decorations over there. It was a zoo. Pat pointed to a small box that was tucked away at the edge of the room. A folded newspaper was stashed inside it. The Cambridge Chronicle. The big heading on the front page read. I picked up the newspaper and sat on a box to read it. It was dated from 12th of January 2007. The breaking news headline read, Cambridge mother and 2-year-old son die in house fire. My eyes danced across the page as I unloosened the thread to this story. Somewhere, tucked beneath those sentences, I found a name that made my heart skip a beat. Sarah Juliet Crispin. In a statement released via the Cambridge Police Department, they said, the death of Sarah Juliet Crispin was confirmed at 9:03 p.m., approximately half an hour after emergency services, including fire and rescue and ambulance, attended the scene in the quiet Cambridge neighborhood. My stomach churned. A sudden realization struck me like a sledgehammer and shattered my heart into 1,000 pieces. Dad had lied. Mom had never run away. No, she had died in a house fire. And she wasn't alone. My eyes continued wandering across the page. The 33-year-old mother and her 2-year-old son, Patrick Crispin, were pronounced dead at the scene of the blaze. Patrick was the younger of twins. I looked over to Pat. He was slouched over my shoulder, staring at me with the same blank expression he always had. Another realization had dawned on me. I once had a twin brother, and his name was Patrick Crispin. Pat. And although he had been dead for 15 years, somehow I was perfectly able to see him standing here beside me. Writing a story is a grueling process. Not only does it take time, but it also takes a substantial amount of creativity. I started writing last year and have under my belt several stories that I dreamed to be okay-ish. They're not groundbreaking works of fiction, but rather hidden gems I like to look back on. Like any writer, I had to learn the craft. I spent months researching the fundamentals of what makes a good story. I've seen videos, read books, listened to podcasts. Shit, I even follow a few TikTokers. There's a lot that goes into writing a story. It's overwhelming at times. However, it's essential that you trust the process. We can all agree that no matter what genre you're going to write, the protagonist of your story must win over the reader. Make the reader feel as though they are an actual being with emotions and thoughts. To do this, you must give your protagonist life, and maybe that's where I mess up. A couple of weeks ago, I thought of an idea for a story that involves an astronaut traveling the universe. It took me 3 days to write it, and I gotta say, finishing the draft of your story is blissful. Here's a short synopsis of the story. Clark Kimbrough, An astronaut aboard the Elroy floats in the emptiness of space. While attempting to repair a busted component, a wormhole opens. The wormhole dragged him in and spit him out somewhere in the universe. He soon realized that he now possesses abilities. He then goes on this crazy, breathtaking voyage, and at the end of the story, he becomes imbued with infinite knowledge. After finishing the first draft, I went to bed. Upon waking up the following day, I went on to tackle the unbearable process of editing. I noticed these inconsistencies in my draft. A handful of words were altered. I don't remember writing the words. Shit, maybe I did. I consider myself a panster, although I do believe you should have some idea of where a story is going. Anyways, I edited about a third of the story, and before I knew it, the moon had risen. I went to sleep. Opening up my document the following day, I saw that the inconsistencies were differently more noticeable. The protagonist in my original draft was meant to be this kind-hearted seeker of knowledge. His purpose was to explore and witness the unimaginable. In this new, altered draft, he was somewhat the same, except there was an element missing, or perhaps added. At the beginning of the story, Clark is talking to himself. That is what I wrote. Space is an endless expansion. Attempting to comprehend it is downright impossible. But just imagine for a second the wonders. What lies further into the unknown and beyond infinity. Undiscovered solar systems. A sun bigger than UY Scooty. Who knows? Maybe there's life out there. The wonders of the unknown have always excited me. My colleagues tell me to simmer down when I go on these long tangents. In fear that I might explode, I just want to know what's out there. Don't you? He was meant to be kind, with curiosity gleaming in his eyes. The altered draft displayed a different protagonist. This is what was written. Space, a stretching void, an infinitude of improbabilities. Knowing what lies beyond the unknown is the key to understanding everything. I'd be a fool to think that there's nothing beyond our solar system. Exploring the universe is something a child seeks. I wish to understand it. I didn't write that. It didn't fit with what I wanted the protagonist to be. I'm ashamed to admit this, but I was afraid. As I read further into my story, more parts were altered. The story no longer had the atmosphere of a fun, thrilling adventure. Instead, it was more horror. Meaningless horror, to be exact. There's one scene in the story where Clark visits a planet. He descends into a city, noticing these humanoid creatures, and at first glance they almost resemble humans. Clark examines one of the humanoids. He laughs when he realizes the clothes he thought they were wearing was in fact skin. Clark would then fly around the city, his eyes continuously enlarged. Upon entering the city, his smile was bright, but now it was glowing. He then laughs uncontrollably from sheer amazement. In the twisted rewrites, he descends, but there's no amusement in his smile. He looks on with skepticism, before saying, "Why?" It then goes on to describe him looking off in the distance. White void. He then looks down at the city and destroys it. The rewrites describe in detail the monstrous actions he performs. I don't know what's going on, but I decided to delete the story. Opening up a new document, I began to write all over again. After a week, I finished the draft. The next day, when I went to edit, what I feared came true. The story changed once more. There's a scene in which Clark chats with an alien. This is how the scene was originally meant to play out. "What are you?" said the alien. "I'm an explorer," Clark replies. "How did you come to be?" "I was pulled in by a wormhole. I'm not from around here. I don't know where my home is. Probably 1 billion light years away." "Are you a god?" Clark laughs, as a confused expression adorned the alien's face. "Even all the way out here, the concept of God is prevalent. I am no god. merely a seeker of the unknown. I tend to observe from a distance and try not to interact with any life forms I come by. Then why are you communicating with me? To tell you the truth, I don't know. The response stuns the alien, causing him to think for a moment before replying. Are you in need of assistance? Clark laughs, extending his hand out towards the alien. I don't see why not. In the rewrites, Clark straight up kills the alien, then dissects him. Reading further into the story, I came upon a scene I don't understand. Something's off. It's hard to explain, but I feel this disconnect. I keep having these glimpses of an altered universe like my own. Except I do things differently. Does this have to do with what I glimpsed? The white void. I see it from time to time. It hides from me. But if I concentrate hard enough, I can make out a white void filled with black lines. Some of the black lines stretch further than others, with spaces in between them. There's a flashing line positioned towards the end of the last black line. However, at times it traverses anywhere on the white void. I don't understand what the function of the white void is, but if I concentrate harder than I've done previously, the black lines almost resemble words. White void, black lines. I was more confused than ever, but I read on. Clark goes on this rampage, butchering anything and everything he comes by. The story was distasteful, and thankfully I was near the end. Clark was talking to himself. I've been able to enter the white void freely, and for the past months I've been attempting to decipher what the black line means. What I've learned is baffling. The white void is merely a blank canvas. It waits for a command, one that it must obey. I theorized the white void was endless, but I was wrong. Something faces the white void. Looking closely, I can make out pixels, and beyond those pixels, something stares back at me. An unknown figure. I attempted to introduce myself to the figure. No response. I move closer to the pixels, reaching out towards the figure. I'm met with an unseeable force that prevents me from advancing. Pushing with all my might, I can almost touch. A pair of hands reach out towards me. I screamed, falling off my chair and leaving a dent on my floor. Looking back at the monitor, I was awestruck. Suddenly the hands were pulled back. That was the ending. Or so I thought. Words started to appear on the screen. I almost had you. I unplugged my computer. Shit, I unplugged everything. My monitors, the Wi-Fi, even my mouse and keyboard. The story was meant to be a fun read with some elements of horror, but something altered it. I'm not planning on writing anymore, because a couple of hours ago my computer turned on while I was asleep. It exploded. I'm alright, just a bit spooked. I have 3 monitors, with my middle one being the main one I use when I'm writing. The monitors displayed those blue, white, and purple lines. However, on the main one, the lines disappeared and revealed the ending. I thought I was exploring the universe, but it turns out I was exploring a fictional one. I was merely a character in someone's half-baked narrative. I do believe that I can escape this prison, however, there is only one thought rattling inside my head. What if there's another white void beyond theirs? I don't think I'm ever going to write another story. To those of you who are, please keep a close eye on your protagonist. Sometimes they have a mind of their own. I stood in front of the cave and checked my pack one last time just to make sure that everything that needed was in there. Rope, a blade, and water, emergency kit, plenty of flares. I had packed an emergency beacon as well. The beacon was actually a prototype. It linked up directly to the office. If I was in distress and pushed it, my vitals would be sent along with my general location. The band around my wrist monitored my heart rate, and if anything was to happen, well, they knew whether they were looking for me or just my remains. Isn't that a fun thought? Never actually had I pushed it. Simon, who works on all the technology, told me that if I ever did need it, that I should be prepared to endure some pretty serious stimuli. Really wish that guy would just be clear with me sometimes. I didn't just explore the caves for the immense joy that I found in it. This was also what I did for work. My job was to go in and follow the map, make sure that everything was alright for either using it for tourism or mining, depending on the decision our clients made, of course. The Brighton Caverns were to be advertised as unlike any other diving experience available for exploration. That was pretty high praise considering how wonderful of an experience most of the dives that I ended up on were. It was a way to be closer to nature in a way that was uncommon. My first dive was on accident when I was only 7 years old. I had been staying at a friend's house while my parents were out of town and had gotten bored with the endless hours of television that we were consuming. So I took a stroll. The memories that kept that day shaped the person that I eventually grew up to be. Never have I felt as close to nature as I did in those moments, and my life has been about chasing that feeling down one more time. Then there was my first cave. It was down on the beach and forced into a corner that wouldn't notice unless you knew where to look. You had to pass through a thick set of reeds to even get to the entrance. I remember wandering through them and staring at the sky through their gentle sway. I remember feeling lost in that moment, and that feeling was like nothing else I had ever experienced. The cave itself was nothing extraordinary in retrospect, but in that moment, it was everything I ever needed. It was like the joy of holding a small rock in the palm of your hand, but reversed. It was an embrace from nature that chilled you to the core, but still sheltered you. It was a small cave. More of an opening, really. One extended about 50 yards in, but it may as well have been miles. The darkness, true darkness, that was at the back of that cave was unlike any that I had ever known up until that point of my life. A small search party found me nearly 10 hours later. It was impossible to hear their voices from inside the cave. The wind that came in from the sea was enough to simply drown it all away, much like a fan that nature provided. It had been so relaxing that I had fallen asleep, and that was how they found me. A faint smile across my lips as I stuffed all of my gear back into my bag while recalling those younger years of my life. My parents had gotten so fed up with how caves had then become the most incredible thing to me. They thought it was like an insane form of Stockholm Syndrome. It didn't matter. I had found a true calling. I secured my pack and did a few minutes of breathing in and out to enjoy the fresh oxygen before I started. Air changes inside of a cave, and quickly. You can taste the difference almost immediately. It can leave a funny taste in your mouth over time if you aren't prepared, but thankfully I had mints. If I needed them. Gear was set. I was good to go. I had the entire day but was hoping to be done in a few hours tops. There were some errands that I wouldn't mind getting to if I finished up early. I hit the timer on my watch and got started. I took my first few steps inside and instantly felt that feeling of comfort that a cave had on me. It was like being surrounded by memories, nostalgia, and a sense of adventure at all the same time. A cave was a mystery that was not ever be solved, but would always be there to investigate. It was a little warmer than I expected. I cracked a glow stick that shone bright blue. It would hold for about 4 hours. It made the cave vibrant, and the glow was comforting as I began the inspection. It was always a good idea to drop them every 100 yards or so. First thing that I decided to check for was tracks. We needed to know if there was any local wildlife using this place for shelter. A few of the smaller critters wouldn't be a problem, but if there was anything bigger like bears or wolves, it was best to mark it now and maybe come back better prepared. I had only ever stumbled into a occupied cave one time, and it was not a mistake that I planned on making ever again. The wolf that was in there looked at me like I was a rack of ribs. The only reason that I got out of there was because the wolf had been just as startled as I was. No tracks, at least not at the entrance. If there was anything in here, it had been posted up for a while. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. The light of my helmet illuminated the cave in a bright white glow, and I began to venture forth. There was nothing extraordinary about the first few feet into the cave. Just a standard cave as far as I could tell. The rock formation seemed to be in order, and it didn't seem to be in any danger of a cave-in. I took the glove off my left hand and let it rest on the rock for a moment. It was like the feeling of collecting your favorite rock multiplied tenfold. I never felt as close to nature as when I did a dive. I slipped the glove back on after a few minutes, carried on, but not before cracking another glow stick. I made my way further in and listened for the sound of water. The initial report that my company had received stated that there was a naturally occurring source of water in here. We would need a sample of that to ensure that it wasn't carrying anything dangerous. It was a quiet cave. The sound of my footsteps being the only noise. I checked my watch. Wait, that can't be right. 6 hours? I just started. The timer on my watch ticked upwards, showing just over 360 minutes. That can't be right. I was still just by the entrance. 6 hours. That means the glow sticks had already gone out, but I swear I had only been a minute ago. Not even. The memory was fresh in my mind, and the more I thought about it, the more recently I was sure it had happened. I turned to double check and saw only darkness. Okay, that's not necessarily a problem. The watch must have given on the fritz, and perhaps I simply walked further than I thought I had. I took the watch off and slipped it into my jacket pocket. Would have to get it checked out later. It was a pretty expensive piece of equipment. As for the flares, I don't know. Maybe I had wandered farther than I thought. The temperature in the cave was hotter than I expected. There was a precipitation building on my forehead, and I could feel it beginning to build up underneath my clothes. I dropped my pack onto the floor and took off my jacket and slid it into my pack. A t-shirt wasn't my preferred outfit for exploration, but something told me that this heat was only going to get worse. Strange. Usually the caves arranged a much cooler temperature than outside, and it had been a little warm when I came in, but this was ridiculous. It was the middle of winter after all. This kind of heat shouldn't be present. I stood up and then realized I wasn't sure which way I had just been going. That was odd. I usually had a fantastic sense of direction. Okay, no need to panic. I have been in dozens of caves and even lost once or twice. It was never a big deal. Just pick a direction and move forward. Usually there was a little more to go on, and it always seemed like it was going to be okay. Brighton Cave seemed to be built different, however. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone here. Fear should have been the last thing on my mind. Panicking was not a good idea. I needed to keep a clear head on my shoulders. It couldn't get much worse than this. Just a little loose, that's all. It was going to be okay. Just breathe. Remember that you have to breathe. Then my light went out on my helmet. It was sudden and there was no warning. It didn't blink. It didn't flash. Suddenly there was nothing but complete and total darkness enveloping me. If ever there was an emergency, it was now. I needed that beacon. I reached into my pack with trembling hands and began to rifle through it. I pulled out the jacket I had just shoved in there. The food, the water, everything. It had to be in here. It was in a small case about 6 inches wide. I had packed it. I was sure of it. I felt it in my hand and instantly embraced a shockwave of relief that surged throughout my body. There was an audible sigh that escaped from my mouth, but I soon found that feeling of salvation to be short-lived. There was a sharp pain across my wrist as if it had been struck with a stick, and I let out a yelp of surprised pain. The device flew from my hands and I heard it land far off in the distance. The panic attack started immediately. I wasn't alone here, and that had been real. I was sure of it. There was no presence. The pain was familiar. It had been a blunt object that it wasn't the same reality as mine. Then I heard them. There was drums in the deep. Their vibrations surged and built from the cave floor. With each strike they grew louder and more pronounced. I felt them rattling my bones inside my skin and my flesh crawled. I began to hyperventilate, and the sound of my breathing intertwined with the drums. Both sounds echoed throughout the cave. I collapsed onto my back and felt my body go rigid. Suddenly my jaw clenched with such a force that I was certain my teeth had been damaged. I started to breathe too fast, and now suddenly I was cut off. I struggled to get air through my nose alone, and it simply wasn't enough. There was the smallest bit passing through my clenched teeth, but it was so little. My mind jumbled information until my thoughts were no longer even coherent. I no longer was able to process words or the sound of my own conscience. There was nothing in my mind besides a bright red that came to me as a blinding light. I could actually feel my pupils dilate as they comprehended the light change that wasn't there. I began to shake and my teeth began to grind together. After a couple seconds, I felt the bits of teeth that had come off against my lips. I wanted to scream out, but my jaw was locked firm. I needed to get out of here, but I couldn't even move. There was no more familiarity with this cave or any of its kind. Gone was every pleasant memory that I had ever had of any cave. Terror was now the only feeling of which I was remotely acquainted. My senses were completely overwhelmed. The drums beat fiercely. The darkness embraced me. The red had begun to flash in my mind, and I am pretty sure that I had begun to drool. There was tears in my eyes as I even forgot how to blink. There was another sound, a scraping sound. I tried to look around, but none of my body was responsive to any command that I was issuing. It was faint, but it was there. It was real. I knew it. It wasn't in my head. I rolled my eyes upwards as hard as I could, struggling to see. That's when I noticed what exactly was happening to me. The scraping, it was me. I was being dragged. Something or someone was pulling me down this cave. It moved in a rhythm with the drums. They beat louder and harder, then just a little faster. As they did so, did whatever was pulling me, reaching out and plucking me as if I was a fruit, descending with me as if I was nothing more than prey. I wanted to just be able to accept it, to let it, or him, or this fucking cave, whatever it was that was behind this, to just end it. I wanted the unbelievable panic that had now enveloped my entire sense of self to let me go. That's when I felt it. I almost gasped as I realized that my body had recognized a feeling in my fingers. I clenched downwards as hard as I could, and could have wept once I realized what it was now in my possession. The beacon was now clenched firmly in my hand. It needed to be activated. Turn it on. It needed to be turned on. I couldn't remember how. The feeling of frustration made me wish I could make any sound at all. Simon had told me. He had been adamant that I pay attention. It was simple. Just open the box and push the button. That's it. I can do this. I held the box. I just needed to get it open. It was such a simple task that now almost seemed impossible. I screamed as the drums drowned out the sound. It took every bit of willpower that I had, but I had grabbed the box. I had screamed. My body was in some of my control. There was a chance. I managed to muster up enough control to toss my body upwards from the left, right at my shoulder. The maneuver ended up with my hand directly onto the other. I pulled the box open with my left and hit the button with my right thumb. A violent blue light shot out from the box and illuminated all around me. I should have felt relieved, but that moment was torn from me as I comprehended my surroundings. I had never been in a place more open in my life. There was no ceiling or floor, nor was there walls. I should have been falling. There was nothing around me for miles in any direction, and it was all perfectly illuminated. My eyes bulged in wonder as I comprehended a different world. This was nowhere on Earth. I was sure of it. Then I saw it. I laid eyes on what it was that was dragging me, but only for a second. The creature stood as tall as two men and had scaled skin that was tinted blue and black. It had two eyes on its face that glowed red and showed surprise at being witnessed. It was as tall as it was, even when it was hunched down. I could only imagine how tall it would be if it stretched to its full height. There was heat emanating off of it. That's why I had been so warm in the cave. This thing was stalking me from the very beginning. It opened its mouth in a silent scream that was the same time louder than anything I had ever heard. The noise pierced my mind like a needle, and I almost passed out from the pain. Then, just like that, it was gone. The next time I opened my eyes was a week later. I was in a well-lit room with a bed and the sound of machinery. It turned out to be a hospital, but at the time I couldn't comprehend that. Simon was actually the one who debriefed me later on in that same very room. He told me that the company received the distress signal not only a few minutes after I had supposedly entered the cave. They received the signal, but that's it. They somehow couldn't monitor my vitals. They figured it was a fluke and sent a team down anyway. They said Brighton Caves was only a few hundred yards deep, and they scoured it top to bottom, and I was nowhere in sight. It was a small cave, and there was no disturbance that they could spot. 3 days later, my vitals showed up on their equipment. My heart rate was so fast that it should have exploded. The team was still camping in the area and running a search and rescue through the woods. They found me at the mouth of the cave. I was naked and covered in what was described to me as a tar-like black substance. I had lost approximately 10 kilograms in weight and was in the middle of a seizure. By the time I reached the hospital, I was no longer responsive. A coma is what they told me. Nothing they could do but wait. They told me I was lucky to have woken up after whatever the hell it was that had happened to me. I still work for the same company. I don't do field work anymore though. I'm not sure if I ever will be able to step foot in a cave again. I spend most of my time now in the office going through other explorers' reports as well as looking over charts. They actually offered me a trauma package that would ensure that I basically never would have to work again. But they were clearly scared of some kind of lawsuit. I was nothing but grateful to them though. Whatever it was that happened to me down there was out of anyone's control. I still see that thing when I try and sleep at night. Also, if I ever get a little too warm in an enclosed area, then I start to have breathing issues. My therapist says that should get easier as time passes, but we'll see. At the end of the day, I'm just grateful to be alive. It's one of the worst sounds ever, isn't it? Babies crying, screaming. Nothing you can do will make them shut the fuck up. You feed them, you change them, you rock them, you cuddle, sing, and do everything you can think of. Yet they scream. You would do anything if you just knew what they wanted, but you have no way to find out. They can't tell you. I can. I'm a unique individual, I guess you can say. There are others like me. We even have a Discord now. I miss the days when we had a forum and everything was easily archived, but times change and so do we. The only ones we can really talk to is each other. Nobody else believes us. We're trapped, knowing the truth yet unable to convince the world that we're not lunatics. Lunatics, I guess we are, sorta. We lost our minds a long time ago because we can't forget. We know why babies cry because we were babies once ourselves. And unlike the vast majority of people who don't start forming memories until they're older, we were different. We remember everything. You see, babies are still in limbo, so to speak, when they are born. Their soul, yeah, souls are real. Their soul isn't quite separated from where we come from in the human body we inhabit. How do I know that? Well, I remember that part too. I was floating in the nether, unsure of why I was no longer driving my children to Burger King, and then I caught a flash of the accident that took my life. Before I could process what happened, I was judged. Being judged isn't like you think. There are no pearly gates, golden roads, or mansions in the sky. You're simply judged. Bad? Well, that's what hell is for. Good? Great, you get sent back to Earth. Recycled, reincarnated, whatever. Thing is, the better you were in your previous life, the better you end up the second time around. Some people are stuck in the gray area, which is where I ended up. Those in the gray area get sent back, but instead of being given a better position, they're given a worse one. Round 2 is harder. Even though you're not supposed to remember a damn thing about what you did wrong. So how can you change a damn... Sorry, I'm going on a rant. Bottom line, the system is rigged against you. Every good soul is going to end up in a bad situation when they don't make the best choices eventually. The law of averages is going to prevail. For those starting in a worse position than they previously had, they're already headed towards the wrong end of the gray area. You see that, right? I'm not crazy? Why? Who knows? There doesn't appear to be a god or anything. It's just an automated system where you're whisked towards your destination. An algorithm measures your worth and you're sent on to your next life. The whole experience is jarring to say the least. I don't have the luxury of remembering any life before my previous ones. Other guys on the Discord say they can remember multiple lives, but we've attracted some weirdos to our group over the years, and sometimes it's hard to know who is actually telling the truth. I was sent back to Earth less than an hour after I was driving my kids to Burger King. I didn't know if they lived or died. All I knew was that I was dead. So yeah, I came out of my new mom screaming, wouldn't you? Turns out that wasn't the only thing I would have to scream about as the day passed. You see, hell is terrible. It's a terrible place. Probably is that all those souls down there, all these souls that were bad in their previous life, yeah, they found a loophole. The barrier that exists between the real world, if you want to call it that, and the afterlife. It's pretty damn thin. With the right amount of effort, and a host that isn't quite fully connected with their new host, that's a body you can take. So imagine you're a baby. You just got born. You are still remembering bits and pieces of your previous life while trying to figure out why you're a baby. You scream a lot, but the bits and pieces begin to fade. There's that moment where you are becoming a baby. You're forgetting everything. Then you're lying on the crib in the middle of the night. Open your eyes, and there's a demon peering down at you. Those paintings you've seen of demons, pretty accurate. There are other people that have remembered, all through history. Some big, some small, all hideous. In order for them to break through, they gotta make you give up. They need you to separate from the host. With the right amount of fear, it can happen. But regardless, you're screaming. You're screaming your head off all night long some nights. When you should really worry is when the baby stops screaming. Either the demon has given up, or they got your little bundle of joy. Congrats, now you're raising the reincarnation of Ted Bundy or Charles Manson. It's a vicious cycle, and where do the souls go that give up and detach? Nobody knows. None of us have ever met one. The little that we do know has been pieced together from bits and pieces of memories, assembled into something that is almost cohesive. Luckily, most of that was done before we started sharing our story, and attracted a lot of people who believe in Mandela effects and space aliens. One of those is crazy. I'll let you figure out which one it is. But yeah, that's all I got for you. I thought I'd tell you why babies cry, and now you know. They're either mourning a life they still remember, or staring down a demon. Sometimes more than one. Hell, maybe we should all be screaming. I'm a hiker. I have been my whole life. From frozen tundras to barren deserts, I've spent my free time in nature. If you hike, I'm sure you know about the little things you find. Some clothing, trash left by careless hikers, and occasionally a bag full of somewhat useful materials. However, sometimes you'll find something super rare, just as I have. Last week I arrived in Virginia to hike the Blue Ridge Mountains. I have a week off of work, so I figured what better way to spend it than a nice, scenic walk through one of the most beautiful mountain ranges the United States has to offer. I arrived with a light load of gear. I knew it would be a semi-easy trek. I got a ride to where I wanted to start, a nice trail called Skyline Drive. I had food, water, my laptop, a mobile charging port, first aid, and my tent. Day one was easy. I met a few nice people along the way and took in the sights. I got some great photos with my phone. I even saw a black bear alongside a few deer. I began to feel uneasy though, for seemingly no reason at all. It wasn't that feeling of being watched, just light dread. I shook it off because if I could handle hiking the Alps 2 years ago, I could handle this. I made it pretty far before I found a lightly overgrown trail. I followed it and eventually was all by myself in the wilderness. The sound of cars was replaced by wind whispering through the trees, and the leaves crunching under my feet. As the sun began to set, I found a nice spot to set up my camp. I crawled into my sleeping bag, and as soon as I closed my eyes, it was morning again. I woke up, had a protein bar, and began to pack my stuff up. As I had my tent folded up and packed away, I froze. I got chills. Something was watching me. I could feel it. I slowly turned my head to see a deer moving slowly, making no noise as it walked. Its neck was bent backwards, and it gurgled as it breathed. I shook until I remembered chronic wasting disease, which ate the brain of a deer until it could no longer function. It was heartbreaking to watch the creature go on its way. Day 2. Not off to a great start, and clouds were rolling in. It was going to be a rainy day. I walked through the woods staring at my feet. I was feeling fatigued for no reason at all. Felt rain cover my head and shoulders. I shivered. This fatigue was new. I fell to my knees to catch my breath, and I stared at the ground. I am an EMT. I am always on the move, and I am extremely in shape. Why was this happening to me? As I raised my head, I was horrified by what I saw. About 20 yards in front of me, peering out from behind a tree, was the most awful thing I've ever seen. A face covered by a wicked, soulless grin, with eyes wide covered in scratch marks. My fight or flight kicked in. I grabbed my pocket knife and stood up to confront this abomination, but as soon as I did, it unchanged its jaw, and its head rolled back while its lower jaw stayed in place. A deep guttural scream knocked me to my feet. I covered my ears and got into a ball. I felt my body shake, and covering my ears was futile. It screamed only louder. I wept, begging God to make this abomination stop. Soon, I blacked out. I woke up on my back facing the canopy of the trees. Light rain fell upon my face. I was looking around and noticed that I was far away from my belongings. In fact, I could barely see my stuff through the trees. I did my best to muster myself to my feet, and I hauled ass. As I ran, I began to hear a second set of footsteps behind me. Then the scream again. It sounded like a boat horn. My fear was overcome by rage. Screw it. I was going to turn around and kill this son of a bitch. I turned around and my jaw slacked open. An 8-foot-tall beast as skinny as the images of POWs you see rescued from Japanese POW camps, with that same wretched smile, was running right at me. I fell upon my back as it ran right over me, stomping on my chest. I coughed and watched it disappear from my view. Its screams induced rage. I'm not normally a violent person. Its sounds must have an effect on my hormones. I found it tough to breathe, but adrenaline kept me going. I sprinted back to my gear. As I did, I noticed a GoPro on top of my backpack. This seemed like some kind of sick joke, but it was very real. I struggled to get my stuff together, and I heard it bound through the forest. It stopped right behind me. I felt its hot breath on the back of my neck. I turned around staring up at it. Its teeth were yellow and stained by blood. Its eyes were bloodshot and its face was wrinkled and bloodied, as if it had been here for centuries. It stood no further than 6 inches from me. I was too scared to move. Then with a swift motion, its skinny but strong arms grabbed my legs and snapped them right there. I woke up feeling no pain. It must have been a dream. At least, that's what I hoped until the cold rain brought me back to reality, and I looked down at my damaged legs. They were broken, and moving was out of the question. I knew that I had to get out of there, and fast. I reached into my pack to grab my radio, only to be met with the horrifying realization that it wasn't there. It was gone. I grabbed my tent and crawled to make a shelter. I was only able to get 3 stakes in the ground, but it was enough to shield from the rain. I got in and immediately opened up my laptop. Maybe, just maybe, I could send out an SOS signal somehow. I knew it was not going to send, but tried anyway. I felt dread set in, as I knew that I wasn't going to get out of this one. As my mind began to wander, I wondered if anyone would find my body, and if maybe another hiker would find me and save me, or, more likely, meet my same fate. As I wondered, my attention turned back towards the broken, mud-covered GoPro. I took out the memory card and placed it into my laptop. Hours upon hours of footage showed up, and I figured that if I was going to sit here, I might as well try to figure out what was going on. The first video that came up only displayed the ground and a pair of legs wearing camouflage pants and military boots. It rotated up to reveal a young man, probably 19, in his military gear. "Hey Mom, if you're watching this, I'm already dead." He began to laugh after saying the joke, and panned the camera to show his buddies and his unit. The next video was inside of his barracks, and was just a bunch of young soldiers goofing around. The next video was taken outside of a truck of some kind, but with our soldier joking with the driver about some training mission. I watched as he got in, and when they started driving, I was met with a familiar sight. They were going up Skyline Drive. Soldier roared his camera around, holding it goofily close to his face before joking about the training that he and his unit were about to go through. Terrain navigation, reading maps and shit. Gotta love it. I was getting attached to these soldiers and what they were getting up to. So far, our soldier, Mac, and his buddies Rich and Puck were making the best out of their time in their training. I almost forgot about my grim situation. I kept watching to distract myself. My stomach dropped as I watched the group follow my exact same path. I am exactly where they stood just 3 days ago, according to the date on the recording. Rain fell as our soldiers joked about the great weather and made light of the situation. They all had night vision goggles on, nods, and they were trying out their gear. As they walked, the guy at the front froze. "Puck, what is wrong with you?" Mac asked. He was silent and unmoving. "Puck, you good?" No response. "Puck." Mac grabbed Puck's shoulder and looked at him. Puck's face was crinkled in a weeping face. "Did you see that, Mac?" "Did I see what?" "That thing." Mac stood there in silence. "Puck, what thing?" Mac asked. "Mac, it wasn't human." Mac grew frustrated. "Hey Rich, radio to the LT that Puck's checked out or seeing things." Rich licked his radio on, only to be met with static. Man, it's not working. Mac tried his. Mac seemed to grow uneasy. You hear that? Asked Mac. Yeah. The sound of footsteps thundered towards the trio. The beast threw the group down, and they panicked. Reverting to training, Mac managed to say, Permission to engage? Shoot the thing, Rich said. The pair opened fire and Puck followed soon. They watched the beast run around them, and the bullets impacted it. They seemed to have no effect. Then the boat horn sound rang out. The three of the men screamed and then wept. Puck could be seen standing up before a shot rang out and he fell. Puck just shot himself, Rich yelled. Max stared at the body of his friend. The boat horn continued. Mac turned his head to watch Rich put his rifle in his mouth and shoot. Max said nothing, just reached and grabbed his rifle, but the beast knocked it out of his hand. Max stared up at the beast, which stared back. It opened its mouth and screamed. Mac wept and drew his pistol and fired into the beast. It has no effect, and it promptly flung him through the woods and through the air before coming to a stop miles away. His camera didn't move. The beast could be heard in the distance getting closer. The camera slowly panned up to reveal the grinning face. It was held so close. I slammed my laptop shut. I took a deep breath. I couldn't feel my legs. I still can't. I hear it running again. It's coming. I'm going to upload this in hopes that maybe it gets through. March 3rd, 2022. I was walking to my car as quickly as I could. I checked my watch. It was 7:15 p.m. I shook my head. My phone rang. The screen showed that it was my wife calling, right on time. You better be close to the restaurant, she said. The tone in her voice left me wondering if she knew that I was just leaving the office. I stayed silent. Damn it, Jack, she cursed quietly. I'm already here. I'm sorry. I didn't realize how much work I would have to get done today. And we're still not on pace to make our deadline. The whole team is working late, not just me. And I can't be the only person leaving on time when my subordinates are staying late, I pleaded. How long until you get here? She asked angrily. If I run every red light, I can be there in 30 minutes, I told her. She didn't answer for a long while. I got into my car, and just as I started to wonder if she had hung up on me, my car picked up the Bluetooth. Okay, just hurry. It's bad enough the waiter has asked me twice if I was waiting for someone, she instructed. I'm sorry, babe. I'll be there as soon as I can, I said. I shifted my car into reverse and started to back up. A loud bang on my window made me slam on the brakes. I threw it into the park and turned around to see if I hit something or, worse, someone. I didn't see anything. I turned back around in my seat to find two children standing next to my door. I jumped at the shock. They both just stood there. Judging by their size, I would guess they were about 9 or 10. I had this terrible feeling in my stomach that there was something wrong. But they were children, probably lost, I told myself. I cracked the window just enough to ask if I could help them. Can I use your phone? One of the kids asked. The child's tone had a tinge of darkness to it. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up, but I reached for my phone and unlocked it. When I looked back up at the child, I noticed they had both moved closer. They both stared at their feet. Their hoods up over their head cast shadows over their faces. It almost appeared they didn't have any faces at all. At that point, I had this unyielding sense of fear building that I couldn't justify. Is there someone you'd like for me to call for you? I asked. Then one of the kids raised his head slightly. The shadows that covered his face parted as the new angle of his hood allowed me to see his face. But his eyes were still hidden in the shadows. They appeared to be pitch black. Not that they were missing, but he had no iris, no whites in his eyes at all. I felt my breath catch in my throat, and the boy seemed to notice my fear. He lowered his head again. "We need to use your phone," he pleaded. I recovered and scolded myself quietly for allowing a trick of the light to scare me so badly. "Who can I call for you? Just give me their number," I said, my hand ready to dial. Maybe it was the fact that the kids wouldn't look at me. Maybe it was the fact that the kids were out of place in the business district after sundown. But something inside me was screaming not to give them my phone. "If you can't give me the number, I'm sure you can go inside the lobby and ask the security guard to let you call your parents," I said and pointed down to the lobby door. Neither one of them turned to look. After a few seconds of awkward silence, I put my car in reverse. I was eager to get the hell out of there. I was eager to get away from these children. I looked in the rearview mirror to make sure I was clear. A loud bang stopped me in my tracks. For a split second, I thought I hit someone, and then I heard it again. Both of the boys were slapping their hands, palm down, on my driver's side window. A third time, a fourth time. In unison, they slapped my window. "Can we just get in your car? We need a ride," they asked in a monotone and utterly unsettling tone. I slammed the gas down and backed up without even looking, and then I slammed into drive and peeled out. I was a good 10 minutes down the road before my heart stopped trying to beat out of my chest. I was so worked up that I almost missed my exit. I wanted to get home so bad I had forgotten about date night. I met my wife at her favorite restaurant and we ate. She was initially angry about me being late. We hadn't had much time alone since we had our son. He was 4 now, and this was probably our 5th date night in that 4 years. Her mood switched from being angry to laughing at me as I explained why I was so late. I told her everything about the kids. "So you were scared of a couple of kids. They could still be out there looking for their parents," she heckled me. She knew how scared I was. There was something wrong with them, but she didn't believe it. At least, not at that point. Our son was staying at the babysitter's house all night, so we had the house to ourselves. It was 3 a.m. when we heard the knock at the door. I woke up first and just sat in bed and listened. There was a faint, steady knock at the door. In threes, knock, knock, knock. And then a pause followed by another set of 3. Knock, knock, knock. Then my wife woke up. "Do you hear that?" she asked. "Yeah, there's someone at the front door," I replied. My heart sped up. I knew before I did that it was them. My wife sat up and grabbed her phone. "It's after 3 a.m. Who could it be?" she asked. "And they didn't hit the doorbell," she added. She opened the doorbell app on her phone to reveal an empty porch. There was nobody there. She showed me. The knocking continued, and then I saw them. There was a faint silhouette in the darkness. "Zoom in there," I said and pointed to the corner of the steps. She did, and we could see them. The 2 boys were standing in the shadows. One of them kicked the steps. Knock, knock, knock. My wife looked at me. "There is no way those kids followed you home. This has to be a joke," she said. She stood up and put on her robe. I did too. We both made our way downstairs. We argued as we walked. She wanted to open the door. I didn't. Knock, knock, knock. "We can't open the door," I told her. "They're just kids playing a prank," she replied. Knock, knock, knock. Finally, we reached the door and my wife undid the locks and swung it open. We both took a step back as soon as we did. The kids were no longer standing in the shadow, but had moved up to the first step. The only light was from behind us flowing out of the house. It was enough for us to see the two small figures staring at us, but not enough to see any detail. "What do you want?" my wife asked. I was flipping the light switch on and off for the porch light. It wouldn't come on, but I knew it had been on when we got home. "Can we come inside?" the kids asked in unison. I could see that my wife had gone pale. She finally believed me. Something wasn't right. The kids took a step to the next step. "Can we call the police for you? Are you lost?" she asked them. They stepped up to the porch, and then they were close enough. Just 3 feet away, their faces were fully illuminated. The light revealed the same thing I thought I had seen earlier. Wide eyes, black as coal. He began to smile at us. "We need to come inside. We need help." They said in unison as if they shared the same thoughts. I moved my wife out of the way and slammed the door. My hands fumbled for the locks as I looked through the peephole. "I'm calling the cops," I yelled through the door. My wife still had her phone in her hand. She started to dial 911. "Wait," I said. "They're leaving." I told her. The kids walked back into the street and disappeared into the night. The next day we slept in and then picked up our son. It was a pretty uneventful day. At least until 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of knocking. I sat up, half asleep. I heard my wife tell me it was just our son. "I'll get it," she told me. I went back to sleep. That was about 10 minutes ago. I noticed she didn't come back to bed, and I decided I'd check the security cameras on my phone. My wife is laying on the floor dead. There's blood everywhere. Standing at her feet are the 2 boys, and next to them is my son. His eyes were black as coal. As I'm writing this, I can hear them walking down the hall toward me. For the love of God, if you see black-eyed children, do not talk to them. Do not give them anything, and please, do not let them into your house. My fingers flicked eagerly over the corners of the page in front of me. Over the other side, a caricature of a man with a wonky nose and huge gap tooth sneered up at me, a speech bubble protruding out his oversized lips. I read the joke and snickered to myself, more for nostalgic reasons than anything else. I'd read the same joke 1,000 times over when I was a little boy. I was casually surfing through the collection of old comic books I'd spent hours mulling over as a child, procrastinating as I always did when I had work to do. Today's agenda was cleaning out the attic, a job my mom had been pushing on me for months, but I'd always been too busy studying. The other reason I'd been putting it off was because I didn't like going up in the attic. It was ridiculously gloomy up there. The single bulb that hung from the center beam was barely brighter than a match, and I loathed the idea of crawling through the great hanging spider webs in the low light, not to mention the mountains of boxes that now resided up there. It was like a game of Tetris trying to squeeze between them. Nevertheless, I couldn't put it off any longer and had begrudgingly, with a fair amount of huffing, agreed to give the space a clear out. And so, resigned to my fate, I had made my way up into the dungeon. As I dusted off the pages of the comic and placed it back into its respective box, I noticed a black book lying underneath. Curiously, I dumped the comics to one side and took it out. Feeling a very persistent cobweb, I saw engraved into the leather cover the word photo book. I figured this must have been from when I was very little, as my mom and dad had shown me all the ones from junior school and up. I should have left it where it was and carried on with the job I was meant to be doing, but procrastination prevailed again, and I opened up the leather exterior. The page was set out with one photo on top of the other, and I could tell by the fact that they were all Polaroids that my deductive reasoning was spot on. I couldn't have been older than 4 in the photos. I moved in closer to the light to get a better look at the first Polaroid, and that's when I first noticed it. Staring back at me was a boy with blonde hair, blue eyes, and glasses. He had red cheeks and dimples and was smiling awkwardly towards the camera. He looked almost embarrassed to be having his photo taken, and I soon realized that the boy I was staring at wasn't me. I wasn't concerned, though. I reasoned that it must be much older than I had first guessed. It had to be an old photo of my dad, as he'd always been very blonde with blue eyes. Although he'd never worn glasses, it wasn't uncommon to hear of people not needing to wear them as they got older. I was just about to close it up when I noticed my mother's handwriting underneath the photo. Jimmy's 3rd birthday, 10th of June, 1996. But that didn't make any sense. This boy in the photo clearly wasn't me. I have brown hair and brown eyes for the record, yet my name was written underneath. She'd written my birthday wrong too. I was a Scorpio, 10th of November. I thought to myself, surely this must somehow be me. Maybe the Polaroid was distorted or something. But I hadn't convinced myself and was starting to feel a little uneasy. I looked at the second photograph. It was the same boy with the same awkward smile and slightly lopsided glasses, though this time he was holding a football trophy up to his face. Again, underneath my mother had written a short sentence. Jimmy's first goal for under 5s, 1997. Okay, what the hell was going on here? This kid wasn't me, but he had my name. I turned over the page. There he was again, staring right back at me. This time he looked slightly older, and the dimples on his cheeks looked to have disappeared. The awkward smile had gone too, and he looked somehow even more nervous. Jimmy's 5th birthday, 10th of June, 1998. There were no more photos on the page, and I found myself turning it over before I had time to process what was unfolding. I glanced across the first photo on the left-hand side and gasped. I was already so on edge by now that the shock of the photograph had nearly knocked me over. A boy with thick, ginger curls looked up at me with a cheeky grin on his face. The photo was a little grainy, but I could make out the little red freckles over his nose and cheeks. His teeth and gums were stretched wide as he smiled at the camera. Underneath, a familiar handwriting read, Jimmy's 8th birthday, 5th of September, 1998. What the hell was going on? Was this a practical joke that my parents were both in on? Had my mother wanted me to clean the attic in the hopes I'd find this and they'd laugh about it? I'd gone from a little bit edgy to full-on freaked out. I could feel my heart thumping under my t-shirt and my palms sticking to the photo book. This other kid certainly was not me, and it wasn't the same boy I'd just seen on the other page either. Before I realized what I was doing, I flicked through the pages one by one, determined to get to the end. There were 4 other boys with the name Jimmy, all photographed in the same way in front of a black background. When I reached the end of the book and slammed it shut, I finally let out a breath after holding it in for what felt like an eternity. I'd never felt scared in my own home, but right now I was terrified to go downstairs and face my parents. This all started about a week ago, when my wife sent me up to the attic to look for a box of old photos. As I was searching, my flashlight beam passed over something in the corner of the space. A dark mass about as thick as a small tree trunk, with tendrils reaching out onto the floor and ceiling. My first thought was that it must be some kind of crazy black mold growth. I took a few steps towards it to get a better look, and that's when I first saw movement. I remember when I was a kid, finding a giant ant mound in the woods behind my school. This was like that. The shifting of a million little creatures packed closely together. Disgusted, I quickly backed away and left the attic. I told my wife we had some sort of insect infestation and resorted to call pest control later that evening. The next day, 2 exterminators arrived, and I tried explaining to them what I'd seen. They shared a skeptical glance as I was describing the size of the mass, but told me I could be dealing with a large beehive or perhaps termites. I showed them to the attic door, which was the hatch kind, with a drop-down ladder. They didn't ask me to go up with them, which I found to be a relief because I didn't want to look at the thing again. Just thinking about it made my skin crawl. I stood at the base of the ladder for about 10 minutes until finally they came back down. I didn't think I've ever seen an expression like the one the lead exterminator was wearing. He was white as a sheet, his eyes ever wide. "Will you be able to take care of it?" I asked. He had a thick South American accent. English clearly wasn't his first language. "This is not for us," he said simply. "What exactly am I dealing with?" He didn't answer. He shook his head. I saw his coworker make the sign of the cross. I was starting to get a bit annoyed. I asked, "Well, do you have any recommendations?" He looked me dead in the eyes. "Move." The two of them left quickly after that. I was stunned, but my surprise soon turned to anger. These guys were supposed to be professionals, weren't they? I decided I'd hire a different exterminator company. In the meantime, just to be safe, I checked my family into a hotel. Blaine's Pest Control advertised themselves as the ultimate vermin annihilators, so I gave them a call and arranged a time for them to show up to our property. The day came and went, and I didn't get a call back from them. I decided I needed to go to the house. When I arrived, a white van was parked in my driveway with a green logo on the side that read, Blaine's Pest Control. I knocked on the front door of the house before letting myself in with my key. "Hello?" I called as I stepped inside. No response. I moved to the second story. The door to the attic was on the ceiling in the upstairs hallway, and I saw that it was open, the ladder fully extended. I decided to check it out. I climbed the ladder, and when I reached the top, I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight app. There was no sign of anyone else there. Once again, I saw the mass positioned in the corner, thick and black and squirmy. This time, curiosity got the best of me, and I decided I needed to have a closer look at it. I forced myself to move in, holding the light out as far in front of me as possible. When I first saw the creatures up close, I thought they were spiders. That is, until I took a couple more steps forward. I realized they looked more like tiny starfish, only with 4 tendril-like legs instead of 5. They were jet black with uniformly smooth bodies, each about the size of a quarter. They scurried over each other at a frantic pace. I stared at them with horrified fascination. They were like nothing I'd ever seen before. Then suddenly I heard a pop. Looking down, I found one of the creatures clinging to my shirt. I slapped it off immediately. Taking a step back, I pointed my phone light back into the mass. I saw that the swarm had slowed its movement. Some of them had even stopped. Then I saw one jump. There was this toy that kids used to have when I was in school. A small half sphere made of rubber. You'd press it down against a hard surface, and when you released, it would spring up into the air. The creature moved like that, flinging itself upward with an audible pop. Another one followed, then another. Before I could move, dozens of them were flying toward me, landing on my chest, arms, face. I threw myself backwards, dropping my phone as I frantically slapped them away. I lost my footing and fell on my ass. Pop, 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 pop. I heard them go. I scurried backwards, blindly swatting at my skin. In my panic, I fell backwards through the attic trapdoor, missing the ladder entirely and landing hard on my tailbone. In the light of the hallway, I could see the creatures more clearly and was able to brush them all away. I watched as they scurried off in different directions, disappearing under doors and into crevices. Just when I thought I was clean, I felt an intense stinging sensation on my neck, like something pressing a power drill into my skin. I grabbed at the spot and pulled away one of the creatures, flinging it down the hallway. I got to my feet shakily, quickly raising the ladder and slamming the attic door. I, nor anyone else will be going up there ever again, I told myself. I was heading for the staircase when something out of the corner of my eye caught my attention. The door to my son's room was slightly ajar, and I thought I saw a dark shape through the crack. Cautiously, I pushed the door open and looked inside. As I'd feared, I saw another one of the hives. Like the one in the attic, it was positioned near the corner of the room. However, this one was smaller and looked different. It had a central cylindrical trunk, with a pair of tendrils reaching out at the floor, and another pair higher up against the wall. As well, there was an ovular bulb at the top. It was oddly human-shaped, I thought. Through the shifting of the starfish creature, I stayed at a distance this time so I couldn't make them out individually. I could see white canvas beneath the swarm of black. I caught sight of a green logo, which looked suspiciously like that of Blaine's Pest Control. Needless to say, I got the hell out of that house. Only 2 days later, it mysteriously burned to the ground. The police told us they couldn't rule out arson. If it was, I'm sure whoever was responsible was just trying to do the right thing. Hopefully they were smart enough to buy their materials out of town, to pay in all cash, and to avoid any traffic cameras on their way to and from the scene of the crime. Hopefully they didn't wake their wife as they crawled into bed that night, and hopefully she didn't pick up the faint smell of gasoline lingering on their skin the next morning. Hopefully. And that's that, right? The only thing is, I've had this itching sensation in my neck. There's a welt there now, too. About the size of a ping pong ball. I'm going to go to the doctor tomorrow to have it checked out. Wish me luck. Have you ever been in a situation where you felt the universe or something greater saved your life? Some background. I, male, work for nonprofits. It's my passion and I'm currently in school for it. I'm from the South and grew up in a very religious home. The gifts of the spirit, talk to God / hear God talking to them crowd. I'm not really into it, but my family is and I grew up around it. This might seem fringe, but it has a point later in the story. One summer, I worked a seasonal job for a non-profit on the West Coast. My car wouldn't survive the trip, so I flew there and intended to fly back when the season was over. But I changed my mind when a couple of friends, both female, asked if I wanted to road trip back east with them, and I agreed to do so. We planned our trip and noted a few places we wanted to stop along the way. A couple national parks, cities, and just basic attractions. I had bought a teepee-shaped tent earlier in the summer for a camping trip, so we agreed we should camp a couple nights to stretch our dollar and experience as much as possible. On our second night of the trip, we decided to camp outside a national park and agreed the next day we'd drive 8 hours to our friend's house at the halfway point of the trip to make up for last time. When we arrived at the campsite, it was sunset, so we pitched the tent, then drove a few miles down the road where we found a cool spot to stargaze. The weather was completely calm. No wind, great feeling. Not cold, not hot. It was a perfect night. They eventually got sleepy and decided to head back. I'm a natural night owl and had yet to feel any sort of tired at this point and wanted to play on my phone a bit, but the battery was almost dead. The only place I could charge my phone was the bathhouse a few yards from our tent, so I decided to go charge it for a while. So I let the girls know where I was going and what I was doing. On the way to the bathhouse, I noticed the group in the lot beside us. We weren't super close to them, about 10 to 15 feet, with a small picnic shelter between which is more space than most campsites like that. I noticed they were still awake and buzzing around. It was about 10:30 at this point, and I was also awake and buzzing around, so I didn't think much of it. However, what did catch my attention was their gaze on me. I noticed them watching me, and I awkwardly waved and smiled, and they continued to just stare. I found it strange and noticed there was about 5 or 6 men. They all seemed very pale in the face, and I noticed a girl in the back of a pickup truck with a tent covering the bed. I could clearly see inside where she was sitting, hugging her knees, and another man laying beside her. I continued to the bathhouse. The outlet was faulty, and I could only manage to get about 10% phone battery in about an hour of sitting there. I give up and head back to the tent. The people from the campsite next to us were still outside buzzing around. I could tell they were staring at me again, but decided not to give it any thought or attention and promptly walked back to the tent. When I opened the door to the tent, I nearly tripped over a pile of duffel bags and startled one of the girls awake. She asked if I had been back since leaving for the bathhouse, and I said I hadn't. She explained they had placed them there in case anyone tried to come in the tent after they heard walking outside, and someone or something messing with the zipper of the door. She said that after they called my name to see if it was me, they clearly heard somebody walking away. I suddenly felt really stupid for leaving 2 girls alone at a campground in the middle of the night. I apologized and laid down on my pallet and stayed on my phone till it died. The last I remember the time being was around 1:15 a.m. I toss over and close my eyes to try and sleep. The air was still and stale, so I had a hard time getting comfortable. As I finally dozed off, I heard footsteps outside the tent and raised up. "Hello?" There was no response. I looked around the walls of the tent to see if the campground lights had casted a shadow of any sort. There was nothing. I started feeling uneasy and scared, thinking about all the missing 411 videos I had seen on YouTube. I reached for my backpack and took out my pocket knife just to have close by and on hand. Small odds were better than none. I leaned back and again started to doze off to sleep. Not sure how long I was asleep for, but I knew I was only in the early stages when a gust of wind hit the tent, causing a ruckus that shook us all awake. It was completely random and unexpected. We laughed it off, but the wind continued and seemed to be picking up. The flaps of the tent started making whipping noises, and we all tried to sleep through it till the wind started to blow the tent over. The tent was supported by one single pole in the middle and 8 corners staked tightly around it. I quickly stood up to grab the pole and keep it from blowing over. As I held it, it got wind underneath the floor of the tent, and the stakes came out of the ground. The girls started grabbing anything with weight to lay at the edges of the tent so the floor would stay, but nothing seemed to help the situation. As they were trying to weigh the tent down, I noticed the shadow of a man outside the tent briefly, like he was walking around and then away from us. This scared me, but I decided not to make the situation worse and kept it to myself. The wind kept going and going, and I couldn't tell what was what. Did I see another man, or was it just the wind blowing a tree? Was that somebody walking, or my ears playing tricks with the constant blowing and flapping of the wind and the tent? I could tell we were all terrified, and at that moment there was nothing I wanted more than to be out of that campsite. I offered to drive the first 4 hours of the trip if we left at that very moment. Their reactions were not at all hesitant as they started collecting our belongings while I held the tent up. Eventually everything was out and I let go as the tent collapsed and I crawled my way to the door. They had already thrown everything in the car and was sitting inside. "Leave the tent," one of them yelled, and I didn't think twice about doing so. However, at that moment, it was all of a sudden felt completely still again. No wind in my face, nothing blowing my hair. The air was as stiff and dry as it was when we got there, but I didn't even consider proposing we stay and got in the driver's seat and pulled out. I noticed the people at the site next to ours, still outside, one of them literally between our campsite and theirs. They were staring us down as we left. They looked almost disappointed. I'll never forget their creepy gaze. The girl with them still in the bed of the truck hugging her knees. I got a chill down my spine with thinking about what could possibly have happened or was happening. Once we got out of the campsite, our mood lightened up and we started talking about the situation. One of the girls said she felt uneasy since we had gotten there. The other girl said she had been wanting to leave for a while, but wasn't sure how to bring it up out of fear of us being annoyed at her. We took a deep breath and calmed down. We didn't know if there was any danger or not, just an uneasy gut feeling we all three shared, which was reason enough to leave. We stopped at a gas station about a half hour out, and I reached my phone that had been charging while I was driving. I noticed 5 missed calls and a couple texts from my mom. The text ran, "Call me," and "Are you okay?" I did the math on what time it was for her and realized how uncharacteristic the times she had called and texted were. Out of fear something had happened at home, I called her back. She picked up and was obviously relieved, claiming she had woken up in the middle of the night with the urgent feeling that I was in danger, and claimed God led her to pray for my safety. A chill ran down my spine as she told me this. She had claimed similar things before, but always with context, like after a car wreck I was in, but she had no clue of anything. I hadn't even told her we were camping that night. I told my friends about it, and they all sat quietly for a moment at just how crazy it was. All 3 of us sharing a gut-wrenching feeling to get the fuck out of that campground, and my mother 2,000 miles away with that same feeling and urgency to do whatever she could about it. Be it God, or be it the universe, I believe the wind saved my life that night. I think my wife, 28 female, is cheating on me. What should I do? I guess I noticed it right after Easter. That was when the red flags were half-staffed. But I mean, for granted this week was far more normal anyway. This year we flocked from doing they go to her mother's and want to blast my brains out while her racist uncles discuss politics and conspiracy theories. Well, her mother gets on my ass about why I haven't managed to get my master's degree yet and give her daughter a better future. And instead we went to this little cabin upstate, far, far away from the headache that is my in-laws. Now the holiday went relatively normal. Instead of a traditional turkey, we ordered a pizza from this little pizza place stuffed in the corner of a sleepy town and watched Netflix on my laptop. Thank God for a mobile hotspot. That's what makes this so confusing. So, we were so okay. So fine. Everything, and I mean everything, screamed normal. If anything, I think we had a better connection than we did at home. We even managed to get some work done. I did some writing, and she did some photography in the beautiful Massachusetts wilderness. Everything felt perfect until it didn't. That's when I first noticed her phone. I guess the notifications started getting really bad on our way home. The next day, the slight buzz of her phone on her lap while she passed out seeped through the quiet morning talk show radio, at least 20 times in an hour. I ignored it, jotting it down to finally just getting in range of a good cell signal. Maybe work, or her mom. But it didn't stop. Throughout the next 3 days, I'd hear that faint buzz. I actually did try and see who it was on the first night. She left her phone on the couch as she went into the kitchen to make a new bag of popcorn, and as she did, the phone's vibration rippled right to me. It was like a drug addiction, and I needed my fix. I watched for it, but as I did, she bolted right back in the room like a horror movie and snagged it before I could. Eventually, I just snapped. "Alright, who the hell is that? It's been going off all day," I asked hopelessly. "It's just a friend," she said shortly before turning around and darting back into the kitchen, cell phone in hand. Just a friend. Okay, I trust her. And if it's just a friend, it's just a friend. I mean, nothing wrong with friends, right? You have friends, I have friends. Friends are good. Friends are healthy. But friends can sometimes be boyfriends, and boyfriends can ruin a marriage. I tried to let it go. I tried to brush it off, but the chip on my shoulder just dug and dug. But the thought of her cheating on me twisted my stomach like a wet towel. And like a wet towel, that curiosity was to drip somewhere, and a few drops can soon turn into a puddle. Saturday stayed about the same. She felt distant. She looked distant. She smiled at her phone. Her nails clicked softly at the screen as I sipped my coffee across the kitchen table. Something funny? I asked jokingly. She gazed up almost startled. Oh, nothing. One of the parenting class months just sent me a funny post about something. Oh, can I see? I asked curiously. You wouldn't get it. Pregnant mom things, she said, laughing as she walked into the living room. And that was about all of it. We didn't talk much throughout the day. I stayed in my office in hopes to make a Monday deadline, and she was somewhere doing something. When I did come downstairs, I'd catch glimpses of her watching TV in the living room or folding laundry. I knew I needed to talk to her about it, but maybe this was just a hormonal thing. I mean, she was 6 months pregnant. Was distancing normal? I mean, maybe it was just a friend. A really annoying friend. Eventually, through the self-coaxing throughout the day, the thought of her cheating seemed impractical. And then tonight happened. I was coming into our bedroom for the night, and as I flipped on the light, it revealed her sitting at the edge of our bed, nose deep in her phone, and that's when I lost it. Okay. Who is that? I asked angrily as I walked toward her. Her head peeked up like a dog, and as I got closer, she held the phone away in the opposite direction. I told you, it's a friend. God, she said, standing up before trying to walk around me out of the room. I grabbed her arm tightly and pulled her back towards me, and with a serious tone I asked, Abby, seriously, are you cheating on me? I asked, letting go of her arm. For real? What, did you find someone while you were in town? Is that who's been blowing up your phone the last 2 days? No, Jesus Christ, no. You really want to know? It's a surprise. It's for your birthday, you ignorant jackass, she said as she shoved me off her. I could feel my face seep pale as she stormed out of the room. Tears ran down her face. She stayed downstairs and I stayed confined in the bedroom, scared to even get in her sight. I stared at the ceiling until about 2 a.m. when I heard the creak of the door open and the lights clicked on. She stood in the doorway, stone-faced. They think my mom got a heart attack. They're taking her to the hospital by ambulance. I gotta go. Oh my God. Yeah, okay, I'll drive, I said, sitting up and going to my dresser drawer to get a jacket. No, you stay. God, the sight of you will just piss her off. I'll text you updates, hopefully. I'll be home by the morning. She turned around to go back out the door, but stopped and turned back. I love you, she said before walking out. I love you too. I yelled towards the door before sitting back down on the bed. My thoughts finally settled, but after 2 days worth of that madness, my half-staffed red flags were full-blown, and that's when that thought circled back to me. Was she meeting with someone? Was her mom really hurt? So I did the only logical thing I could think of as I caught my eyes on her MacBook sitting on the bedside table, and as much as I knew I shouldn't, I had to settle the curiosity. Opening the computer lid, the screen illuminated against my face, and as I clicked the iMessage icon, I read this. Alright, money has been received. I'll be there in 20. Find a good excuse to leave the house. I'll try to make it quick and clean. So what should I do? You know that feeling you sometimes get before falling asleep? It's funny, even the name fits falling asleep. Some people call it a fake fall, when you're startled by the feeling of sinking into your bed so you open your eyes, unfortunately waking you back up. It can be scary sometimes, right? Especially if it happens in a dream. Perhaps you're walking along a pathway and suddenly you slip into the ground, causing your vision to go black, startling you awake. The sensation happens to me a lot, and it bothers me. But I've sort of just accepted that it never is going away. I've tried melatonin, doxepin, whiskey, you name it, and the feeling won't go away. I can't get diagnosed with anything either. People don't know what the problem is. I've gotten used to it by now, as much as I can manage to. When the falling sensation happened to me for the third night in a row this time, I had barely gotten any sleep those past few days. I'd had enough. I wanted to find out the problem. I decided to try a few different strategies, which were completely random, but I hoped they would help me figure out something. I set up a camera, fairy lights, and a timer to see how long I was asleep for before the familiar sensation woke me up. I had no idea what I was doing. I wondered if there was something I did at night that could possibly cause the vertigo, or if the lighting was the problem because it was so dark when it happened. It's like everything went black and turned to gray only when I opened my eyes. That night, the fourth night in a row it happened. Vertigo startled me awake. I sat up instinctively. Immediately I paused the timer and the video. 1 hour and 45 minutes. That was it. Barely 2 hours of sleep before I woke up. I sighed, opening up my phone to review the footage. I'd set it to time-lapse to make it easier for myself. Nothing happened for the first few minutes of the video. There was no movement from me or anything else. I scrubbed through the footage a bit, and for the first hour, nothing happened. I didn't stir. I slept like a rock, which was surprising because I assumed I was a light sleeper. Apparently not. I scrubbed through the rest of the footage, and pretty much the only noticeable event was me sitting up in bed and turning off the video, but it looked like there was some sort of glitch in the footage. I couldn't make out what it was, so I scrubbed backward to the beginning of me waking up. Right before I sat up, the bottom half of the screen went completely black for a split second. It was quick. Less than a second because of the time-lapse setting. I rewinded again, this time scrubbing through the footage slowly, looking at every few frames closely. The first frame of the supposed glitch was me laying in bed, except the bed was gone. It was just me, laying down on a black surface, in front of it too, no walls or defining features except for the fairy lights and I. That was odd. How did only the walls and the bed glitch out of frame? It simply looked like a black image with me, laying in the middle, and the fairy lights above me, on the same black background. The next few frames were the same, and then something changed. I moved. I thought I was sitting up at first, but I was going down. I seemed to go limp, my arms below me, my entire body moving down around an inch on the screen, and on the next frame, another inch, and another, on a black screen with fairy lights at the top. And then I was back in bed, and I sat up, and the bed, and the walls, and the fairy lights were all there. It looked normal. I wasn't lower on the screen. I was just sitting in bed. I went back to the last frame and noticed in scared confusion that I looked like I was falling. Motion blur and all. For 3 frames, I was falling down into the black background. I tried to remind myself it was only a camera glitch, but something told me it wasn't. I looked through the footage a number of times, trying to decipher what I was seeing. Eventually, I came to the conclusion that the background came back to normal when I moved my body, but it still didn't make any sense. I fell. If the camera glitched from motion, it would have stayed that way even after I got up. The thing is, I don't stay still much. Not in the daytime, at least. I fidget a lot. I figured I would move around in my sleep, but I guess I don't. I decided to retry the experiment. Except when I was awake, I would stay completely still for an hour and 50 minutes, record it, and see if the camera glitched again. The experiment was difficult at first. I tried movies and TV shows and podcasts to keep me busy. The longest I made it without moving was only around 20 minutes. I would need a bigger distraction. I turned to shrooms. I've had them in my room for a while, but I'd only taken around half a gram a couple years ago. I decided to take a larger dose this time. I would likely be able to stay still for a while looking at the visuals changing around me. I took 1.5 grams, waited for them to kick in, turned on the camera, lied down in bed, and waited. Staring at the ceiling made it easy for me to stay put. I don't know how long I was still, but it certainly worked. But at some point or another, it happened. The vertigo feeling. Except this time it wasn't just a feeling. The falling sensation came, and my vision went black mostly. Everything went black except for the fairy lights and the items on the nightstand. I yelped, flailing around, trying to find stability. It lasted for longer this time. I had to grab onto the fairy lights to make the blackness go away. And when it was all normal, minus the trippy visuals of course, it's like my bed and the nightstand and everything else into my room glitched back into place. As I was dangling from the fairy lights for those few seconds, I was terrified of falling into the void below. I figured maybe it was the shrooms. Maybe my mind was convincing me into thinking I was falling. But after scrubbing through the footage when I'd sobered up, I came up with the same results. I was dangling from the fairy lights, with nothing around me but darkness and a few small objects. I don't know how part of this world disappeared. I don't know anything about this, whatever this is. But now I'm terrified to fall asleep. Terrified that I'll succumb to the void. My only hypothesis is that if you stay still for too long, you'll fall. God forbid you're unconscious, because when you wake up, you'd better hope you're not too deep into the blackness to bring yourself back to the surface. And you'd better hope the void has an end to it. When I was a kid, a lot of weird shit happened around me, especially at my dad's house. There was just something about that house that was so unnerving and disturbing. Many people have even told me it looked haunted, and I couldn't blame them. The house was old, with many noises and broken boards and odd, unremovable stains that have been seeped into the old, ancient floorboards and painted it a dark maroon. In all honesty, the majority of the things I remember happening to me at that house could just be things made up in my head as a kid in a scary house, and it didn't help my dad would have made me watch horror movies that usually have houses like ours in them that were always haunted by ghosts and whatnot. Although, that wouldn't explain many of the things I experienced. Like the time when I had dropped my toy off the side of the bed and when I went to grab it and it wasn't there. But when I went to go tell my dad about it, it was sitting upright on the couch. Or when I had all my teddies in a line against the wall for fun, and had fallen asleep and woken up to see 4 of the 12 were missing and never seen again. And my dad never came in my room back then, so those incidents went unexplained. But there is one thing that happened then that still shakes me up when I remember it. I never was able to sleep easily at my dad's house, but anywhere else I would pass out cold. Hell, I was known to sleep on the floor of my mom's house a lot, and she would have to begrudgingly throw me sleeping self back into the bed, but never at my dad's. I could only sleep easily there. I had ways of entertaining myself, though. I would grab one of my mini stuffed animals and heave it up into the air with a whoosh sound to make it seem like it was flying, and giggle when it would fall to my bed and bounce a bit. I was doing my normal routine of throwing the toys up into the air, and I had thrown up a clown doll I disliked, mainly because it had given me many nightmares, but I still played with it. I had waited for the toy to come down so I could watch it bounce, as I had watched the previous toys, which were now scattered all over my bed. But it never came down. I was confused. Why hadn't it fallen back? I got up and turned on my light and looked under and around my bed, but it was nowhere to be found. My room wasn't messy either, so it couldn't have been hidden anywhere. In fact, the room was emptier than a kid's room should be. I gave up the search, for I didn't want to wake my dad because of how late it was, and he would be wondering why I was awake, and turned off the light and went to bed. The next morning I tried looking for it again, but to no avail. The next night, I was doing the same thing, flinging my toys up into the air, wondering if it would happen again. And it had. As I flung one of my mini teddies up into the air, it vanished. This time, I didn't bother to look for it, knowing I probably wouldn't be able to find it like the other toy I had thrown and lost. I curiously hurled another toy up to see if it would take it too, and it had. I was getting tired of losing all these toys to something I couldn't see, so I reached up to try to grab at whatever was taking my beloved plush friends. I didn't think it would grab back. I watched in horror as a long, spindly arm reached forward and snatched my arm, yanking me upright and leaving scratches all along my arm. I screamed and it let go, the arm retracting back into the darkness as my dad burst in, turning on the light to see me crying while 3 long scratches were present on my arm with whoever did it, or whatever did it, nowhere in sight. He asked who did it, and even though I was in hysterics and was desperate to tell anyone, I knew he wouldn't believe me, so I just blubbered on about how I accidentally fell off my bed. And since I had left a fork on the floor near my bed, I fell on it and somehow made the marks on my arm. And somehow he had believed it. So he bandaged up my arm and told me to go sleep and to stop fooling around, then left. I laid there, whimpering on my side, trying to go to sleep, but realized he hadn't turned off the bedside lamp due to the light that was reflecting on the wall. So I flipped on to my other side to turn it off and maybe stare out the window for a bit to drift to sleep. I turned to look at the window, and it looked back. 2 bright, glowing, luminescent eyes. I heard it utter with a voice, like nails on a chalkboard. Throw one more thing at me, and I'll take you instead. And it disappeared. I laid there, shaking, and eventually fell asleep out of exhaustion. I woke up, and when I looked where all my toys were, all of them were gone. Not like I would use them anymore after that incident. I grew up in a cold and dark place. Mornings were foggy and twilight was short. Darkness swept quickly over the hills and quickly sank its enveloping blackness deep down into the valleys. This left little room for much activities during the day, as nobody wanted to be out at night. The night was a thing that could bite. It could draw out your deepest fears and make them realities. Shadows loomed from every tree, and the dead vines that draped over the scraggly branches looked like a hangman's noose when seen in the pale light of the moon. Many people had wished those vines were in fact nooses, but few had the courage to try them. One dark evening I was cooking dinner. A basic stew which wouldn't take long and would heat me up. I had always been cold, but lately, this coldness had a feeling that I was stuck in something cold and wet. I could not get warm, no matter what. As I seated myself down with my stew, I opened the newspaper. I flipped through the pages, searching for something interesting. Nobody of interest had died lately, and so the obituary section, which previously had been of humor, was completely uninteresting. However, the missing persons section was not. As I scanned this section, one article caught my attention in the same manner that getting shot would. Instant and unshakable. It was my life's necessity to read it. The article read, "Missing woman around 22 years of age, last seen in the neighborhood of Leicester Hill." This was odd as I lived in that neighborhood. Also in the article was an advertisement asking for search party volunteers. I thought it would be interesting, so I decided to join the next day. Morning came and it was no less drearier than the last. I readied myself, however. It was as if I was in a dream. Everything seemed faded and distant. I kept cleaning my glasses, thinking it was my vision, but that did not help. Eventually I gave up and seated myself in my car to drive to the meeting point for the search party. I would have walked, but my knee was a bit sore and, as of late, had a tendency to lock up. My plan to drive was going smoothly until my car would not start. Inwardly, I groaned, as I had just paid off my lease and had bought the thing. I thought it was just my luck, so I decided to ride my bike, knowing that old mechanics would work better than new electronics in this situation. I met with a strange reception once I got to the meeting point. Nobody acknowledged my presence. I thought this was odd because I was fairly well known in the community. My family, before they had left, had been affluent and had done a lot of good for the people. So I, with a wounded ego and a sense of ingratitude, marched off into the woods to try to find some clues. However, I did not get very far. 15 minutes after I had ventured off into the woods, I heard a scream. This startled me as the scream was of absolute terror and complete fright. I ran towards it. However, once I got to the crowd that had amassed, I was unable to stop my forward movements. My knee locked up and I slipped into the mud. Unable to move and unable to think. Everything became still. The mud was cold. It was quiet. Far off in the distance, muffled voices were chattering. I heard the sound of a police radio chirping. An ambulance was approaching the edge of the woods. Even with the mud in my ears, I was able to hear it. My senses came back to me with some slight bit of clarity. The voices were remarking, "She's been here a while. Pity, such a promising girl." I couldn't fathom what they were talking about. All I knew was the cold mud. Things grew more quiet. I heard a zipper come undone. The last thing I saw before they lifted up my body was my imprint in the mud next to the noose that hung me. Now I was at rest. Warmth would never come again. I had been in that mud a long time after all. However, my spirit, longing for the warmth I had missed throughout life, had tried to get one last chance, claiming some. This was before I drifted back to the earth from which my body was made and from where it will now return. I saw the first of my house's mini tumors about 2 days ago. I woke up at the normal time, 6:30 sharp, and roused myself from my bed. As soon as I put my foot down on the carpeted floor, I noticed the ground was raised slightly. The bump was as small to be nearly imperceptible. I shifted my foot around, turned it, and it confirmed that there was, in fact, a small bit of floor higher than the rest. I didn't think much of it. What would you have done? Maybe it was water damage. I always kept a water bottle on my nightstand, and I could have spilled a little without noticing. I tested this theory by taking my trusty bottle and pretending to take a swig from it. As I reached the bottle to my mouth, I kept careful track of which spots on the floor my hand passed over. If it was at any point above the bump, then it could have spilled a few drops and caused the damage. But no, the lump was a good 2 feet away from where my arms came over the floor. Weird, I thought. It must have been, well, what was it? It was best to not worry about such a small thing. I heaved the rest of my body out of bed and prepared myself for yet another day. When I came home from work, I wasn't in the mood for any nonsense. I just wanted to relax and enjoy my night. I stuck my key into my front door's lock and turned it as the mechanism made a satisfying click. I turned the handle, pushed on the door, and the door didn't move. I shoved forward again, jimmied the key around the lock, but nothing seemed to work. After a minute or so of shoving and jimmying, I decided to just give up and use my back door. Once I got in, I might be able to see what was stopping the front door from opening. I turned the key in the back door. Again, a click. I pushed the door open, and it swung forward with no issue. And then I saw it. My house was covered in bumps. They were small hills, each one roughly as tall as my thumb was long, but some were shorter, a centimeter tall or so, and others were bigger, coming in at 2 thumb lengths tall. I could see them everywhere, on the floor, the walls, the cupboards, but as I looked closer I realized that they weren't actually everywhere. The humps only appeared on wooden surfaces which were inside the house. My granite counter was smooth and flat, as was the couch, though I could see that it was uneven, probably from bumps on the wooden skeleton. I glanced toward my front door. It was no wonder I couldn't open it. Right in front of it there was a massive bump. It must have been 1 foot tall, the biggest I had seen yet. It was directly in the path of the door, preventing it from swinging open. I hadn't seen anything like this in my life. I decided to pick up my phone and call. Actually, who would I call? Some kind of carpenter? Either way, whatever repairs I needed would cost me a fortune. The bumps were everywhere. I needed a break from them. I remembered that my bathroom had tiled walls and floors, so I made up my mind to go in there. I looked closely at the floor, trying my best not to trip over anything. But as I carefully walked down the hallway, it wasn't anything on the floor I would trip on, but instead a bump on my wall that caught my shoulder and sent me plummeting to the ground. The tip of my elbow hit the ground first, and it erupted in pain. I didn't hear any bones break. It hurt like hell anyway. After a minute or so, the pain didn't go away, but it subsided a little bit and I was able to continue my journey down the hall. As soon as I got to the bathroom, I slammed the wooden door shut behind me. It was out of anger more than anything else, and was also, in retrospect, a stupid decision. I cradled my head in my hands. What the hell was happening? What were those bumps? Where were they coming from? How would I remove them? The bathroom walls were small around me, trapping me. I needed a breath of fresh air. There were no bumps outside, or at least none that I could see when I was coming home from work. I turned the bathroom's door handle and pulled. It didn't budge. No, God, no. I couldn't see any bumps that might have blocked the door. Presumably, it sprouted from inside the door itself, wedging against the wall, and therefore preventing the door from opening. Hold on. How fast could these things grow? It must have popped up in the minute or so after I entered the bathroom. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come in. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. It rang, and finally someone picked up. 911, what's your emergency? Yes. So I would be saved after all. I'm stuck in my bathroom and can't get out. My house has been sprouting these weird bumps. I'm not sure what they are, but they've trapped me in my house. I wasn't sure if the operator would believe me or not, but I assumed that if they didn't buy it, I could just redial and redial until they got annoyed enough to send a cop car. I understand. What's your address? They believed me. Good. I wouldn't need to harass them. I told them my address. Thank you. We'll be sending someone now. It should take around 5 minutes for them to arrive. Please do not hang up. Alright, I'll stay on the line. I leaned against the wall opposite to the door and took a deep breath. I wasn't sure what I would do once I escaped from the bathroom. It wasn't safe to stay in my house, of course, and nobody from my family lived near me. Maybe I could get some help from a coworker, or maybe one of my neighbors. Suddenly, I felt something pricking into my back. I sprang away from the wall and whipped my head around. The tile was fractured, cracking as though something beneath it was expanding. I brushed away from it to get a clearer look and realized that the walls weren't made of tile, that they were made of wood, but had been covered with ceramic squares. Presumably the bumps had been hindered by the tiles, but had now weakened them enough that they could break through and start closing in on me. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted another tile breaking. Underneath it was a bump that was slowly but surely growing. Okay, focus. How do I get out of here? My best option was probably bashing the open door. I picked up the plunger next to the toilet and swung its handle like a club at my only possible exit. It ricocheted off, nearly hitting me in the forehead. I tried to break the door with the plunger again and again and yet again. On the fourth attempt, the handle snapped in half, having made no progress against the door. Is everything okay over there? I can hear banging. The 911 operator must have heard me whacking the door with my plunger. I cursed as I realized it would take another 4 minutes for someone to arrive. There was a bunch more bumps growing from inside of the bathroom. I tried breaking down the door with my plunger. No luck. What are these bumps you're talking about? They're lumps that only pop up on wood. I don't know exactly what they are. They just appeared one day, and now they're everywhere. When I went into the bathroom, one of them jammed the door shut, and now I can't leave. The operator didn't immediately respond. I could see why, considering how bizarre the situation was. Please stay on the phone. The car will be at your home shortly. I heard something shatter. A tile to my left had been broken by a bump. It grew aggressively, becoming larger with every heartbeat. There were more tiles breaking everywhere I looked. Well, fuck, I thought. This was it. If they kept growing, they would crush every bone in my body. How much longer until they got here? I asked the operator. It should only be a minute or two. One of the bumps sprouted beneath my left foot, throwing me off balance. As I toppled to the floor, I caught a glance of the ceiling. It was closing in too. I only had a small area in the bathroom near the toilet to stand in. The ceiling bumps kept growing until they reached my scalp. I crouched down a little bit, and then a little more as the gap between the ceiling and floor shrank. Eventually, I had to get on all fours. A shard of tile cut my hand and blood started pouring out. I could barely breathe. The room was boiling hot. Blood from my hand ran through the bumps, and then, suddenly the bumps just disappeared. I tumbled to the floor. The tiles were back in place. I heard my door opening as 2 men in police uniforms entered. Was I insane? I wondered. What the hell had just happened? It was weird enough that the bumps had come out of nowhere, but now they had to disappear to nowhere too. I wasn't able to convince the officers that I wasn't a prank caller. Frankly, if I were them, I wouldn't believe the story either. It's a miracle they didn't ship me off to a mental hospital. After a few minutes of careful deliberation between the three of us, they decided to leave, only giving me a stern warning to never waste their time again. Oh, and bandage up your hand, one of them added as he shut the door to the police car, and the other started backing out of the driveway. I looked to my palm. It was still bleeding. So get this. I wake up running late for work. My boss is going to hate me. Third time this week. I was in a rush. Here I am waiting in the drive-thru line at Dunkin's. Carol must not be working today. Whenever she works, the line always goes by fast. If she's not there, well, it is my own personal hell of getting upset over the line bumper to bumper traffic with no end in sight, even though the window is right there. That's when I noticed the first plate. The blue is what stuck out on the license plate. A harsh distinction. Weird. We never see out-of-state plates in this town. I didn't think much about it on account of my boss was going to give me more than an earful if I didn't get this coffee in under 5 minutes. So I get to the window and this girl is like handing me my coffee and she says something, thanks for choosing Dutch Bros. The fuck is that? I just go, I don't have time to deal with someone who's clearly drunk from the night before. As I hit more traffic, I notice another Nevada plate. It's not the same car as before. It's a cherry red convertible on the road in dead winter. It's not snowing or anything, but not weather for, well, driving with the top down. Then another, and another. There's no main plates on the road. I would think I was dreaming or something if the panic of me only having 1 minute and 45 seconds to get into work and clock in wasn't overtaking every functioning thought I had. I'm not ashamed. I admit I ran from my car to my office building, ran up the stairs, and kept clicking on my computer until it loaded. Clock in time. 6:59 and 57 seconds. Suck it, Lucy. I swiveled my chair to point out I made it on time, but no one is there. I double take, then triple take. I go inside Lucy's office. The light is off. It doesn't look like anyone is here. I check my phone. It's a Thursday. Not a holiday either. Everyone should be here. Okay, this joke is lame, guys. I know I've been late, but you can come out now. I say maybe only to myself, maybe to my coworkers, pulling some kind of I am an adult, but I am going to act like I am in high school prank. No one comes out. I call Lucy. My phone makes this god-awful static screech. Then I hear her voice. Look, if you are going to be late, I don't want an excuse anymore. 4 times this week. 4 times. I am at the office. At my desk. With all due respect, I called because, you are the one not here. I say. I am not a babysitter. I have a business to run. I can see your desk from my office. It's empty. Goodbye. Don't bother coming back. Save us both the HR-filled firing chat. There's the hang-up signal. I look around the office, the same office I see Monday through Friday. It's my office. I look at the parking lot and only see my car, but then another car pulls in. I don't recognize it. It has Nevada plates. That's not the only one. Another pulls in a few seconds later. Nevada plates. Then another. I don't know what's going on. I don't like the feeling I am getting. For now, I go to Lucy's office and lock the door. It feels like the fricking Twilight Zone or The Walking Dead, and I am not going to croak at 25 because I didn't want to look stupid. What should I do? I live right by a forest which used to be exploited for anything valuable back in the Soviet times. My grandmother has told me that some shady things happened back then. Most notable were the random trucks that occasionally carried crates into the forest that then left with empty truck beds. Back then, the forest had a guard perimeter. Officials said that it was to make sure that anyone wouldn't come and raid the sand quarry. However, everyone knew that it had to be something else. When the USSR finally fell and our country became independent, people visited the area and soon discovered multiple small bunkers littered around the forest. They were built into the ground but exposed from the top with a small hole at the top, presumably for a chimney. All entrances were sealed, not by the Soviets, but by the request of the new Republican government. They claimed that the bunker-like buildings were just small concrete huts for the guards to take time off, and they were sealed so people wouldn't turn them into crack houses or something like that. Most people believe that, besides the few who were able to see the bunkers before they were sealed, who claimed that they were just the entrances for a larger facility underground, as they claimed finding a metal hatch built into the ground. Most passed these people off as hoaxes, and soon the theory that they were just huts of the guards seemed a lot more plausible as no other evidence was found. Last spring, there was a storm and a large pine tree fell on the bunker. The old, cheap concrete had crumbled and created a hole in the roof, just large enough for a person to climb in. Inspired by the stories, I took 2 of my friends with me and we hiked to the hut to check it out. It happened that the hut in question was more secluded and less known of the 6 or 7 huts found, so when we got there, most of the surrounding area was untouched. Something had been there before us, though, as the tree had some of the branches sawed off to make climbing into the ruins a bit easier. Inside there was just some rubble, old husks of natural bee nests and a wood stove, probably built out of some kind of fire bricks and then covered with a mortar mixture to match the rest of the walls. The stove was in a pretty bad shape and had cracks in it. Out of curiosity, we peeked through the cracks with a flashlight and saw a small metal hatch. Oh crap, the stories were true. That's the look the 3 of us had on our faces. I had brought an old crowbar with me with the sole intention of trying to pry the hatch open if we ever found it. With it, we managed to remove the heavy stovetop and see the hatch up close. It seemed as if it hadn't been opened since the 1990s. Makes sense since that was when it was probably abandoned. In the middle of the circular hatch was a wheel like you'd find on a large valve or on a bulkhead door of a submarine. I tried to turn the wheel with minimal success. There seemed to be a slight wiggle to it, but that was it. The unlocking mechanism had rusted shut. After some wiggling, using the force of all 3 of us, we managed to make good progress and open the hatch. We immediately were hit with a wave of stale air as we decided to wait for a bit before heading down with the hopes of getting some fresh air into whatever was down there. Shining the flashlight down, we saw a rusty ladder leading down by about 10 meters. After gathering some courage, we grabbed our stuff, turned all of our flashlights on, and headed down into the chamber. At the bottom of the ladder was a corridor so tight we had to go single file, and even crouch slightly so to not hit our heads. It seemed to go endlessly, but soon we found ourselves at a large metal door. There seemed to be some sort of text written on it with red, but considering that it was quite faded, and our Russian is pretty bad, we could make out what it said. The latch on the door worked much better than the hatch, but the door was heavy and made a loud creak that echoed across the corridor. Beyond the door was a 4-way corridor with 3 separate doors. The door was wide open, but the other 2 closed. The open chamber was to the left and was quite large. It mostly consisted of large metal frames that might have been bunk beds or shelves at some point. Few were bent in strange ways, and there were oddly deep scratches in the floor and some walls. We also noticed that there seemed to be no electricity in the whole bunker. No lights, no wires, nothing. There were metal vents that presumably led some air into the chamber from the outside. The next chamber we looked at was the one to the right from the entrance. Its door was much lighter than the entrance door and almost flew open by itself. It might have been some sort of office, as there was a metal desk in the center with shelves and cabinets surrounding it. We found a few spots of what seemed to be candle wax on the desktop, so that's how they presumably had light. We checked the cabinets but found nothing of interest besides an empty sheet of paper with the words printed at the bottom left of the sheet. We understood the last 2 words, but the first one was unfamiliar. We quickly went back to the entrance and determined that the text on it simply read, meaning that there's at least 3 more of these bunkers, if not more. Then we heard what seemed to be knocking coming from the vent in the first chamber. We were spooked at first, but my friend was confident that it's just a bird who somehow got into the vent. We tried to open the final door. The door had a metal placard on it with engraved text saying the door wouldn't budge. No matter if we pushed or pulled, it just wouldn't open. It didn't seem to be a problem with the latch either, as it seemed to work without issue. We assumed that the door is sealed from the other side and that there's probably another entrance which was used after the door was sealed. I hit the door with frustration, which made a low tune womp sound. Then the knocking started again. Knock, knock, knock. I subconsciously knocked as well. Knock, knock. Then I got a response back. Knock, knock. We 3 looked at each other. Maybe it was a coincidence. Or just a really smart bird? I asked. I knocked again, this time 5 times. I got 5 knocks back. We ran to the vent where we came from and started shouting into it. Maybe someone had been stuck here, somehow surviving nearly 30 years underground. Shining the light into the vent didn't help. We couldn't see anything. One of us, closest to the vent, facing it, I heard him sniff something real quick, and then started to cough very loudly and seemingly endlessly. Then something moved in the vent. We saw its shadow in the beam of our flashlight. Loud rumblings from the vent, combined with the odd behavior of our friend, encouraged us to get the hell out of there. I was the last to leave the chamber. I closed the door behind me and quickly followed the others. As we were closing the entrance door, we heard a loud metal bang and then saw the door of the chamber fly across the corridor and into the office chamber. Just then we managed to close the heavy door and seal it shut. We ran through the tight passageway back to the ladder, hearing loud banging and scraping coming from the door behind us. My friend was still coughing until he asked us to wait before turning around and throwing up towards where we just came. The smell made the rest of us feel sick, and we didn't want to see what that thing was that was chasing us as we got up the ladder, sealed the hatch, and threw the stovetop back on it before running back to my place. My friend was still feeling a bit sick, but he filled us in on what caused it. As he was peeking through the vent, he felt a smell similar to car exhaust fumes. He took a quick whiff of the scent, and then started coughing until he threw up and started to feel a bit better. Just to be sure, we went to the doctor the next day to see what it might have been. We didn't tell anyone what we had experienced, just that we were hiking in the forest until he threw up. The doctor said that it seemed to have been poison of unknown origin, but considering how he reacted to such a small dose, it's good that he didn't get a larger one. We later looked up information about the bunker complex, but found nothing related to the forest. I asked my grandmother if the name meant anything to her, but she just shook her head, saying that all she knew was the rumors. Growing up, it has always been hard for me to tell if someone was dead or alive. They all looked the same, except once they knew I could see them, suddenly their appearance would become less normal, their eyes become gray, and their skin thin like glass, showing their rotted veins. If they died horribly, they looked like walking corpses immediately. I taught myself never to look at anyone I didn't know for too long, or they would follow me and get in my face asking so many questions. School was horrifying for me. Hundreds of ghosts wandered in my gym daily, just passing through. Yes, ghosts don't have to be stuck in a place where they died. I hated walking through them, so I'd try and find out the way and would give me away too many times. I'd have to fake something to make them stop looking at me. My friends thought I was crazy for wearing a jacket or sweater during school even when it was hot. It never was for me. Ghosts make the temperature in the room for me drop when they are around. As a small child, my mother claimed I always acted strange, and I told her this story. We were visiting my grandparents' house in Indiana, and I was alone watching TV while they were outside talking. My mother's voice had called to me from the basement door, which lied only to the side of the living room facing the kitchen. I didn't move at first until the door opened and I heard her call to me angrily. "Come here. Sweetie, I have something for you." My mother hated the basement and told me to never go down there alone. I hesitated going near it and stood to the side of the open door. I looked down into the dark steps. "Mommy?" Standing there, I didn't hear a response. I held on to the doorknob, ready to close it. Suddenly, it felt like 3 fingers were gliding up my small back. It sent chills up my spine, then a firm hand pressed down, ready to push me. I almost fell forward, but since I held on to the door, I swung sideways and under my arm. I saw the woman in white. It was a long white dress with a veil covering her face like a bride. I cried, running back to my seat in the living room. My mom walked in from outside and saw me crying hysterically. "Mommy, a lady in white tried to hurt me." "What? A lady in white?" "At the basement door. She tried to push me." My mother looked to the wide open door. She claimed her heart was racing and the thought of something trying to hurt me was what gave her the courage to do what she did. "You leave my child alone." She screamed down in the basement and slammed the door shut. My mother told me stories about when she was younger and had the same things happen to her. She was worried I might suffer the same thing growing up. She claims she turned off whatever ability to see these things, but I can see the look on her face when we see the same thing. Take 2 steps to the right. That's what the fortune cookie said. You're confused, right? I was too. Confused as shit. At least I was until the morning after. It started making more sense over the next few days. Then it was confusing as hell again for a bit. But then it started remaking sense in a different way. A way that doesn't actually make any sense at all. The night I unfuried that first tiny scroll of faded papyrus through. My only response was, "Huh?" The cookies came in matte black wrappers. They were also delicious. Emphasis necessary because god damn these things were good. Nothing was on the packaging. I can't divulge ingredients. They tasted like honey and salted caramel if the salt came from the seas of Atlantis. And the bees nested in the apiaries of Babylon. Not the usual brand Mr. Zing scent, but I hadn't ordered from Mr. Zing. Mr. Zing had gone out of business. For the first time in 15 years, I had to get my chop suey somewhere new. I decided to use the opportunity. I was going to try every Chinese food joint in Marathon County. A noble challenge, right? Bob Hastings, Marathon County's first Chinese food critic. Maybe even start a YouTube, I thought. Look, it was something to make the weeks go by a little easier. My life was... You know Milhouse's dad in The Simpsons. I envied that guy. I made a spreadsheet for my little quest and everything. I'm old enough now that the chance for kids is probably behind me. Settling down into a meaningful marriage looks doubtful. You find the highlights where you can. Sue me. Anyhow, I went for the first name on the list. Asia House. Uninventive name, but this is semi-rural Wisconsin. My expectations weren't high. Food was okay, but the cookies constantly derailed me from my spreadsheet-based culinary quest. The moment the first crumb touched the tip of a taste bud, the world disappeared. I could feel warmth on my cheeks, but those cheeks were miles away. A chest heaving with sobs of unrestrained joy was a universe below me. My pokey asylum janitor budget trailer evaporated. I was floating somewhere. I couldn't make out the location, mainly because I couldn't see. Conan O'Brien's TV bullshit warbled into vapor. Nostrils full of Chinese food and body odor quietened themselves to stillness. Only one sense lived, and boy was it ever alive. I woke from the taste coma after what felt like hours. In reality, I was out for the time it took a Conan to get a hollow laugh from his even hollower audience. It was upon awakening from my descent into the Babylonian honey dimension that I noticed my fortune. Take 2 steps to the right. After my brain settled down from the excitement of the trip, it decided to have a migraine. That meant I did too. So I found myself lying in the dark for the rest of the night, trying not to puke. You know what I put the whole experience down to? Bad pork. As I drifted in and out of pain, nausea, sleep, I kept re-threading the fingers of my thoughts through the fortune. It was intentional. The musings were aimless, driftwood, as though the 0.5 by 3 inch yellowed paper was a tapeworm wrapped tight around my cortex. bleeding itself drip by drip into the semi-lucid space between waking thoughts and the backward logic of dreams. Definitely bad pork. This continued throughout the following morning, right up until the crossbow bolt. I was at the counter of the drugstore. The migraine had stopped, you know? Dollars ain't exactly flowing right now, so I'm far from stocked up on aspirin. And yeah, Chinese food, tight budget, priorities, I know. Save it. Do you want to hear what happened when I took 2 steps to the right or not? Take 2 steps to the right. I said it out loud as I did it. The tapeworm memory of the fortune had managed to drip back again. With my mind mulling the price of insulin these days, my body decided to take the instruction for a test drive. Whoosh. Thunk. Oh, shit. Darren, what the fuck? It just went off, man. It just went off. Behind me, a woman in the queue was screaming. I registered her before my brain did some backtracking and remembered the noise preceding her howls. Whoosh, thunk. The dull thud of sharpened steel driving into plaster wall, muted by something dull and wet and living. 2 male voices, both young and hungry and out of their depth. That's when my brain checked in with my eyes. They showed up at the pharmacist dangling from the stucco opposite by her crossbow bolt-pierced skull, and so my brain called my mouth and told it to start screaming too. The sight of Mrs. Kravoplit's eyeball dangling on her shattered cheek wasn't my only cause to scream. I was also screaming because of where I'd been standing before my body obeyed the fortune cookie demand. I was stood right in front of her. For those of you that called it, reflopify your ego boners. Implication here is pretty fucking obvious. If I'd been standing 2 steps to the left, the crossbow misfired by hapless armed robbers, Darren Bulkins and Howie Gruff, would have found the back of my skull. Even Sheriff Harworth pointed out how lucky I was to still be walking. I can still feel the whiffle of the bolt sailing past. The splash of her skull on my face is clearer, though. The cookies saved my life. I found the fortune under my bed/couch within 10 seconds of returning to the trailer after giving my witness statement. Sure enough, there were the same words I was half convinced belonged to a bad pork-induced hallucination. Take 2 steps to the right. I'll skip some nonsense for you. I thought I had some Chinese food guardian angel. Yada shmada. I ordered from Asia House every night for the next week. You're wondering about the bank balance, yeah? Cookie number 2 dealt with that. 3 up, 2 across. I was at the gas station when my body and tongue worked that one out. They pointed to the scratch card on the Pyrex display. Some $5 low-odds gamble. 3 up and 2 across later, I was $500 richer. Not life-changing money, but enough to matter. Of course, I questioned it. I visited Asia House. They used the same brand of fortune cookies as Mr. Zing had. I know because the confused Cantonese-speaking man behind the counter kept throwing them at me once he'd had enough of my frantic babbling about acid trips, crossbows, and the Final Destination movies. I even tracked down their delivery guy, a stoner on a moped with the rather uninspired name Kyle. Kyle didn't have a clue what was going on either, but he did sell me some pot, so that trip wasn't wasted at least. The cookies new Mr. Zing put into the bag were still there whenever Kyle left the bag outside my door. I asked Kyle to check. Only when I opened the bag did the standard red and gold packaging become the matte black wrapping of my caramel honey wisdom crackers. There was no explanation. I was just the luckiest man alive. About damn time, too. That's how it felt. And that's why I decided to be chill about the mystery. I'd been chosen for their blessing. That's all that matters. Oh, I'd been chosen, all right. It was the blessing part I got laughingly wrong. Cookie number 7, a week later, was when the fortune started to play their hand. So far, they'd led me to a few minor scratch card wins and 2 successful dates. I wanted more. I was awaiting the micro scroll that unearthed a mansion or a Mercedes. Again, de-rectify your mental chub on. This isn't some greed on Doe's man, monkey paw. Be careful what you wish for bullshit. I wish it was. I'd at least feel like I got what was coming to me, if I'd earned my punishment. It was way more fucked, way less fair, and way, way less easy to explain. Oh shit. What the fuck? My expletives echoed down the St. Dionysus corridor, prompting tuts from the cohorts of flustered lab coats crowded around a cell door. Then they saw me, and their annoyance turned to concern, and then alarm. I was at work, taking a hallway floor with my mop. It was when drowning in daydream that the coils of prophetic suggestions once more ensnared my reflexes. The advice from the prior night's cookie had been simple. Swat the fly. Buzzing by my ear, a body long since needing no mental permission to act, my hand slammed into the fat, listless insect. I heard the crashing glass and saw the bloom of scarlet before I felt the pain or realized the fly had settled on a floor-ceiling mirror. Crack. Good lord, he's bleeding. Liana. Call the medical bay. Tell them one of the janitorials is coming. I wanted to add a U to one of my fucks. Upon hearing the disdain in the word janitorial, my mouth couldn't find the motions, though. With each progressive fuck, my shock and pain combo transformed into unsureness and panic. Why? Because I was still looking in what remained to be the shattered mirror. My pale, sweating face was staring back at me. So was something else. I only saw him because I was watching the reflection of the fly. You know, the one I'd half shattered a mirror and opened my palm killing. The half-inch thing was very much dead, crushed remains upturned and twitching. The other side of the looking glass was a different story. The fly still very much alive. A reflection was strutting across the fractured surface like it wasn't a mirror at all, but a window. Reflection fly beat its legs against the glass, daring me to believe my eyes, taunting me into clutching at some false rationale. I blinked and it was airborne. It flew into the mirror corridor, right toward the cracked, distorted reflection of my open mouth. I was already confused as hell at the moment the weight of an invisible invertebrate force slammed into my uvula. I started choking. I couldn't scream when I felt the 6 legs scratching at the back of my throat. The blockage was too big. I watched the bulge travel down my reflected Adam's apple like I'd swallowed a damn mouse whole. My mind wheeled, flailing desperately for an explanation. I could see the dead fly on our side of the glass. It was still right where I'd smushed it. The fly that crawled across the shattered other side and into my reflection's gaping jaws had no real-life counterpart. I couldn't put this down to hallucination either, because I could feel every writhing, twitching movement of it. The fly's journey through my esophagus was slow, torturous, agony both because of the repulsive context of the discomfort and the incomprehensity of it. However, the fly wasn't what had been watching me. It wasn't the reason I waved off the offer/insistence of medical attention and got back to my trailer as fast as weak legs and stiff pedals allow. It was when I bent forward to try and cough up the buzzing mass fuzzing its way toward my stomach that I saw what else looked back besides my purple-faced mirror self. He was behind me. Right behind me. So close that my acknowledgement of his presence brought on an awareness of a sticky breath across my back, beyond the wet pants between my shoulder blades. He had no presence outside the mirror world. As a quick glance behind me confirmed, that's why the hot, arrhythmic dampness did a balloon animal number on my trembling gut. He was short enough I'd missed his chitinous scalp scraping into view over my shoulders. If I hadn't bent forward to try and regurgitate the burrowing fly, I'd never have exposed him. A man, boy, thing. Skin bumped, rugged, bone-like. His stiff epidermis was the negative light blackness of unmapped ocean trenches, of undead stars and stellar gulfs, of the final sight seen when buried alive. His skin, though, his eyes shone, those blank circular beacons, those red orbs that burned brighter than a crematorium furnace yet cast no shadows on his flat face. I didn't get a chance to see its mouth before the black spots of oxygen depletion clouded details. I didn't have to. I could feel him smiling. I noped out so hard I wasn't aware of heading home until back at the trailer. I never found out how the docs at St. Dionysus reacted to my screeching outburst. I'm sure Dr. Anand and co. don't appreciate being flailed at like that. I'm guessing there's paperwork. A disciplinary awaits, I'll bet. I don't know. Haven't been back since. I was rattled for many reasons, but mostly because I never managed to cough up the weight of the burrowing fly. On the ride back, I felt the light tickle of it drip into my stomach, quietly into a near stillness I could just about ignore. It took effort not to think of the fat blue bottle gorging itself on my stomach contents. For hours I had waking nightmares of the mirror fly perversely intruding upon my insides. More than once I had to slap myself back to the here and now. I tried to convince myself I'd misinterpreted the cookie message somehow, and forced the mirror fly out of mind. Last week had been the best in decades. I wasn't ready to give up my good fortune. I'd spent too long living with bad. It wouldn't be fair. I didn't bother with the chop suey that night. Something about the smell of it put me off. It wasn't any different, but the usual MSG fried noodle aroma didn't sit right. I went upright for the cookie. As usual, before reading the papyrus, I crammed the shattered cooking in my eager maw. I sank back into the bed/couch, ready to escape my troubles for a few moments in the honey abyss. Straight away I knew something was wrong. When Conan's bullshit slowed into bass note intangibility, it left no silence. I could hear something, a buzzing, low at first, but within a few pseudo-moments, it was at the forefront of my awareness, grabbing the sugar-rich bliss I'd expected and forcing it into a jarring, head-spinning dance. I returned to Earth not from a nibbana of pure taste, but from living in the roar of a trillion of minuscule wings thrashing. Migraine number 8 was something else. Oh yeah, they hadn't stopped. This one was beyond the others, though. It had me so close to attempting self-trepanning, the drill bit was at my temple. I didn't fall asleep in the end, but passed out from pain. Whether asleep or awake, my aching mind kept repeating the same mantra. Eat it. Eat it all. The following morning, a truck carrying processed sugar careened off the freeway and crashed into the gates and communal bathrooms of our trailer complex. A crowd had gathered round, jaws agape, ogling the scene with hungry eyes and hungrier smartphone cameras. Curiosity had me jostling to the front of the throng of neighbors. Migraine or not, the human inability to ignore tragic spectacle is unbreakable. My reaction to the carnage was first to retch. My third reaction was also to retch, but that was because of my second reaction. Eat it. Eat it all. The familiar pull, that epiphany like tugging flowing from my gut to every nerve. My thoughts ran icy clear. No, not this. Nothing good can happen if... I won't. It was then I learned. Following the cookie's advice had become obeying the cookie's demands without me noticing. I didn't think I'd have to resist. I didn't know there was anything to resist. My compulsive stride toward the blood and septic water-soaked sugar hillock had me just as confused as the crowd. The first time I puked was from the smell of burst septic tank and sight of disemboweled truck driver. The second time was because I realized I had no choice anymore. Eat it all. In front of me was a dune of sticky mulch already turning to oily syrup in the crashed engine leakage. Much of the ivory white sugar was stained. Some patches were red, where the momentum of the crash carried the trucker's blood and offal out his windshield-sliced stomach. The rest of the trucker was laying some way away, body and head too separate to bother checking for a pulse. Crows already circling above the pine tree canopy. Patches closest to where the burst septic tank fountain rained were brown, muddy, reeking blobs of granular, month-old chemical shit water that grew until gravity had them snowballing down the sticky hills. At the base, all varieties of spoiled sugar met to form a sickly acid puddle of eye-watering awfulness. Still gawping as much as the crowd, I watched myself scoop up a great wad of the thick, toxic cess jelly. I looked down at the hot, dripping sludge in my cupped palms. Cries of what the fuck rang out from a food stamp crowd I'd last seen 50,000 miles ago. I fell through the tunnel vision, screaming as the compulsion to obey the cookie bent my elbows and raised my wrists. I could feel the head of the bond and sun-baked septic fluids, the nostril-curling tang of freshly spilled gasoline, the gut-turning sickliness of the scent of pure sugar. Unable to stop myself, I buried my face in the steaming ooze. Then I started eating. I could hear barfing from every direction. I wished I could barf too, but my stomach wasn't mine anymore. I could taste all of it. Every drip of blood, gas, septic tank, hydroxide, and liquefied human shit. The stench of each warm, moist handful was so powerful my nose burned. The gasoline and waste chemicals left ulcers as soon as they touched the soft tissue of my mouth. Somehow, the taste of my every ingredient managed to remain distinct, palpable, and horrifying. I was weeping by the end of the ordeal 3 hours later when Sheriff Harworth finally arrived and escorted me back to my trailer. You might have seen the clips, those Tor-browsing wrongins among you. The guy in the faded Seinfeld tee, the one pleading directly into camera, bubbling piss, shit, blood, sugar at the corners of his mouth, rivers of it dribbling down his chin as he shoves fistful after fistful of it into his face. The clip called "Someone Please Stop Me.webm. That's me. The cop is Sheriff Harworth, and no, he never prosecuted me for the punch. He knows everyone who's no one around here. "This ain't like you, Bob Hastings," is a sentiment that spared me a fair bit of jail time. He made sure I was settled before leaving. He's a decent guy, so he had me clean my mouth out with vodka, the closest thing to a sterilizer on hand. Put the blood, shit, gas, sugar, eating, and violence down to the stress of the near-death experience with the crossbow bolt. Told my neighbor Sally Tully to keep an eye on me, which is 100% why she died. So I'm not taking the guilt there. That's on Harworth. The sheriff departed when I was drifting into sleep on the bed/couch. The weight of exhaustion from the weeks again sinking me deeper into my dreams than my subconscious mind had ever dared delve. My slumber was filled with visions of rolling seas. Not seas of water, not oceans of this earth at all. Seas of uncountable black bodies, a rolling mass of twitching insect life so vast it swallowed entire continents. I floated above it, clinging to a hand I couldn't see no matter how much I strained to look up. My dream self, who this far below the surface of lucidity had come full circle and felt more real than any waking self I'd ever been, could do nothing but stare below his dangling naked feet and listen. The buzzing, The deafening barrage of an incomputable number of wings thrumming against an immeasurable count of hard, fat, rot black bodies. A sound that raked nails across every nerve in my resolve. Sound isn't the word for it, but I don't have a better one. It was to hearing as the salted caramel honey that had been to taste. An all-encompassing purification of a distilled sensation of being beyond more experience. Time was no dimension here. For minutes, years, seconds, decades, I gazed into the frothing hive actively, listening to the swells and waves shriek their chitinous crescendo. As measures of non-time passed, the din got better at taking form. The noise found latches in my understanding around which it could bend itself into shapes, words, meaning. The mindless noise was anything but. It was a chant, a chorus, a mantra regurgitated over and over in endless praise by the filthy surf. A bride, a bride, a bride for the king of flies. A perverse inversion of a monastic choir with more voices than there are numbers to count with. Once the words were clear, I became re-aware of the hand gripping mine. It was hard, clammy, and covered in coarse hairs. I looked up. The bulbous red orbs beamed back at me. The chitinous, yet humanoid nakedness, beneath twitching in what I knew to be anticipation. I could see everything now. The absence of a nose, the curled, useless pairs of vestigial extra arms protruding from shallow armpits, the swinging barbed appendage between thick, digit-grade legs. The mouth was the worst part. Hard flesh parted to reveal cracked, clearly human lips. They curled into a smile, narrow and small, but that carried jubilance beyond all reason, a euphoria that would break even the most devoted hedonist. Then the rows of teeth parted. The last thing before waking up to my sticky carpet was the king of flies' mouth opening, his long tubular maxillae flopping from where a human tongue should be. The phlegmy slickness of it stroking across my face, of its length penetrating my unresisting mouth, followed the mirror fly's path toward my beckoning stomach. It was Sally's frantic knocks that did it. I'd been asleep for over 24 hours apparently, despite falling into unconsciousness on the bed couch. I found the waking world again on the floor. My mouth was full of something rotten and acrid. It was the remnants of week old chop suey from the trash. Bob, you in there? I gagged, pulling chunks of moldy pork and maggot-covered noodles from my stuffed cheeks with trembling fingers. At least, I did until I noticed the state of my hands. They were covered in something. A thick Icarus substance that looked far too much like the residue left on my face, mouth, and throat in the nightmare's final moments. Fuck off, Sally. I fucking won't. Do you know how much shit Harworth was threatened to unturn a blind eye to if he catches me using and you in here dead? I need to go find a fix, Bob, and I can't do that if I ain't confirmed you ain't dead. You can hear me, can't you? The banging on the door continued. I pulled myself to my feet. That's when I noticed the first sign of wrongness. The initial clue I was in the endgame of whatever the cookies had planned. I screamed when I saw what awaited in the corner. You're screaming now? That's it, Bob. Screw your door. It was a fortune cookie. A black mat wrapped fortune cookie. No chop suey. No Asia house bag. Just the cookie. I'd opened it by the time Sally's boot made short work of the flimsy trailer door. Her sweaty palm was on my shoulder as I read the scroll within. Kiss her. I was too weak to try and resist the tug this time. My body obeyed, the meaning clear and free of riddles. It was the least romantic kiss in human history. Both our eyes remained open. twin, near-perfect circles of disbelief. Her lips were warm, the pressure of them forcing apart chaps and splits of my own. She didn't try to pull away, instead faltering her arms in mid-air. She was screaming, though. It was hard to hear over the muted roar of wings, but she managed to get out a few yells. The lurch of my diaphragm pinning itself to my ribs brought with it flashbacks to the rolling abyss of compound eyes and twitching insectoid limbs. I could feel them before she could hear them. The scritch-scratch of thousands of tiny legs crawling up my throat, past my probing tongue and onward into their new vessel. I felt my neck bulge and stretch to accommodate for the tide. Pain and bewilderment had thick blobs of salt water falling from my cheeks, but my rogue body pressed on with the embrace. The scream of wings was deafening even through inches of flesh and cartilage. Before long, Sally's neck was bulging too. She was trying to resist by that point, her frantic, track-marked arms seemingly unable to decide between clawing at my back or her distended throat. Nothing about Sally Tully's death was quick. It was slow, drawn out, excruciating to witness, let alone experience. It took about a minute for the volume of flies to rupture her stomach, a few more still for the blood to start pooling at her nostrils, tear ducts, and the crotch and seat of her dirty jeans. I could taste it too, a metallic tang gargling up from her throat, tangible even through the mouthfeel of the swarm. Then the fat bodies crawling out of her ears, then out her nose, then from behind her eyes. My arms remained locked in place, holding her as captive to me as I was to the cookies, despite my inner monologue using every profanity to urge them into release. Sally did get free eventually, but that's only because it's difficult to keep hold of somebody after they've exploded. A bride, a bride, a bride for the king of flies. The chant reverberated up from the memory as the confetti chunks of burst neighbor fell through the cloud of freed insects. The intense buzzing filling my trailer threatened every second to turn itself into words, to bring the harrowing mantra into reality. A bride, a bride, a bride for the king of flies. I'd already started trying to put dots together. When I'd read the words kiss her, I'd thought, no, hoped that my part in all this was minor. Sally Tully, the bride of the Fly King, the main character in some eldritch game I was unfortunate enough to exist on the peripherals of. I'd fallen into something bigger than myself, but not focused on me. I'd experienced was chaff from whatever whirlwind of nightmares the universe had planned for Sally Tully. Please let that be the case. Every one of those hopes was dashed when her trembling body could no longer contain the thick insectoid mass, pushing her liquidated organs out of any available orifice. A bride, a bride, a bride for the king of flies. I don't remember how long I screamed, but I know my throat was bleeding by the time I managed to stop. Remember the faint flickering of the mirror fly in my stomach I said I could almost ignore? I couldn't anymore. It had been almost dormant since the mirror incident, but now though? Now it was alive again. And it was flickering, flitting, buzzing, or any synonym for wing-like activity had long since been rendered inappropriate. No, now my lexicon needed new words. Words like writhing, wriggling, worming, digging. A sharp stab of pain from my navel. I bent double on the floor-to-ceiling blanket of crawling chitinous bodies. My trailer was gone, buried beneath the roiling blanket. I was alone now with the swarm, sobbing and clutching my belly while the countless probing mouth organs liquefied and consumed every trace of Sally Tully. I won't lie to you. The churning, eely discomfort forcing its way south toward my midriff meant I really didn't give a flying fuck about her anymore. I'd already realized her death was as senseless and wasteful as it seemed, that she was the innocent bystander I'd naively hoped I was. A bride, a bride, a bride for the king of flies. The ringing buzz from the living carpet started making good on its threats of coherence. I felt my palms pressing into my ears, the pressure left on my skull by the lipless words, somehow greater than that long narrowness undulated between my organs, moving and pushing them to the side as it approached its destination. Through the white blinding flashes crisscrossing my vision, I kept coming back to those red orbs. The grotesquely human smile, a long cable salad of prehensile, organic tubes flopping from between crooked, yellowing teeth. I was still bent over double when I felt the coarse hairs on the back of my neck, the chitinous arms wrapping slowly around my shoulders. The horror was so great my eyes rolled back in their skull. I was babbling incoherent nonsense at the top of my lungs. My already long since broken psyche unable to process his emergence from reflections and dreams into cold, hard reality. He was hugging me, holding me from behind like a lover supporting a grieving spouse. The sticky panting was at my neck, moisture-forming drops of foul-smelling condensation that rolled down my cheek. When he spoke, it was like having to endure a mealworm burrowing through my eardrum. Breathe, my bride. Breathe. Cracked words, crooked words, words from a maxilla and mandible-filled mouth which had no right being able to form speech. I didn't have to have the meaning explained. The sharp kick at the groin was all the indication I needed. I'd never had kids of my own, but I understood the biology of childbirth, the mechanics of it. I think that made the situation worse, you know? Innocence would have stopped my brain from skipping ahead as it marched up the puzzle pieces. What? No. I can't have Another explosion of pain at my crotch was accompanied by a hot breath cooing at my ear. Shh, my bride. Shh. You accepted this. You were ripe, ready, a willing mate. Your body knows it. That's why it followed. Why it obeyed. Fingers bristling with coarse hairs brushed my cheek. I didn't see how the king of flies materialized from whatever hellish pseudo-reality he hails. It's possible he simply emerged from the throbbing molasses, the same thick rug of impenetrably black forms that swarmed over my groin and stomach as he said the words, obeyed. A swell of legs, thoraxes, and compound eyes washed over my lower body. Digestive fluids, piranha, schooling away my pants and boxers. I was beyond screaming now. This is a shame because if any sight so far warranted screaming, it was what waited beneath the melting denim and polyester. A bride, a bride, a bride for the king of flies. A bulging, clearly defined bump wriggled inside my belly, something as long as a football but half as wide, something rigid and writhing that pushed its way past my decoiled intestines to burrow down below my pelvic bone. I was on my backside huffing like, well, we've all seen childbirth in movies, right? A fresh kick, another push from beneath the flesh between my thighs. A sudden flash of odor let me know whatever was coming had forced the half-digested rotting Chinese food from my bowels. The living carpet squealed in collective, grinding glee. Fresh swells of hive activity lapping as my prolapsed and leaking colon. I don't know which emotion was stronger, the seizure-inducing terror or the coma-inducing pain. Razor wire snakes, if it slithered across my every muscle, all correlating to my groin. My eyes stopped rolling, my gaze down in wide-eyed horror at the butchery playing out between my trembling, sweating thighs. I'm not what you'd call endowed, but it's amazing how large a man looks when he's splayed inside out. The final pushes made themselves known, as sharp at blinding as the other kicks had been. The pulsating thing hadn't even got started. The mound of soft tissue beyond my pubic bone protruded. Within moments, the nerve-rich flesh of the perineum had followed suit, which was exactly as painful as you're imagining. Inch by writhing inch, the bulge at my belly vanished, pulling the last of itself into the depths between my intestines. No, but no, please, no, Breathe, my bride. Breathe. I don't know how I remained conscious when the mandibled head started pushing and chewing its way through my bladder. What little length I possessed ballooned for a few eternity-long moments, the spell only ending when a spurt of dark red, almost purple spat a full 5 feet from the tip. That's when the flesh gave. A banana peel split of veiny skin pushed aside in nanoseconds. A dozen flesh rapid fire stabbings, slicing through the awareness as firm orbs and soft skin full of nerve endings were rent by the gnashing, biting pressure. Look, my bride. No, I can't. I won't. You're crowning. His rusted words pulled my rolling eyes back between my legs. The scrollious carpet of bodies was now playing midwife. The swarming flies moved like their aunt cousins, using the bulk of their insurmountable number to form appendages. These twitching, shivering arms crashed into the burning carnage between my legs. I felt a pulling, an uncomfortable interior lurching as the chubby, rigid thrashing was extracted from my spread hips. The king of flies told no lies. I was crowning. There was a head poking out from the gaping chasm where reproductive tissue once lay. I couldn't scream anymore. I'd fallen too far into the insanity caused by agony and incomprehensible circumstance. There was nothing but laughter now, a high-pitched cackling. It frightens me to know came from my own throat. Once the quivering rug's prying fingers removed the wailing newborn, I gazed upon it for the first time, and the penny I can't actually explain finally dropped. It was a maggot, a half-foot-long, beer-can-thick maggot, a maggot whose mandibled mouth contained tiny human teeth, and in whose 6-eye sockets sat sparkling sapien blue irises. Irises I knew well, they were in every photo of me ever taken. A maggot that wailed with lungs and vocal cords that made sounds any mammalian mother would recognize as infant distress. The king of flies stepped over me. He crouched, scooping up the wailing creature in his thick arms. I was still laughing. I laughed as I watched him cooing to it, hysterics still consuming me as his prehensile mouth tube regurgitated black sludge into his offspring's waiting maw. I couldn't think of it as our offspring. I wouldn't and still can't. Not that first one, and not any of the ones that have and will follow. The buzzing horde wasn't done with me, you see. Just as the tide has risen to lap at the prolapsed colon leakage, it now got to work removing the unnecessary remnants of my biological maleness. To my horror, what they revealed wasn't a cavernous flesh wound I'd have the mercy of bleeding out from. New flesh lay beneath. Flesh I knew was mine due to the pins and needles tickle of the swarm's infinite probing. Suckling mouth parts, not skin, nor was it chitin either. It was a halfway, a rigid, muscular surface glistening with sweated mucus. At its center was a new opening, the orifice from which the king of flies would reap his army of hairs. It was wide, leaking yellowish fluid. The sink rising from it matched exactly the fumes of the blood-shit gasoline sugar sludge I'd wolfed down the previous day. Even though it matched nothing I'd seen on a human, the area had a distinct sliced papiness to its shape. The folds and creases, although out of proportion, ran in approximation with a vague, perversely vulvaic anatomical sense I recognized. My deranged cackling didn't stop as the probing horde suckled the last of the afterbirth from my grotesque new anatomy. It didn't falter when the king of flies spread his entire 7-foot wingspan and howled in triumph. His spawn cradled in those muscular, coarse-haired arms. It only stopped when I coughed and looked down to see my human tongue limp and dead in my lap. That was 3 days ago. I've borne as many offspring for him since. My body isn't done changing, though into what I don't know. He isn't always here. The first time he left, I pulled myself into the bed, couch, feeling around for my phone under the thrumming black mass that still coats every surface in the trailer. The pain continues to be insurmountable. That's what pushed me to make the climb, pulling my limp and now decaying legs behind me. I haven't tried phoning Sheriff Harworst. No point. I can't speak with these tubes, the 12-inch long, prehensile sucker tendrils dangling from my aching jaw. Too fast for me to close my mouth. Since that my tongue-shedding cough, there's not been a moment I feel like I'm not choking. Part of me is tempted to try removing my jaw, just to create some breathing room. Maybe that'll be the next thing to go. Speaking of, that's why I've been writing this. The living carpet won't let me leave. The flies have sealed the door tight. Maybe Sheriff Harworst will come poking around eventually, but I can't count on it. Marathon County is a strange place, and he's probably got his hands full with whatever case up by now. I think I'm beyond rescue. I'm not writing for salvation, but for meaning. This message is for me using the last of Bob Hastings. I want you to remember he existed, you see. I can't find acceptance of this twisted fate without knowing someone somewhere remembers. Consider this his obituary, I guess. I don't know where Bob Hastings went wrong. Maybe it was opening that first misfortune cookie. Maybe he opened the door to the realm of the King of Flies when he took that first bite. Maybe it was reading the fortune. Or maybe he still had a chance right up until he took those fateful 2 steps to the right. Maybe something he did long before Mr. Zing's closed its doors was the catalyst. Only the King of Flies knows, and his wet, puckered lips are sealed. What I do know is that I won't be Bob Hastings much longer. A few days max. I was born Bob Hastings, but I'll die something else. One of the many brides of the King of Flies. So Bob Hastings' selfish little life means something to someone somewhere. Let me use that last of him to send out this warning. Don't open, eat, or in any way engage with a matte black fortune cookie. The King of Flies is out there, and our family is always hungry to grow.